Hey, here to talk about something I've never heard anybody talk about, although I do make a lot of noise about it if you're participating in my 4-month upper register course or even just other lessons. It's the topic of embouchure encompassing everything here, or embouchure surrounding the lips, and the lips and the lip tissue itself being different and having a different kind of a strength. So most, actually maybe 100% of people think the embouchure is everything and the lips. And I used to think that too, until several events happened that caused me to think differently. There, in my opinion, is a big difference in the muscle fiber and the tissue in the red part of your lips here than the thicker muscles that surround your lips and your corners. And I want to talk to you about the difference and why you might want to explore increasing the strength of your lips in addition to your embouchure. Now, they're not totally separate. In other words, if you're going to be working on the strength of your lips, your corners and your embouchure will come into play. If you're going to be working on lip flexibility, lip slurs, and glissandos, things like that, your lip strength will get affected, and it comes into play. So they are interrelated, of course. But, for example, if you've ever had the feeling of playing for a long time, and you feel like your chops are kind of giving out on you, but you notice that you can still play, but it feels like your lips bottom out on the mouthpiece. They just kind of keep caving in. Part of that is, yes, the corners are getting fatigued here. They are getting fatigued. But the real reason that's happening is the muscle fiber here can no longer plump up and create that cushion that you need on the horn. Remember, if that cushion goes away, your range runs out, and so does your playing. In fact, that's the whole reason that we all have a maximum range, regardless of how high it is. Your high range actually quits when you're using the maximum amount of pressure, and you go that one step further and no more sound or note will come out. That's because you've stopped the vibration of your lips. And as a result, you have no more cushion left. You're like really jamming the mouthpiece on hard. Obviously, we want to have the strength in our lips, keep our lips puckered and plump when we're playing, not have them be all the way stretched out to where the pressure is cutting off all the vibration. So, how can you really tell the difference in lip strength? Well, I'm going to be posting another video I did quite a while ago. It's actually the second hardest technique of the 75 techniques in my course. Is the triple octave scale. The triple octave scale is actually done in one breath and has gone up and down in 3 octaves with no tonguing. What makes that so hard is you have to roll in your lips and your embouchure in real time, and you don't get the ability to cheat and re-attack and restart the tone with your tongue or with your breath. We all know if we go high and we take a breath or we tongue, that gives us a little bit of advantage to keep either going higher to make that higher note easier, right? But if you start low and only tongue one note and go all the way up, come all the way back down smooth and fluid, you have to have a lip strength to roll in your embouchure in real time. Rolling in your embouchure because you're actually contracting the space or the aperture to be able to speed up the air. That's one way that we get compression. So you have to be able to do that in real time. Yeah, your chops in your corners here may help out a little bit, but it's your lips doing the heavy lifting. And if you don't have that lip strength, you're not going to be able to get the most out of your playing and the smoothness and the ease of getting around the horn. So I'm going to be posting that video to further show the difference in lip strength and embouchure strength. Embouchure strength, as we all know, is when you're there's a lot of ways to demonstrate it, but basically when you're doing simple lip slurs. Okay, I felt, yeah, my lips are doing this, blah, 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 but I'm feeling most of the muscle contraction here. in the corners in the embouchure. And so as a result, if you're working on the old tried and true methods that you've heard from everywhere, on the forums, from past trumpet teachers, from current trumpet teachers, from your friends, from professionals that you may know or work with, the same stuff comes up all the time. Practice long tones, practice scales up an octave, try taking things up an octave, and lip slurs or lip flexibility exercises. Those are all great for building up your embouchure and your chops to a certain point. They won't really increase your range to your absolute potential. The reason why? Because it lacks that one awesome ingredient called momentum. And momentum combined with a plethora of techniques hitting you from all angles is what will really bring out the best in your playing and maximize your power and strength. So long tones, scales, practicing up an octave, and lip trills and lip slurs. You hear that all the time. In fact, go ask somebody right now, go to your local college or university and say you want to learn, you want to play higher, how can you do it? You're probably going to hear part of that or all of that and not much else. And that's only going to take you so far. It's not going to bring out your maximum and your best. So there are things that you can do to strengthen your lips. And there's a ton of things to do, but probably the most basic heavy lifting technique for pure lip strength is a simple free lip buzz. You got to be able to lip buzz. And now, here's the catch-22 about lip buzzing. If you, sorry about that. If you lip buzz too loudly or for too long of a time, you're going to really screw yourself up. So that's why a lot of people poo-poo lip buzzing, or they say, oh, don't lip buzz because it's not realistic to what we're doing on the trumpet. Lip buzzing is a tool, and it's one of the best tools to increase the lip strength. And you will find that if you do a little bit of lip buzzing and use that as to complement maybe your lip slurs, your lip trills, pedal tones, and other things that you're doing for the physical part of the horn, you're going to see better results and quicker results. That's just the way it is, because you're working on the one thing that most people don't work on, and that's actually this tissue here in the red part of your lip. Don't believe me? This is kind of gross, but go look at a cadaver. Go to your university medical school if they'll let you do it, or watch videos. You'll see that they can actually take the whole skin and your face comes off like a mask. It's actually really gross. But when you notice that the muscle fibers and the tissues here, pay careful attention. The tissue here is very feather-like, but this here is different. I would say almost kind of gristly-like. It's just a different kind of tissue. It's not the same tissue as the muscles that surround the lips. It just is what it is. It's science. It's anatomy. So back to lip buzzing. Now, but when you notice that the muscle fibers and the tissues here, pay careful attention. The tissue here is very feather-like, but this here is different. I would say almost kind of gristly-like. It's just a different kind of tissue. It's not the same tissue as the muscles that surround the lips. It just is what it is. It's science. It's anatomy. So back to lip buzzing. Now, there's a lot more stuff that you can do to increase the strength of your lips. Also, just a caveat that building lip strength is not really a do-it-yourselfer. People tend to find themselves in more trouble and playing worse if they don't have the help of someone who actually has been there and done it and over and over and knows what they're doing. The simple reason is because it's kind of a stealth technique, and so you can do it and feel great, and after a couple of days you just shot yourself in the foot. You feel like you can't play, you can't get a buzz out. Chances are you were probably lip buzzing in the car, or lip buzzing doing something, you weren't paying attention to the time, or you're buzzing way too loud. Some people have this logic. There is a logic to it. If I can buzz loud and buzz high, that's just going to make me that much better of a player, right? Wrong. If you buzz too loud and too long, you're just going to actually screw yourself up. You're going to numb all this in here and make it too stiff, and it's just not going to vibrate. As a result, your range is going to drop down lower. So, getting back into lip buzzing, you can do a couple different things. You can do scales and arpeggios, target different notes. I have a whole system that I use for lip buzzing in the upper register program, in the brass upper register program. And by the way, this is for all brass players. If you have to buzz your lips into a mouthpiece, regardless of what instrument that you play, this technique is viable for you. And the thing is, it's not just about going up, it's also about going down low. So, if I were to start on a concert B flat, buzz my lips, I would hope to be able to get down several octaves, nice and relaxed. That was actually a triple pedal C lip buzz. And when you get down there, I don't call it a true lip buzz, because if you notice what's happening is you have a lip buzz combo lip flap or lip flutter. But still, if you can make that triple pedal C or triple pedal B flat come out like that, that would be an octave higher on the double. You have to have some degree of flexibility to be able to do that. Another one would be to do what singers do. You know, when you hear singers go, ah, and they go down low, you can kind of do that on your lips. You hear that? Just kind of wean all the way down to pedal C, double pedal C, and then all the way down to triple pedal C. You have to have some degree of lip flexibility and lip sensitivity in this part, not just talking about here. We're not really working anything here. This is now all about the lips. This could be nice and pliable and flexible, strong. If your lips are screwed and they're too tight, they're too brittle, you're not going to be able to do what I just did. So you might want to try that. And by the way, that's a culmination of a lot of years of working on lip buzzing. And so you might, if you find yourself not being able to do that, you can get with somebody, or you can get with me. I tend to do a lot of lip buzzing techniques that will allow you to really maximize your potential. So you got to be able to go down, you got to be able to go up. I'm not playing this loudly or buzzing loudly. Just an easy lip buzz. Let me see if I can get a little bit higher. Okay, got a little chunk of the double C there. So think about it. If you're causing your lips to vibrate that fast, there is some lip tension. It has to be there, right? Let me show you what happens when there's no lip tension, because I've noticed there's a lot of professionals out there also teaching. They're trying to say use no lip tension. Here's no lip tension, okay? Get it? So when you hear people saying no, don't use any lip tension, that's no lip tension. You have to have some degree of lip tension. What they probably really mean is don't use too much tension, and that's kind of ambiguous, right? So just so you know, when you hear people say, well, you shouldn't have any lip tension at all when you're playing, it should be totally relaxed, totally effortless. No, because if you have no lip tension, it's this. There's no lip tension there. You're not going to get anything except for maybe some double pedal tones to come out. A little bit of tension. A little bit more. Just a little bit. And then let's see if I can get the next one to come out. There we go. That was quite a lot of attention, or a lot of tension to get that note to compress out. That was a double C on my lips. So, I hope this little talk about lip strength and corners, and we know the corners again. I mean, most people know about the embouchure and the corners because, you know, that's all you've ever heard about. That's pretty much all corner strength for me. My lips are doing a little fish movement, wah, 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 when I'm doing it, but I'm not really engaging a lot of musculature and a lot of tension, a lot of contraction of my lips. It's really, they're kind of moving in and out like a little fish movement when I'm doing the lip trill, but it's this here is doing the heavy lifting. And you already know about that, right? Lip trills, lip slurs, glissandos. So the whole purpose of this informative little tutorial is to hopefully open up your eyes to the possibility that there is a different kind of strength happening here in your lips. It's a different kind of strength, and it requires a different approach. You have to tackle it a different way, and you have to think outside the box and do different techniques. So when you build this and the strength of this along with this, wow. I mean, wow. Wait till you experience the results and that newfound strength where you can just really grip the mouthpiece and everything feels awesome. You got the cushion there, you got the lip pucker, and it just won't go away. You got lots of strength. In fact, one thing that I've noticed, in fact, when you hear me, I have to be honest with you, I haven't even played my horn today. I haven't. So the one thing about developing your lip strength is you have the feeling that when you pick up the horn, you're already kind of half warmed up. So I haven't warmed up today, but I know that I can still get on the horn. Now, really, I haven't warmed up. Just what you saw me do here. I'm at the college here. Just thought I would make this video. That's with no warm-up. And I attribute that to a good portion of the lip strength here. Because if I didn't have the lip strength in the thickened fibers in the cushion, it would have been like when I was a lot younger in high school. I could have never done that because after the high C, I would have been smashing my lips right into my teeth. It would have cut off the tone, regardless of how strong this was. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope I open your eyes up to some new possibilities, thinking outside the box. And also, this is scientific. Do your homework. Check into the anatomy and musculature of the face, all this. Check into it, and you'll see that, yes, this is different. The muscle tissue and fiber is different in this little part here compared to around here. Go check it out for yourself. It's actually science. And the more you think about it, the more logical it does come across to maybe try to work your lips in a different way than you just work the whole embouchure. So I'm going to post up that video too, the one that demonstrates the real-time roll-in and roll-out of your embouchure, and that really highlights and depicts the lip strength more so than the embouchure. Yeah, you have to have, you know, strong corners to be able to do the triple octave scale, and there's no getting around that. You can't do the triple octave scale if you don't have the lip strength. So I'll put that up, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that. But when you see that, try to do it in the range that you have for 3 octaves. Do it exactly like I demonstrate, and you'll find that if your lip strength is lacking, although you might be able to hit the high notes, you won't be able to do the triple octave scale because you won't have the lip strength to do it. If you'd like to find out more about how to improve the physical part of your playing, improve your lip strength. If you'd like to learn 75 techniques, that's just totally going to wow you and give you that aha experience. It's not a magic overnight thing or miracle pill. It does take a little bit of blood, sweat, and tears, and some elbow grease, and some of your time, and some of your money. But if you're willing to think differently and try something new, like so many other people, the momentum aspect of these techniques that I work and live with daily is just almost hard to put into words. It really is. It's amazing. So, you know my site, trumpetsizzle.com. You know my name, Kurt Thompson. And by the way, it's just lovely to be out here in gorgeous Arizona. And I'll just do a little pan around here. Isn't it wonderful? It's about the first week of August. And I did see a little moon. There's a little moon popping out. I just had to stop by today because it wasn't that hot. I think it was only about 100 degrees when I got here. It's lovely out. And you know what? I think I should probably come out here, and I might come back out here and play a couple things just for shits and giggles, and put them online, because the acoustics out here is great. You kind of get inspired by the scenery. It's lovely out here, and it was lovely talking to you guys too, being out here in such a nice area, and I hope I made sense. Hit me up at trumpetsizzle.com, or I'm on Facebook too, or YouTube. I'll see you there. Bye-bye. If only I had had Pat Hessian's Octavisor, I could have played the triple F. If anybody out there knows Pat Hessian, have him ring me up. I could have got that pesky triple F if I had that Octavisor that he uses. Anyway, you got a close-up of the embouchure going from first to line E up to triple E and back. Happy New Year. Okay, many of you have asked about the Bud Brisbois mouthpiece method, so I'm going to describe how I started off. I started off with French horn mouthpieces. Now I'm just barely up to a tuba mouthpiece. When I started, I did about 30 seconds to a minute a day, a couple times a week. Now I do between 5 and 10 minutes a day, 1 minute at a time, and taking a break, then another minute, then taking a break. I do that maybe once or twice a week. So 10 minutes twice a week with only a minute at one time. You start off with a French horn mouthpiece. You need a small towel so you can wipe your mouth out so you can grip it. The teeth are shut, and you actually clamp the lips down on the mouthpiece and let it hang. Wipe your mouth out. French horn mouthpiece. And you let it hang over just like that. And you might want to have a clock handy so you can time yourself, like for 30 seconds or a minute. Once you can get up to about 10 minutes once a week, doing a minute at a time with the French horn mouthpiece, then you would want to move up to the trumpet mouthpiece. Same thing. Wipe the inside of your lips and bend over like this, teeth shut. Grip that and do eventually 10 sets for a minute each. After that, you will get up to the trombone mouthpiece. This is kind of where I'm at right now for the most part. Trombone mouthpiece is kind of heavy. Again, you want to build up to 10 minutes, 1 minute at a time. You wipe your mouth out. Teeth shut. And the hardest one that I just started, which I can't really do now, and this is a big mama, is the tuba mouthpiece, and I can only do it for a second or two, but I'm still working on it. Eventually I'll get it. This thing is very heavy. You wipe your mouth out good. I can only do it for a second or two on the tuba mouthpiece. So there you have it. Start off easy. Start off with a light French horn mouthpiece, then trumpet, then trombone, and then if you want to get crazy, throw in a tuba mouthpiece eventually. And as you see, tuba mouthpiece is very difficult. It's best to start off light, a minute a week or 2 minutes a week at the most, and then build up. You can really screw your embouchure up if you try to do too much at one time in the beginning. Start off light, start off with less time, and gradually increase it. Never do more than 5 or 10 minutes a week. I would never do more than that. Never do it within a week of a performance. For example, if you have a Friday night performance, I wouldn't be doing any of these kind of exercises within 5 to 7 days before performance. You could really screw up your performance. This is a very potent exercise. It will make your embouchure tired. Take plenty of breaks and good luck. Keep on screaming. High range, upper register, and screaming on the trumpet. A few people can do it, most cannot. But most do have the ability to play high. They're just practicing the wrong things, or they're practicing too much of the right things. Listen to that again. They're practicing the wrong things, or they're practicing too much of the right things. There's a secret when it comes to mastering the trumpet and technique in the high register. Not only do you have to be able to play high, which is obvious, but you have to control it, be in tune, and be accurate. There are many different things you can do to increase your range, but it's about putting them together almost like a recipe and doing it just enough and not too much. That's some of the secrets for playing high. I'd be glad to talk to you in person about that. You can call me, you can send me an email, and we can go further. High range, upper register, try high lip trills and lip flexibility exercises. Try multiple tonguing techniques up in the upper register on scales. Double tongue, triple tongue, K-tongue, single tongue. So those are just some of the things that will help you to be able to play higher and play better and play more accurately. Hope to see you soon. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpetsizzle.com. I wanted to give you a little bit of a direction when it comes to using the PETE, the P-E-T-E, Personal Embouchure Training Exerciser. And in this particular video, this is a free video, the advice that I have to give you is that the directions that you get with the PETE, regardless if it's a little plastic one like this, or you upgraded and you got the nickel silver, or you went way over and you splurged and you got the gold one. The directions give you two things to do, and I'm going to advise you not to do either of them, except for maybe a little bit of the second one. First, they give you a little variation on the old pencil trick. You know, you shut your teeth, you put this in between your lips, and you hold it. So this is too short, it doesn't have enough weight, and although you're going to be getting a little isometric contraction, and likely you're going to end up doing this isometric contraction too long, and what's going to happen is your lips are going to get stiff in here. It's good for the chops, yeah, good for that, but the lip tissue, which is a little different, if you ever look at a human body, especially like a cadaver, this tissue here in your lips is different than the feather-like muscles that surround. So this will be made stiff. You'll lose your flexibility, your tone will become airy, and you'll lose your accuracy by doing this. So ignore that when you get the PETE. Now, I have another thing that, at least in my program, that we substitute for that. But especially doing any kind of isometrical contraction for minutes at a time, or until you fatigue out, is really, really bad for you. So anyway, that's that. Now the other thing they told you is
I guess shut your teeth and put it in between your lips with the big end, like the nail part of it. Shut your teeth and then put your lips over the big flat head and pull. Now that's not too bad. I actually kind of like that. So I would say go ahead and do that. Now the purpose of this video is to really give you a heads up on how you can really get the absolute best out of using the peat. And I've spent quite a number of months, actually it's going into years now, and I've also had other students input on some really marvelous techniques that even I didn't think about. I mean, these are pretty interesting. So I want you to take a look at the description below, and there's going to be some links. One link is really cool. It's a link to my Facebook page for a brass improvement email series, and it's all free. So there's lots of free information there that will really help you. And I'm also going to include a link for the video tutorial that you can actually purchase for a nominal amount. And the tutorial will give you all the techniques, and I'll be demonstrating those techniques. You're going to be pretty amazed at some of the things that you can actually do with the peat, and I'll prescribe exactly how you're supposed to do the peat at that point. So thanks for checking out this video here, and you didn't have to pay anything for it. There is some good advice if you just follow it, but the real meat and potatoes of the peat and all the cool techniques that you can do with it that don't come in the directions that you got will be in my video tutorial. Just look down at the description and look for little hyperlinks, and you'll be able to figure it out. And my best for you with the peat, one word before we do anything. When in doubt, less is more when it comes to peat or any kind of isometric exercise that you can do. So if you're going to have to make an error or make a mistake, do it on the side of the minimum side, where less is actually more. So Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, TrumpetSizzle.com. See you there.
Okay, today we're going to be talking about the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method. And we're not going to do the whole method. In fact, I don't even do it exactly like they do it. I've kind of tweaked it my own way. This is going to be the harmonic arpeggios, where you palm and you start on low C and work your way up. The Roy Stevens, William Costello is a method, but it also is an embouchure change, and we're going to be doing nothing about embouchure changes today. So if you've already downloaded some of their stuff, we're not changing embouchures. We're only using some of their techniques as a way to increase the flexibility in your chops and also your range. So today is going to be the harmonic arpeggios, and this particular tutorial will be instructing you how to do it. Now, for other instruments, I actually have had French horn players successfully do this, although it's a little bit weird, but they have to kind of hold it up with both hands. Trombone players so far have been able to do it, and I haven't had yet any euphonium players or tuba players. I don't even know if that would be possible. So I think right now it's safe to say that this works for trumpet, trombone, and French horn players, the way you're able to do it. So the main thing is you got your instrument, whether it be a French horn, trumpet, or trombone, and you're going to try to lay it in your palm and then put the horn up a little bit at an angle like this. So you got the mouthpiece on your chops just the way you normally would. Now notice my hand is kind of like a table or a plate. I'm not gripping anything like this. Your hand is actually stiff. It's like a shelf or a plate, and you lay the instrument on top, if you can. Now with a French horn you might have to use two hands to do it, maybe even bone, I'm not sure. But basically the bottom line is you don't want to curl your fingers or do any kind of gripping. So you're only allowing just the natural weight of the horn to be the only pressure that you're going to be able to have when you're playing. So that's number one. Now, I want you to maintain your same embouchure setting. So I don't want you to have your lower jaw move forward. I don't want you to slide your mouthpiece down. I want you to keep the same embouchure setting that you've been using. But we're going to use this particular method as a tool only. So it's great for no pressure. This happens to be one of the ones that I'm actually not the best at. I actually did change my embouchure temporarily to the Stevens and followed the whole method and did it. Wasn't really my cup of tea. I didn't really get the best results out of it. However, I do get pretty decent results out of just using this particular method. This particular technique rather. So let me just quickly explain how we're going to do this. We're going to start on the lowest harmonic open position note that you can get. So for trumpet players, that'll be low C. In open position, you can't go any lower unless you go into pedal tone range. For a trombone, that would be your first slide position note, and that would likely be, without going to your pedal tone range, I'm guessing that it's going to be that second line B flat in the bass clef staff. Because to go below that in first position, I think you have to hit pedal. So that would be your note. French horn players, I know that with the acoustics of the French horn might allow you to start a little bit lower, and but on the F side of the horn, let's just do it on the F side of the horn only and have you start on low C. So French horn players, treble clef, start on low C on the F side of the horn, so you won't be engaging the trigger. You can't because of the nature of this particular technique. So we go up the first three notes, and then the technique is you always start on the original note and keep the same setting. If you do get up high above the staff and then start, stop, or reset, well, it will enable you to get higher, but now you've just kind of defeated part of the purpose of the technique, which is starting at a wide aperture and rolling in. So yes, you can, for example, if you got the high C above the staff and then regrouped and restarted on the high C and went a little higher, you are going to be able to get higher, but we're not going to do that today. So I typically get up to, on trumpet, I typically get up to E's, sometimes double G's, the way I do it, because I'm not starting, stopping, and resetting. And you can watch some of the guys who are gurus with this particular method, and most often, once they get to high C, you'll see them re-attack the high C and then continue higher. What they've just done, of course, is they reset their chops and rolled it in. They create a smaller aperture, and that allows them to go higher. We're not going to do that. So the first three notes, starting on low C on trumpet, that would be concert B flat. I got it palmed. You notice there's nothing here that's gripping the horn. It's just a shelf. So we're playing about a medium forte to a forte level, not blasting, just filling up the horn. You notice that the only note that I tongued was the first note, and the other notes were slurred. So that would be your first series. Now you come back and start on the low C again, or the concert B flat, or for trombone, French horn, we've already mentioned what that start note for you would be. It would be the B flat for trombone, bass clef, that would be the low C for French horn. And now you keep adding notes. So here we go. I'm adding in another note now. I'll regroup, start again, and add yet another note. And regroup and add another note. Same thing, always going back down to the origin. Again, I'll probably go up one or two more here. And again. Statics and squeaks from the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method. I'm Kurt Thompson, and this is a video tutorial on how to get started on the static and squeak part of their program. I've gone through their entire program, and I changed my embouchure even temporarily. And I could say that it wasn't really my cup of tea, and I didn't get a whole lot out of it, except for a couple of great techniques that will actually build your range and your flexibility. So they're definitely worthy of including in your routine, and that's what we're doing today. I will say that I don't encourage or even advocate you switching to the embouchure. I'm not even going to tell you about it today. We're only doing these techniques as I've tweaked them. So I've cherry picked these out of the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method, and I've tweaked them a little bit my own way. So whatever you see here will probably be a little bit different than a Roy Stevens disciple would actually teach you. But I like how I do it, and I've liked the results that I've seen from students in my 4-month upper register course over the last 4.5 years. So this actually works the way I do it, so I encourage you just to follow this and not get distracted with other ways. So keep your normal embouchure setting. Keep that normal embouchure setting you're using. We're not going to be changing embouchure setting right now. We're using this as a tool to increase your range and your flexibility. These are the static and squeaks, the static and squeak technique that Roy Stevens and William Costello talked about. The name comes from squeaks, like you'd hear like any squeak, a door squeaking, a machinery squeaking. Static from like your air conditioner, central air or heating unit kind of makes that whirring kind of staticky sound. That's where it comes from. Here we're not going for a full-bodied sound as in the harmonic arpeggio. So if you haven't got that, the harmonic arpeggio tutorial, you definitely want to get that. It's like the kissing cousin of this one. There, in that particular one, we're going for a full sound. Everything sounds normal and you're going up harmonically in open position. Here we're not going to do that. Here we're actually going for altitude over a normal sound. So we're going to really back off on the air that we blow through. We're still trying to compress and make the air go through the horn faster, but we are definitely backing off on the air. We're starting much, much softer. In fact, the tone usually doesn't sound that great on this one. It sounds a little bit shrill, it's much softer. We are trying to go for altitude, trying to go high. So that said, we don't start low like we do in the harmonic arpeggios. We're going to start high, relatively high. So for most trumpet players, I think that you could probably start on G right above the staff on this one. French horn players, I would encourage you to at least start at possibly E, the 4th space E in the treble clef. And trombone players, let's have you start somewhere around, let's see here. It wouldn't be a bad idea to start somewhere around the B flat or D, right above the bass clef staff. You could start on the F, that would be great, but you choose B flat or D. D would be actually better, right above the bass clef staff, so that's where you guys need to be starting. And then if you have more of an advanced development of your embouchure, you definitely want to start higher. So I'll pick a couple of starting points and show you how it works. So just starting on G, this is concert F G on the trumpet. Of course, if you haven't had the other tutorials, what we're going to be doing is laying the instrument in the palm of your hand, but the hand doesn't allow any kind of curvature, so you can't really curve and pull the tubing in. So for trumpets, it's the easiest. You just lay the horn over and bring it up to your chops. The only pressure that you are able to get would be the weight of the horn. Trombone players, it's very similar. If it's too heavy, you could also use 2 hands, trombone players, like that if necessary. French horn players, you definitely have to use 2 hands. You're just not going to be able to balance it that well. So I've had trombone players, trumpet players, and French horn players go through the 4-month brass upper register course and successfully been able to do this one. I don't yet have any data on euphonium or tuba players, and I'm just going to go out on a limb that definitely tuba players, I don't know if that's even a go. I don't think it would be possible. I don't know. We'll see. And euphonium players, I don't have any experience with that yet either. Maybe at some point. But so for right now, it's just I'm talking to you if you're a trombone player, French horn player, or trumpet player. So starting on G, just a G right over the staff, and we're not going for a big full sound. Okay, I would call that 1 round, and I want you to do about 5 rounds of these, so you can rest in between each one. So basically 1 round is doing this in however long you go in one breath. Now that's if you're involved in my 4-month brass upper register course. If you're not, you could definitely stretch this out to a total of 10 of those. So that would be one round, and I would rest, flutter my lips, maybe wait 10 seconds and do it again. Maybe wait 20 seconds depending on how I feel. So now let's just pretend that you have a little higher range, and this time you're going to start on high C or high concert B flat. This would be if you're trumpet. For other instruments, you're going to have to transpose that. Okay, there we got to triple G at the very end. So we're going for altitude, folks. We're not going for sound. We're just going for altitude. Roy Stevens and William Costello believe that the harmonic arpeggios worked a certain set of muscles in your chops, and that the static and squeaks worked a different set of muscles responsible for playing the upper register. So I think that's why you see them paired up like that: harmonic arpeggios and the static and squeaks. You're kind of covering all bases as far as your embouchure development when you're doing that. And so the last one would be, you could start even a little bit higher if you wanted. Sometimes I just like shooting in the dark, but I just try to start high and go even a little bit higher. There we go. I don't know if you heard that, but it was just a little touch of a triple C at the end. Came out about quadruple piano. And so I kind of mix and match. Sometimes I'll start off, I usually don't start off on G. I will start off on either high C, the second one that you heard me do, or the last one that you heard me do. So I kind of alternate back and forth. I only do 5 of these, 5 rounds. And the reason is because I go through all 65 techniques in my course just about every day. It's a lot of techniques, it takes a lot of time, and I just don't have time to invest a whole lot on any one particular technique. So anyway, that is the Roy Roman, William Costello static and squeaks. And for a quick review, remember we're going for altitude over sound. So you want to be soft. These are not going to be normal notes you would be playing anywhere in any kind of ensemble. So they don't really sound that good. They're very soft. They're very squeaky. They're not really in tune. We're not going for that. We're going for altitude only. We're trying to go as high as we can, soft. And remember, you got your horn. You're not curving your fingers. You're laying the horn right in the palm of your hand. Palm of your hand. And you're only using the weight of the horn only comes at an angle. And that's all the pressure you get, folks, just the weight of the horn. So trombone and French horn players who might have a slight advantage, obviously, because the weight of your horn is more, will give you maybe just a little bit extra ability on this particular technique. All in all, when you factor this in, you got the static and squeaks, the harmonic arpeggios, the 2 isometric techniques, plus the pencil exercise. It really is a super combination to energize your range building and endurance enhancement routine. I would definitely encourage you. Just to repeat, this one here, if you happen to get the entire Roy Roman, William Costello video tutorial package that I have, which would have all of them, you could allocate between 10 and 20 minutes per day for all these techniques, if you really like them. If you're in my course, don't do that. I want you to keep it at where I told you originally. So if you're involved in my course watching this particular tutorial, I want you to keep all the Roy Roman and William Costello palming techniques between 6 minutes and up to 10 minutes a day, and no more than that. Simply because you have so many techniques that are going to be piled on top of you. You don't want to be doing this, overdoing this, or be overkill. So I'm trying to think of anything else I can tell you about this one. I would just encourage you to use all the Roy Stephen and William Costello tutorials I have, because they kind of all go together. They all kind of dovetail nicely. But if you need to start off one by one, then no problem. Go ahead and do this one. But do look at the other ones. They are important. They do work together to make your goals happen quicker. So anyway, this has been my tutorial about the William Costello, Roy Stevens tutorial. It's Kurt Thompson's way of tweaking some of their material. And I know that if you invest time on this, it won't take that long to start seeing results. Give it a couple of weeks, and you will start to kind of have that feeling of surety and strength here when you go to play, especially in the upper register. So don't forget, it's trumpetsizzle.com. You can always go there and click on the products page. I have a ton of video tutorials right now stretched all across the board from all kinds of techniques, and I know that they'll help you as well. So trumpetsizzle.com. I'm Kurt Thompson. Catch you next time.
Hey, we're going to talk about pedal tones today, and pedal tones that will actually open up your sound. So if you have a small sound, an airy sound, a weak sound in any register, and if you're watching my videos, it's likely that you're probably thinking that you have a small or a weak sound or a pinch sound in the upper register. There's a cure for that, or at least there's one cure. There's probably more than one cure, obviously, but you might want to pay particular attention to the fourth tier of pedal tones. So if you've taken my courses before, you know that I've kind of delineated the pedal tones into 5 different tiers. And the fourth tier of the pedal tones is the tier of pedal tones that tends to concentrate on opening up your sound. You'll notice that in order to play the fourth tier, you can't use the same embouchure setting exactly as you would if you were playing middle C or low C up to middle C and above. You'll notice that you have to drop your jaw down a little bit more, and your lower jaw kind of jets out a little bit, and the mouthpiece will slide up a little bit more on the top lip. So I'm speaking to trumpet players, some other brass players. You can kind of configure this for your own instrument. But for trumpet players, the fourth tier starts on double pedal C, and it goes down to double pedal B, double pedal B flat, double pedal A flat. Now here's where you got to pay attention. Double pedal G must be fingered like this. Don't cheat and play it open. And the last note in tier 4, the pedal tone would be the double pedal F sharp or G flat. Must be fingered 1, 2, and 3. Don't cheat and do that. You want to focus on playing these as loud as possible because you're developing the muscle tissue and the stabilizing muscles to keep your aperture open with a loud sound. Now, if you practice this every day, you'll start to notice that you're able to play with a slightly, almost microscopically, slightly open aperture in the other registers. And I say slightly because it's barely noticeable. But that slight increase in your aperture is going to get more air in there, a little bit slower moving air, but you're going to have the chops to contain it, and you're going to get a better sound. It's just science and mathematics, right, folks? So there's a lot of ways that you can get down into the fourth tier, and just for time's sake today, I'm just going to give you the simple version. You could do a scale down to it. You could do, I'll just give you an example. A scale would be, if I started on low C, that would be arriving at the double pedal C, the first note of the fourth tier. You can do the arpeggio. And today we're just going to do octaves. That's the simplest way. In fact, if you're not used to doing pedal tones at all, you might just want to do octaves. The reason is because it gives you the test pitch. You're going to be able to keep that in your head to be able to go down to hit the pedal tone. As you already know, pedal tones are not real notes on the horn. They don't really exist. They exist in the strength of your lips and the strength of your embouchure. After all, the lowest natural note that we can play is concert E or low F sharp, right? G flat. It's the lowest natural acoustically on the horn. So anything else below that is a manipulation.
by your lips and your embouchure and even in your tongue arch or lack of tongue arch and your air. So, and then some other people would say that it's just one glorified lip bend. At any rate, it's the fourth tier that's going to open up your sound. So the reason I'm telling you that is because some people think practicing long tones in the low register forever and working your way down chromatically will open up your sound. I'm convinced that that won't open up your sound. It'll make your tone better, because tone comes from tone. So if you're doing long tones, your tone will improve. The quality of the sound will improve, but the big and the fullness and the power of your sound, I don't think will. You will improve your tone by doing that. So if you've been doing that for your tone, don't stop. If you need a bigger sound in all registers, this is what you need to be doing. So we're going to do octaves. Remember, I just gave you a couple different ways to get down there, but we're just going to do octaves. So we can start on low C. Big breath. Notice that the mouthpiece, my normal settings here, it kind of came up a little bit, and my lower jaw kind of came out just a little bit like a bulldog. So I'm not using my normal mouthpiece and embouchure setting. I mean, it's close, but you do have to vary it. So for people that have tried to get down into the fourth tier and maintain their low C embouchure, you might be doing that, right? And find that you can't do it. The reason is you can't maintain your lower, your normal plain embouchure, even a low register embouchure for tier 4 notes. You have to adjust your embouchure. So let's go down to B. Okay. Really buzzes out your lips pretty good, and I'm definitely using a wider aperture to get that. I like to rest a little bit in between these, sometimes up to 30 seconds, depending on how I'm feeling, maybe even a minute. But for today's trumpet lesson here, we're just going to go through a little bit quicker than normal. However, you should have made a note for yourself. You're going to go through those slower because you're going to be adding in the rest. So try to put 30 seconds between each one of these as a break at a minimum. So we're on a B flat. And the next one I'm going to try to get really close so you can see what's happening. By the way, they don't get easier when you go lower. They get harder, especially the last two, G and G flat, are pretty tough if you play them with the right fingering. So here's A, low A. And rest a little bit. And go down to double pedal A flat. We're still in tier 4. These are tier 4 pedal tones. Go A flat. You're really trying to get this all relaxed. Very responsive. And I can feel it working right now. Okay. So I'm going to go on to the two hardest of these, which would be G. And sometimes this is like rolling the dice if they're going to come out just perfectly like the other ones. So here we go on G, double pedal G, tier 4, and you must finger it 1 and 3. Okay. That's tough. So I'm going to rest a little bit longer because just by doing this, I can already tell it's kind of taxing on my chops. I've played quite a bit today, so I can already feel it. You wouldn't think that it would really do that, right?
It does. So you're going to have to try this to believe it, be a believer of it. But okay, I'm going to rest a little bit longer. I can really feel it here in my chops. Tingling, the vibration is making a tingling feeling here in my lips. Kind of tingles, more so than fatigue, but the embouchure that's surrounding my lips here is, I can really feel it being used and kind of fatiguing out. Let's try the lowest one. This is the hardest one in my opinion. Low G flat, F sharp, or this is actually double pedal G flat, double pedal F sharp, the last note of tier 4. That actually came out just textbook perfect. So, like I said, sometimes it's like Russian roulette. You never know what you're going to get on those low ones. But anyway, I'm glad that it was able to come out pretty good for this demonstration here. So after you do that, you could rest and then come back and play the normal parts of the horn. I just feel like the tone is really big, really brassy, really powerful. I can just feel it, the difference right there. Now, you may not be able to feel an instantaneous change and difference when you go to play in the normal register, but it will happen for you. So if you've been doing long tones to increase your power and open up your sound, not so much. It will actually make your tone better. So if you're doing that to make your tone better, great. If you already feel that you have a pretty decent tone and you want to focus on opening up that sound so you can really put a lot of power there without things shutting down, without getting a pinch sound, or without getting a very weak, anemic sound. And a lot of times for brass players that happens when we go where? Yeah. So this will definitely do the trick for you. It's just one in the bag of techniques I got. So let's recap. We're talking about tier 4 pedal tones, and this is for trumpet. If you play another instrument, you can figure it out for yourself. Tier 4 pedal tones, those are doubles, and you must use the correct fingerings on those last two. So try this for about a week, and notice if you begin to have this more opened, bigger, brassier sound in all the registers, not just the upper register. So I'm Kurt Thompson, and click down in the description below and I'll put a hyperlink for my website in case you're interested in more information on some of the other tutorials that I have in my big courses. I've got the 16-week course and the lead trumpet course and a bunch of other stuff. So hope you have a good day. Bye-bye. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these
these three known mainstream techniques. Number one, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It could be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone. That comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones. And you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones. But you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into three parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between two notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range is then high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing one octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly back, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by one octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these
and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good fourth away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the three things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these three things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number two, lip flexibilities, and there's only three ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise: lip trills, right, glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. Hi, welcome to this lead trumpet lesson series where we're going to be talking about the 3 lesser known skills that you really must have. And actually, interestingly enough, these are the 3 skills that tend to scare away a lot of people from playing lead trumpet. So, and I'm even talking about people that have range. And to some extent, we could also put in the mix lead trombone, although at least one of these techniques would not so much apply to trombone, but lead trombone, that is. But 2 out of the 3 would apply to lead trombone. So I might even put lead trombone in the description there. But they're the obvious things that you need to have, and we're not talking about those today because it's very obvious for you, right? If you're going to play lead trumpet, you have to have an incredible high range.
Okay, you can have all the style that you want in the world, all the phrasing that you want in the world, and all the technique that you want in the world, and the greatest sound. Wow. Guess what? It doesn't mean squat to play lead trumpet if you got all that, but no range. Sorry. So that's number one. We're not going to be talking about that because that's an obvious one. When people think of lead trumpet or lead trombone, they think, wow, stratosphere, upper register stuff, high range, high notes. So we're not going to talk about that. We're also not going to talk about power today because that is a very widely known skill that a lead player would have to have, either trombone or trumpet. They'd have to have tremendous power and strength. The other thing is lasting ability, endurance. So those are the three main things that people tend to know about or make assumptions about when it comes to the lead chair, lead trumpet chair, lead bone chair. But there's three other things that are lesser known and less talked about. And we're going to be talking about those in this lead trumpet series. This is the first installment. I'm making each of these kind of nice and short and sweet. So you can check out one and then try to apply it. If you're actually looking at doing lead trumpet or lead trombone, try to apply it to your own situation. And then if you look down in the description at the end, I'll have a link to my lead trumpet introductory stylings course. And that's a fantastic course. I should also put down a link for plain and simple jazz articulation. That's probably one of the most important things that you need to have regardless. If you don't know how to articulate the jazz style, you could be hot dogging on double C's and it's just going to sound god-awful. So I might put two links of something that you might be interested in. Learning how to actually articulate jazz so you sound jazzy and so you don't sound like a classical player or someone from a brass band. So you sound like you've been in a big band, a commercial band, or a jazz band. So I'll put a couple of those links down in the description, so look for those while you're watching this video. But the first thing that scares people off, in fact, I might have to even think of a different title. These are three things that really scare people off. The first thing that scares people off at playing lead trumpet, and to a lesser extent lead trombone, is the fact that it occurs to the player that they are playing a solo. So if you haven't actually taken a stab at playing lead trumpet or lead trombone, do take a stab at it if you already have the range. And what you will experience is a certain amount of fear and intimidation. Everybody hears you when you play lead trumpet. Everybody hears what you do good. Everybody hears what you do bad. And oh yeah, they certainly hear when you screw it up and hit the wrong notes, come in early, come in late, play out of tune. So that's the first thing that we're talking about today. Again, this little tutorial and lead trumpet lesson is going to be short and sweet, so it's not going to be too long-winded. But you need to start thinking about that if you're interested in playing the lead chair. You're going to stick out a lot more, and the lead trumpet player, it'll seem like you are the only one that's heard, especially once you start to get above high C. And if you have the power and the range already, which you should, you will feel, and others will notice that. It sounds like you're playing a solo above the band. It really does. So that scares and intimidates people. And they walk into the section with trepidation. So some things to kind of get over that would be, number one, you got to at least force yourself to play some lead. Maybe you can, if you have an existing lead trumpet player, if they're nice enough, and every trumpet player, you know what I'm talking about. Some lead trumpet players don't want to give up any of their charts, and they kind of hog it all. Others are a little bit more generous, and so if you have a lead trumpet player in the band that you play in, if he seems like the kind of person that's easygoing enough, you might ask him, could I try, sitting in on playing lead on a couple of the easier parts that maybe you want to save your chops on. And he or she may actually say, yeah, why don't you take lead on whatever, all of me, or whatever, or wood chopper's ball or something like that. So you got to start somewhere. So that would be number one. You actually have to do it, and you got to feel what the lead chair feels. And so many armchair quarterback lead players all day long that have never even played, never even sat in the lead chair. And they critique over and over and critique harshly the lead trumpet player that's playing on a particular tune. And they have no idea, no clue what it really entails to be in that particular spot. So that would be one idea for you to start thinking about. If you have aspirations to play lead trumpet or lead trombone, you will have to develop a super amount of confidence, tons and tons of confidence. You are going to be heard over everybody else in the band, guaranteed. Okay, another way to do that would be to start taking solo opportunities unrelated to lead trumpet. For example, you could volunteer in your church, couldn't you? Certainly you could. Play something during the offering. If you don't go to church, find a church that will allow you to play a little bit. You'll be surprised getting up in front of 300 or 400 in the congregation and playing Come to Jesus in whole notes. That will actually help you out. Get in front of the audience and being heard like that. Amazing Grace or anything else. Or just, playing along with the choir when they're singing some of the hymns. So that's one thing that you can do. Actually, that's two things now. You're in the band, you're going to ask the lead trumpet player if he'll throw you a few bones. And the second thing is church. You don't have to be a devout Christian or whatever. You're going to find a church. Tell them that you would like to offer some solos for their for the offering where they collect money for the church, or maybe it could even be at a special event or a youth group or a prayer night, whatever. So that would be number 2. Number 3 would be to go to the busiest part of your city. And I realize for some of you, you live out in rural areas, so that this might not be totally applicable. But you could still make it work. Even if you live in Dixon, Tennessee, you could still find a little congregation of stowers, even if there's only 4 or 5. And what you're going to do is you're going to have memorized a couple of solos and licks, and you're going to go outside, whether it's 20 degrees below zero or whether it's 100 degrees. You're going to play for approximately 15 to 20 minutes under the scrutiny of passerbys and people wondering what the heck that you're doing. When I was preparing some of my Maynard Ferguson tributes, that's like a death march right there. I mean, it's so easy to screw up when you're playing, way above double G's. So what I did was, since I live near San Francisco, I went right to Union Square, and I would get on a corner, and there's actually a couple players that play that way anyway. They collect tips, saxophone players and a bass player. I think there was a trumpet player there one time. I got up there on one of these, it's not really a statue, but it's like a big square pillar. It's about 4 feet off the ground. I got up there, and I just started going through some of my Maynard solos, and then I put some other stuff in there too. I played Flintstones, and When I Saw Kids Go By. And you're talking about a very, very populated and busy area. And you feel it. You're up there, and everybody's walking by and staring at you. Some people are happy, some people aren't. And anyway, and you might even get some tips, but that's not why we're doing it. You're doing it to expose yourself and to hear your sound, get used to hearing your sound sticking out there. You're going to have to be able to get used to that and have that kind of confidence, or you're just not going to be able to do the lead trumpet chair or the lead trombone chair. Okay? So let me see if I can think of one other idea that you could do. Oh, recording yourself like I'm recording now. I'm always surprised how hesitant people are to record themselves. Even, there's been several hundred people that have gone through my big 16-week upper register course, but if you look on my playlist, there's only 50, 60 players that have recorded a video. So you might be wondering what happened to the other 100, 150. A lot of people just can't stand the thought of recording and then listening and watching themselves. Can't stand it. So this would be maybe tip number 3 for you on this one. I'm recording this on my phone, and I'm sure you've got a smartphone, and if you're an older generation person and you don't, borrow your kid's phone or your grandkid's phone and have them help you do it. You need to play a couple different things and watch yourself do it. That'll get you more at ease at being more in the limelight, hearing yourself talk and watching yourself on video. So that's an excellent idea that I just came up with. Also, you'll find that the pressure's more on, especially if you're going to play. If you're being recorded, you're going to find that it's a little bit more difficult to be precise and execute flawlessly on your horn. And the reason is because, of course, the camera doesn't lie. It picks up everything. Even little blips, little spias, things out of tune, wrong phrasing, chips. I mean, it picks it all up. Sometimes we tend to overlook that when we're just by ourselves in a practice room. Anyway, so you got some really good ideas. This is part one. There's going to be 2 more installments, and the next 2 installments do get a little bit more hands-on as far as listening and playing, and I think I'm going to chime in there and do a little playing too. So 3 skills, 3 techniques that are not talked about that much, but scare the bejesus out of a lot of potential lead trumpet and lead trombone players to sitting in that chair. So I hope this helped you out. Really think about it, and in addition to thinking about what I just talked about, go out there and do it. I'm Kurt Thompson, and my site is trumpetsizzle.com, and look for some of those links down there. I'll see you in the next installment. Bye-bye. Thanksgiving 2015. You know, over the years, I've given you lots of little free tidbits on everything from lead trumpet playing to ultimate technique on the horn to improving your range and endurance, and some different tests along the way. And here are pretty interesting tests I'm going to give to you today, actually 2 of them. And for those of you who don't have spectacular upper register and endurance, this should be an eye-opening experience, because you don't have to play high to figure out whether you got chops or not, whether you got strength or not. But if you can't play high and you don't have great endurance, these will illuminate that matter right now without even having to play high. The first test is the Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. Now, we all know, I'm assuming that most of us know, and a lot of this is directed to professionals and advanced players that have been around the block, that Bill Adam had a whole series and routines of playing the horn in many different ways, but especially without the lead pipe to improve your sound. So a lot of times when you play without the lead pipe, you can get a bigger sound, more resonant sound, a more focused sound, and I actually use that in my routine almost every day. Now, if you have a normal trumpet with a normal tuning slide, when you pull it out, you probably will naturally play an F. If you have a reversed tuning slide like mine, or they call it a reverse lead pipe, whatever you want to call it, I'm not a horn builder, but the note will naturally come out an E. So we take it out like that. Let's just see what it is. Let's put it back in and see if it was an E or an F or whatever it was. It should be an E. I'm going to play an E here just to see. Yeah, it's an E. So if you have a reverse tuning slide lead pipe, it's going to be an E. If you have a typical box strad, whatever, without that incorporated into your horn, it's probably going to come out an F. Now, when you try to go much above the F, regardless of what horn you have, it'll seem like the notes are not there at all. It's very, very difficult. And one way to ascertain whether or not you have massive, powerful, strong, flexible, resilient chops is to try to target some of those notes that typically would not be part of the lead pipe buzzing from Bill Adam. So, for example, what if I were to play an A? You guys can try this right now. You don't have to be able to play double Z. You can try it right now. I'm going to play an A on the horn. I'm going to take out the tuning slide. Here it comes. A. Could you do that at home? Could you? And mine was loud and relatively focused.
Now, if you could do that, you likely have been working the Villatum for quite a bit. You got great chops, great flexibility. You're probably even above most advanced trumpet players. You might be a professor, you might be a lead trumpet player, maybe you're a principal in an orchestra somewhere around the world, I don't care. But if you couldn't do it, it's not because you don't have talent. Do you think it takes talent to do that? It does not take any talent in the world at all. It takes flexibility and powerful chops. For those of you who are not English speakers, that means a strong, powerful embouchure muscles around your lips. That's what it takes. That's test number one. So again, you don't have to be able to play double C's and scream like Maynard Ferguson to do this test. Now, if you can't do that, that means you need to be working on your chops, right? I mean, can you think about it? Especially for those people who say, oh, I don't want to be that high note guy. I don't want to play high notes and hangover and be that out. Well, if you can't do this, it's not about high notes, is it? It's about your lack of embouchure strength, so quit rationalizing it. You don't want to play high notes, fine, but if you don't have a strong embouchure, you ain't going to be playing much of anything. I can tell you that. And you're not going to be able to play that long. That's test number one. Test number two. And this can be made to be very, very difficult, but for right now, we're going to make it easy. This is kind of also a test of mouthpiece pressure. So if you're using an extreme amount of pressure, even on something as simple as a second line G, you won't be able to do this. Now, I expand this particular test and technique way out for people who get in my course, but for right now, we're going to keep it simple on a second line G in the staff. If you can't do this test, again, the light bulb should go off in your head that something is not right, something is not developed, something that you need to start doing. Quit rationalizing about why you don't like high notes. We all need the extra range. If you play in a community concert band that goes up to A, B, and high C with a staff, your range should be F and double G, so you can play that easily with a good tone, with lots of endurance, with lots of power. It's not about the high notes in itself. It's about what that extra cushion does for your playing. You have a double G, but when you go to your community concert band or brass band or wind ensemble, you only have to go up to high C. Hey, it's going to be a cakewalk. It's going to be fun. You're not going to use too much mouthpiece pressure. You're going to be able to play all day. You're going to love it. So get the idea about being Mr. High Note guy and that obnoxious guy that maybe you didn't like in high school. Get that out of your head. This is about making life better and more fun for you as a trumpet player, brass player. Okay, lick your lips. Lick the mouthpiece if necessary. Second line G. Watch what we're going to do. Could you do that? Could you do that? On these two techniques and tests, there's no rationalization about why you hate high notes. Either you got chops and flexibility and can do this, or you need to do some serious shedding. Do these techniques require any talent whatsoever? Zero, nada, zilch, none, no talent. It requires a flexible and powerful embouchure. Flexible, powerful embouchure to be able to do what I just did. No talent. So don't sucker yourself into thinking, well, I don't have the talent. He could do it. He's got talent. I don't. No, that's a cop-out. That's an excuse. That's a rationalization. So in this particular trumpet lesson for you, get rid of all those rationalizations and excuses. Well, he can play high notes, but I can't. I don't like high notes. I don't want to be that. out. Quit it. Stop it. And take these 2 tests. If you can't do what I just did here, put away the excuses and buckle down and start working. And most of you won't know exactly what to do or how to do it because you need to be coached. Why are there coaches in professional athletics? Those professional athletes know how to do what they're doing, right? But why are they there? Think about it. Why is some guy in the NFL star quarterback, but yet there's still a coach on the sideline coaching the whole team and even coaching that quarterback? Think about it. So you need someone to coach you on this, someone who knows how to do it, been where you are, and been where you and is where you want to be. Easy for me to say. So go back and rewind this. Try to do it. If you could do it, great. Chances are you don't have too many problems in life when it comes to playing the horn. If you cannot do these relatively easy, you know what to do, right? You got to seek out someone to help you gain what you need to know. I'm Kurt Thompson. You already know my site, trumpetsizzle.com. And for this Thanksgiving weekend, I plan on putting up some really attractive discounts for a lot of my courses. I suggest that you take advantage of them, or you can go back to your practicing your Arvids and your Clark and your jazz standards and your etudes and your concertos and your orchestral excerpts and still be the same old player this time next year. What are you going to do? Bye-bye. Hey, did you just get braces on? And now you're a freshman in the marching band, or maybe you're a junior in the marching band, and you play trumpet, French horn or trombone. You know, those, especially the trombone, that's a little bit easier if you got braces. French horn is even harder, but French horn, you're typically not trying to get up into the, the loud crashing waves of sound that the whole marching band trumpet section might have to do. So, is there a way to get yourself back to where you were, maybe even better, without crushing your lips into those barbed wires of your braces on your teeth? Yes, there is. For many, many years now, more than a decade, I've been using this one awesome technique. I guess it's a little known technique because I don't hear about other people doing it. Extensive practice in the tier 2 range of pedal tones, using your tongue arch like you would if you were playing above the staff. So I guess it's not common knowledge. If you want to get back to where you were, trumpet guy or trumpet gal, and you got braces, and you're trying to just get back to where you were, or maybe even get better, but it's feeling horrible right now and painful, and let's just say you can barely play an F on the staff, that's going to really, that's really going to suck. I mean, to go through the school year like that. So, you practice this, and I guarantee that you'll be able to get either close to where you were, or maybe even a little bit better than where you were. And the reason is practicing extensively in the tier 2 range of pedal tones is like practicing a high C to double G, almost. Except you're not going to crush your lips against the barbs in the braces in your mouth. So, first things first, you should already have an understanding of pedal tones, or at least if you don't understand what they are, you might want to search some of my other tutorials. Maybe I'll include a link of some pedal tones that we've done. If I find that I haven't actually included that on my YouTube channel, I'll probably include just a course, very brief overview of it. But pedal tones basically starts below F sharp. Our lowest note, our natural acoustical note on the trumpet, is F sharp. If you try to go below that without manipulating your embouchure, you can't. You can't go below that note unless you do something with your lips, your air, your tongue. And that's what we're doing with pedal tones. Pedal tone is a manipulation of those things I just mentioned. So tier 2 pedal tone notes. This is the heavy duty, heavyweight contender of the pedal tones. it is the most difficult. So this is not a walk in the park. The technique I'm telling you is actually somewhat advanced. You'd be better off to be working with somebody like me or another specialist in range and endurance taking you through this, but this is just to get you started, or just say you don't have the extra cha-ching right now to have one of us brass coaches work with you. At least you can be doing something on your own and making some kind of progress. So here it is. To still be able to increase your range on your trumpet, even though you got braces, you're going to be practicing the notes in the Tier 2 range. What are those notes? Pedal C. And the easy way to do it is just to do octave tester notes. You would play the normal low C on the horn, open, down an octave. That's pedal C. B, natural, to pedal B. B flat, low B flat down to pedal B flat. Low A down to pedal A. Low A flat down to pedal A flat. Low G down to pedal G, and you must play it 1 and 3 both ways, folks. Don't cheat. 1 and 3 for the low G and 1 and 3 for the pedal G only. And finally, the last pedal tone in the Tier 2 range of pedal tones is the G flat or F sharp. So here's the low F sharp G flat. Drop it an octave. Alright, so those are the notes in the Tier 2 pedal range. Pedal C, pedal B flat, pedal A flat, pedal G, and pedal G flat or F sharp. And you got to finger the low pedal G as 1 and 3, the pedal G flat F sharp as all of them down only for those last two. Okay, let's see. So your job right now, if you don't have a lot of experience with pedal tones, is to go ahead and go out to the woodshed and start working on these. And it's not going to be easy. Think about it. You're actually playing in a range that's very similar to this range up here. So I just play the notes in upper register on trumpet. High C, high D, high E, high F, and double G. Those are what most would agree on are considered upper register. If you go above the double G, then you get into at least what I call extreme upper register. So when you're practicing in the Tier 2 of pedal tones, amazingly enough, is just almost as if you're practicing and killing yourself right? Now, if you were doing that with braces, you might be going, oh my Lord, you might start crying because it's going to be painful and it's really going to hurt. But with my technique and the trumpet exercise I just gave you for practicing Tier 2 pedal tones, it is a life-saving moment because you can really still continue to increase the embouchure, the strength, and even some of the compression. You won't be hurting your lips hardly at all in the Tier 2 range of pedal tones. Now, there are some other tips and tricks to enable the Tier 2 pedal tones to come out, and that's where people like myself or other people that might have an expertise in range and endurance can help you out. But at least right now, if you want to do it on your own, you at least got something that's going to help increase your range and endurance on the trumpet, even though you got braces. See you next one. I'm Kurt Thompson.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, As a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Welcome, it's Kurt Thompson, and I got a new series that's going to be coming your way. It's just a 3-part series on breathing, and actually the real name of the series is probably going to be the 3 stages of compression. Compression. It's a fancy word, right? For some, for others it's not. So what are we doing when we compress in the air? Why do we need to do it? Why can't we just take a big breath in below? So if you want to be inefficient and shoot in the dark, put a blindfold on and throw darts at a target. Sometimes you could hit the target, and sometimes, probably more often than not, you're going to miss the target. So understanding the theory of the 3 stages of compression and then being able to apply that in real life to your actual playing will actually help you get the bullseye a lot more. So I'll be giving you some trumpet tips and trumpet exercises in this 3-part trumpet lesson. In fact, actually, it's for all brass players as well. So, this applies if you're playing tuba or French horn or baritone, euphonium, trombone. It applies to all brass instruments, really. It just so happens I happen to have the trumpet here, and that's what I spend most of my time on. But it's still the same thing for all brass instruments. So, coming your way very shortly, look for a 3-part series on compression, the 3 different stages. And that's what a lot of people don't get. There are 3 distinct stages in compressing your air, and the synchronization has to be efficient and all lined up to make it work perfectly for you. If something's a little bit off, it won't work perfectly for you. So anyway, stay tuned for that 3-part series coming over the next couple of weeks. I hope you enjoy it. I'm Kurt Thompson. Until then.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, it doesn't happen all the time, but it seems like once a month I'm always getting an inquiry about what kind of mutes I use, especially for practice mutes. And this looks like it's coming out kind of backwards because of the way I got the video. This is Trumcor, Trumcor, and that's also the website, www.trumcor.com, Trumcor.com.
So it's kind of coming out backwards in the video, simply the way I have the movie running. I've had this for probably 7 or 8 years. I used to use that little stone line practice mute, you know, the one that's real shitty. That cost about $15. You know, it's all white and has a little red ring around the bell part of it. You get what you pay for, my friend. Look at that. This is the shit when it comes to practice mutes. I mean, it's just amazing. Give me an idea. For one thing, the intonation is pretty decent. Folks, I went up to right over the staff and then right below the staff. Sounded pretty good, right? This is a practice mute. It's not a real mute. I mean, it's not a harmon. It's not a straight. Not a cup. What about some pedal tones? Here's the infamous pedal C, right, folks? Woo! Lock in tune. What if you needed to practice some high notes? All on a practice mute. Use out here live. You can't do that on that shitty $15 stone line mute, folks. This is the best $70 I've ever spent in my entire life. Look at it. I would have spent $100, $150 on this thing, the way it plays. We all know we get a practice mute. It screws us up intonation-wise, resistance-wise, and a bunch of other stuff. So, I'm making this video blog basically about this guy. The trim core. Oh, the particular model of this one is called the Lyric Stealth. Lyric Stealth. Because I got some different ones. It's my belief from going back to their website, this one cuts out about 65% of your sound. Now they have some other practice mutes that cut out less for whatever reason that you would want that, but this will cut out about 65% of your sound. And you already heard me get some of the higher notes on there, so it is pricey. It's $70, or it was $70, you know, 7 or 8 years ago. I don't know if they've lowered it or if they've increased the price or not, but this is what I play on here in my apartment, in a hotel, warm up backstage. Yeah, I'm not one of those guys that are going to be blowing out a bunch of notes before a gig. I'm back there with this guy in, or my harmon, just depends, and I'm doing stuff like this. And I'm doing all that, just a nice whisper. Nobody's going to hear it. Only me. I'm going to hear it. I'm going to warm myself up and not trying to draw attention to myself or show off. So I put this guy in. Nobody can hear what I'm doing. Unless somebody walked right up, they would probably hear that I'm playing some high notes, but otherwise I'm not attracting attention. I attract attention when this guy comes out and that downbeat happens. That's when I get the attention. But otherwise, it's kind of nice to surprise people, right? Especially on a new gig, people haven't heard you, you got this in. And when it's downbeat, you pull this out, and oh my lord. Oh my lord. Woo! And by the way,
I don't get any kickbacks or nothing from this mute in the company. I'm just doing this as I guess a goodwill and good karma, and because it's the right thing to do. They made a good product. I've used it for so many years. It's just pretty amazing. I mean, it really is. So you can spend $15 on that stone-lined white mute with a little red little tapestry around the belt, or you can spend $70 on this, and this is the shit when it comes to practice mutes. Trumcore, Lyric Stealth. Kurt Thompson recommends it. Hey, so Roy Stevens, William Costello, and their palming, no pressure system. It's also an embouchure change to the upstream embouchure. And this one I'm kind of middle of the road on because I actually use a couple of techniques from the Stevens and Costello routine. However, I don't advocate anybody that comes into my course to change embouchures, but I have had a couple people do that because they fell in love with the Stevens concepts. And some people actually have, once they got outside my course and they were finished, they actually changed their embouchure, and they've been very happy with it. But now let's think about this. If Stevens and Costello's way of playing was the holy grail to trumpet playing and brass playing in general, well, we'd all be doing it, right? We'd all be doing it. And the fact of the matter is, most of us are not. So I believe that this is a worthy technique for some. For some, it might be a fantastic embouchure change. I typically don't recommend embouchure changes because you almost make a lateral move where nothing really changes for the better, and sometimes you get worse. So know that caveat about embouchure changes. But when you watch Roy Roman, for example, man, him demonstrating like the harmonica arpeggios is just, you just are blown away. Or YouTube Roy Roman trumpet, and you're going to be amazed at the strength that this guy built up with the Stevens embouchure. But for every Roy Roman, there's got to be thousands and thousands that don't even come close to Roy Roman. Okay, so the Stevens Costello is not the holy grail to brass and trumpet playing, but it could be for some people, and it is definitely for some people. When you hear some of these people play, they're extremely strong and powerful players and have almost an unlimited upper register. So it won't work for everyone, but it will work for some, and for those some and few people that it does work for, they're going to be playing fantastically, very physically and very powerfully. So the Stevens Costello method is definitely worthy. I believe it also takes you through the process, and the process is a process from when you start to when you end. They have a process that you go through that takes you and leads you by the hand so that you arrive where you hopefully want to be in the future. And a lot of these techniques and routines don't really have that process. All right, so that's the Stevens Costello palming no pressure system. I'm Kurt Thompson, and that's how I roll, baby.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Isometrics. Everybody loves them, all brass players. Because you really think that you're going to get quick and easy strength right away. And actually, for the most part, it's true. So I demonstrated the Bud Brisbois tuba mouthpiece exercise, and that's a toughie. Just hold it with my lips. I did the pencil trick on steroids. This is a wooden spoon, and it's much, much longer and heavier than a pencil. And then our friend, the Pete, personal amateur training exerciser from Warburton. And there's a lot of other isometrics that you can do. So for you people who are relying on these isometrics to take up the slack in your practice, because you're not always able to practice as much as you'd want, or you got plenty of time to practice, but you're doing these to supercharge and get your chops on steroids almost. When it comes to the trumpet embouchure and actually the other brass embouchures out there, now here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Okay, so these and other things that you can do will increase your strength. In fact, they'll do so dramatically. If that's the case, then why not just do a handful of these and leave everything else by the wayside? And how come everybody can't play as high as they want to? You know, so what's up? Here's the problem. If you don't do these in just the right way and for a right amount of duration, what happens is you lose the flexibility here in your lips. And in some cases, your lips can get numbed out to where they don't even vibrate that well. So you gain the strength, you feel it. You feel the strength here, lots of muscle, right? So why isn't it working for everybody? The reason it's not working for everybody is this. You're catching a case of lip stiffitis. Lip stiffitis. Ever got a cramp from working out too much or running or biking or whatever? You know? Well, the same thing happens here, but at a slightly different level. And by doing too much isometrics, you're going to increase the brittleness, the stiffness, and unfortunately suffer quite a loss of flexibility. You say, so what? I got strong chops, baby. I'm going to blow right through that. Au contraire, my friend. So yes, you did build up some strong embouchure from these isometrics, right? But remember, trumpet playing and, well, let's name the other instruments. Trombone playing, euphonium playing, baritone playing, French horn playing, tuba playing. Whenever you get into the upper register of each instrument, it's about efficiency, isn't it? It really is about efficiency. So here's the problem with practicing these isometrics. And by the way, they are in my course, and I do teach them. But here's the problem. Most people don't understand the concentrated part of isometrics. So you end up building the strength, but your range doesn't really go up that much. Your tone gets airy.
you start having trouble with just simple lip flexibilities, simple normal slurs that you encounter in regular music. And so you've lost flexibility. You've got a good case of stiphitis in your lips. And so why can't you blow out those high notes? Why can't you last forever? You know, a lot of people that are really heavily involved in isometrics will tell you that it's a panacea for all-day endurance. One of the methods out there that I went through a long time ago is Carmine Caruso, and I haven't even touched on that method in a long time, but it is heavily weighted for isometrics. So how come everybody's not doing Carmine Caruso? The reason that they're not is because what you gain on one scale, you lose on the other. So you get heavy chops, yes. Unfortunately, you lose the flexibility, stiff, and guess what? You end up tilting it the opposite direction you want to go, and you get worse. Why do you get worse? Because when you get ready to blow, think of it this way. You want the best flexibility and the best response. And let's see if I got any response after doing those exercises. Just easy, right? And even after doing that, I can tell my tone got just a touch airy. So there's positive proof right there. Don't do too much of these. So, but no, it's basically because I didn't warm up and I started doing these. So I have an excuse. Okay. It's about efficiency. So, and response. So if you build this up and can't get your lips to vibrate soon enough, easy enough, and be very flexible, what happens is you're spending a lot of your energy and a lot of your chops almost forcing those lips to vibrate. Through blowing, you have to blow a little harder. You have to maybe use a little bit more mouthpiece pressure. The end result is counterintuitive because you just built up strength. You can feel it. You can really feel when you got good chops, you know. You can actually start to see the muscles pop out. And I'm not a skinny guy. You know? So I got some meat on my bones, but you can still see the muscles popping out when you got chops. So when you got the chops, you feel it, but if you can't get the notes to come out, or your sound is airy, really airy, and you can't do octave skips anymore, and you can't slur and can't lip trill, you should know that you got a serious case of stiphitis, and it's likely come from doing too much isometric. So that's the problem. We all want a nice little shortcut, right? Do this and the peat, and where's my pencil on steroids right here? It's your old grandmother's wooden spoon, isn't it? Look at that. It's you'll find that that's not a walk in the park to do that one either. So we always want something that will just get us to where we need to go quicker and easier. And problem with isometrics, you just really got to know what you're doing. And I've actually been around the block on isometrics and done everything the wrong way. Done everything so-so, and then I got this stuff down to a science of exactly what you need to do and when, the sets, the reps, and the rest. So if you don't know that, you're going to be doing what I was doing years ago, hitting and missing, and if you do it the wrong way, you might find yourself not being able to play, you know, for a good week or two. If for some reason you are raising your hand guilty and you're having trouble playing, you're having trouble with air in your tone, you can't slur that well, you can't hardly do any shakes, your endurance has gone out the window, you feel like you're playing right on your teeth all the time, it might be because of the isometrics, if you are doing the isometrics. And if you and I never actually speak in person, I would just tell you this, you know, you're going to have to bite the bullet and quit playing for a week, maybe up to 2 weeks, and start back and gradually kind of get in the groove. Don't do any isometrics. I know that you don't really want to hear that, but if you are in this position and we don't talk, you have to understand that you got to quit playing for a week and maybe up to 2 weeks and start back all over. It's a process, and it does require someone, you know, a teacher to help you go through it if you wanted to be able to do it correctly. So anyway, there you got it. You got your answer. You're looking at all these isometrics and you're seeing maybe even some celebrity players playing, right? And you're going, dang, they can play that good. Maybe I should get it and start doing it, but you start getting worse. And that's the reason. You got the chops. you've lost the flexibility, and you're just blowing hard and you're being inefficient, and all of a sudden your endurance goes out the window. You don't got any range because you burn everything up. You know, it's just like those hot rods, you know, that go a quarter mile and 300 miles an hour. You know, but they're not going to go for 1,000 miles. They blew their wad after a quarter mile, and that's what you're doing. You're blowing it all up, and you're done. So take my advice. This, I think, was a very valuable trumpet lesson, and I consider it a brass lesson for everybody else. Do the isometrics, and you do it too much in the wrong way without the proper guidance, and not only will you not gain range and endurance, you might actually find yourself worse than before you ever started. So, Kurt Thompson, hope you enjoyed this trumpet lesson about the embouchure, or trumpet embouchure, brass embouchure, and the isometrics that we can do, that we carefully have to be involved with. And I hope that maybe you might consider hitting me up. It's my job. It's my job to help you get better. If you can recognize that, then give me a shout at kurt@trumpetcessel.com. Cheers. And the fact that he actually had some decent high notes in his back pocket, but they didn't last very long at all when he went to play in his band. And he really wanted to know how the 16-week upper register course could help out with that if it mainly focused on higher notes. And that's when I told him, I said, well, endurance is a byproduct of your range. Okay? So if you want better endurance, you just simply have to increase your range. That's what you got to do. It also goes hand in hand with being able to have more duration on your chop. So let's just give you a quick weird example. Let's just say that you are a trumpet player and you've done very well for yourself, and you can just honk out really, really loudly and beautifully a double G, which is the top note in upper register before we go into extreme. Okay? But let's just say that you only practice 10 minutes a day or 15 minutes a day. Okay? Now, typically what I would tell people is take your max range in your practice at home and come down about 4 or 5 notes. And that's going to be the range where you actually have the best endurance in a rehearsal or a performance or a solo. So if he had that double G and he came down to high C, for example, that would be the perfect playing range for him. Now, and also for endurance. Now, based on what I just said, well, you might think, well, then he's going to have tons and tons of endurance. No. Remember, I just said this guy is practicing 10 or 15 minutes a day tops. Maybe he's a busy professional, or maybe he's an MD and just doesn't have time to practice. But he does 10 or 15 minutes a day to maintain his double G, a little warm up. He goes up, hits the G and a couple other things, and then he's done. This individual is not going to fare too well, even if he takes my advice with that correlation of 4 or 5 notes below your highest notes at home or in your practice studio, simply because he doesn't have enough time, doesn't have enough of metal on his mouth outside rehearsals and performances. So even though he has the desired ratio of 4 or 5 notes below, that's the music he's playing, goes up to about a high C, maybe a high D, that would be perfect for this individual, except for the fact he doesn't really practice that much. So you have to have both parts of the equation. Now, here's where most people have a problem. Most people get the second part of the equation. Okay? So most people are practicing, if they got an hour and a half rehearsal that they know they're got to go to, on average, these people are practicing an hour to an hour and a half a day, sometimes 2 hours a day, thinking that by practicing that much every day, they will actually be able to go through an entire rehearsal or a performance. No, because they didn't get the other part of the equation. The other part of the equation is the range. So let's just give an example of someone playing at a community big band. Maybe at your community college, maybe you meet at a church, or maybe it meets after school at a junior high or high school. And you happen to be the lead trumpet player, and you got a really solid high D, really solid high D at home, and you go up to E flat. It's still decent, not as solid, and E kind of thin out. So you're right around the D, E flat range. And you are practicing 2 hours a day. You're trying to do everything right. But you notice that when you get into your big band rehearsal on Monday night or Tuesday night or Thursday night or whatever it is, that halfway through the rehearsal, your chops are falling apart. You're missing these high Ds and the high Cs, and you're getting the burn here. Just feels like you can't hold the note, and your lips are blowing out, and you're going out of tune. It's just not fun. I mean, you're smashing your lips pretty good with the mouthpiece. And you keep scratching your head, what's going on? Because I'm practicing up an hour and a half or 2 hours a day, but I'm not able to have the endurance in my rehearsal. I'm cursed. There's some kind of hex that's put on me. No, my friend. When you go into a big, typical amateur to semi-pro big band rehearsal, most of the high range is going to be up around high C and high D. Yeah, you might find one chart that goes E or F, but basically, you're going to be required to play quite a lot of high Cs and Ds. And if your range at home is a high D or a high E flat, and let me just excuse myself for a second for other brass players, trombone players, euphonium, French horn, tuba, whatever, you just have to transpose whatever that is. This story that I'm telling is geared toward trumpet, but really it's geared to everybody. But you would have to transpose the notes and make it your own story. So the problem with this particular individual, he is doing everything right practice-wise. Probably is a really great player. His endurance is being inefficient in rehearsals and performances simply because he doesn't have the other part of the equation down. He needs to be having at least double F sharps and double Gs pretty full and pretty decent at home. At least be able to hit a couple of them at home. Doesn't mean he has to play all day on those, but he has to be able to go up and reach those and tackle them pretty good a couple times in order to balance out this part of the equation. That's what most people are not getting. And in fact, it's not that they're not getting it. I think most people just don't know. Every time I talk to somebody about this, they don't really sync up the fact that your range has everything to do with your endurance. It really does. So I don't care if you practice 4 hours a day. If your range is D or E, you're just not going to be able to play D or E for 3 or 4 hours in a wedding reception big band. You know what I'm talking about? Your big band gets hired to do someone's wedding reception, and they're going to have you play from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m. at night with, you got 4 sets, 45 minutes. You're not going to last. If your range is high D and high E, and you're playing Ds and Es in that particular wedding reception gig, you just are going to fall apart, and you're probably going to have to hit up somebody else in the section to cover some of your lead stuff. It's just not going to balance out that well. Same thing if you're in a brass quintet. That's really, really tough on your endurance and on your chops. And if you're playing some of the easier brass quintet stuff where you just typically need to go up to Fs and Gs above the staff, which is really common in some of the easier stuff, or maybe even just high A right above the staff, and you have a high C, high D range, you're probably going to do okay on that, especially if you've been practicing the right amount. But if you're playing some of the tougher stuff, Empire brass, Canadian brass, that type of stuff, and which we're talking about stuff that goes, routinely high Cs, Ds, Es, and Fs, especially if you have to have your pick out. But even if you don't, you're still going to be required to lots of high Cs and Ds. You're going to have all kinds of trouble in that particular group, simply because you don't have the range that's way above that. So this is a pretty important tutorial, at the very least, for you to have the light bulb turned on your head so you can go, wait a minute, I've been practicing 3 hours a day, but when I go into my band, I can't even play half of that. Well, it's because of the range thing. And so that's why I get some people saying they're not interested in playing high notes, and they want to play music. Well, here's the problem. If you don't develop your high range, I don't care what instrument, I don't care if you just play tuba. If you don't have any range, low and high range on your tuba, you're just going nowhere musically. And the same thing on the other brasses, French horn, euphonium, cornet, trumpet, trombone, even slide bow. It doesn't really matter. If your range is not well above of what you have to play in your ensemble, you're just going to be out to lunch. You're going to be struggling. So when I hear people say, I don't want to play high notes, I don't want to be that guy, that obnoxious screamer dude. Well, this is not about that. You can do what you want. Once you are able to play high, you can do what you want with it. Okay? If you have a great range, that means you don't have to scream out high notes and hang over and be that obnoxious high note player. What you can do is you can play comfortable and easy in your ensembles and have plenty of endurance, and that will make you feel just a million times better about playing, because this is going to be pretty much rock solid. So let's go back to the original topic in question is endurance. What is endurance? How can you improve your endurance? What are some things you can do to improve your endurance? Well, we already talked about the foundation of endurance. I didn't really describe what endurance is, so let's really talk about endurance. Endurance is the ability to do a particular activity over and over and over for a period of time, usually a long period of time, and still be able to function quite well. So that's the definition of endurance. So let's just take, I was on a site reading about marathoners, and obviously, I mean, this is a no-brainer, right? If you can run 26.2 miles, you got some hefty endurance, right? Your heart, your muscles, your legs, your energy, everything. Well, when I got into how some of these marathoners train, and these aren't just the professionals, just people in general who want to be able to run a marathon and have that endurance, do you think that they run 26 miles every day? And that's how they practice and train for a marathon? No, no, they don't. They might get in 20 or 26 miles once a week, maybe once every 10 days, but they're getting close to it on the other days. They might be doing some 10, 15, and 20-mile runs. But what else are they doing? They're doing very fast sprints over a mile. They're doing very fast runs for 5K and 6K and 10K, or sorry, 5K and 10K runs. They're doing those very fast. And then they're still trying to up their speed on their 15-mile or 20-mile runs. Why are they doing all that? Because they know that if they can have a faster running pace at these reduced miles or reduced distances, that's just going to help them that much more when they go for the marathon. And so let's think about that in terms of playing a brass instrument. The shorter durations, like the mile sprint that a marathoner might do, might be for, well, I'm speaking trumpet, but it could be for any brass instrument, might be that double G or that high F that you're hitting a couple times after you warm up and playing it really loud. That's like your mile sprint if you're a marathoner. And if you're doing that, good, you got the sprint. And then the other things would be, like let's just say your 10K run, your 6 mile, you're going to really push the speed on that if you're a marathoner, right? Well, if you're playing a brass instrument, you're going to be doing some etudes and some other phrases that are going to be up around that high C, D, E flat range, okay? And you're going to be blowing those out pretty loudly, maybe even E or F. And so that's kind of how it translates into endurance on a brass instrument. The bottom line is you can't just practice for 3 hours a day. That's like a marathoner trying to do a 26-mile run every day and thinking that they're going to be able to run a 26-mile marathon. Fact is, even if they can do it at home under the stress and the pressure of a competition and a race, and what if they're not filling up to snuff and all they've ever done is run that 26 miles, they're going to have the same problem that any brass player would have in an ensemble or rehearsal and find themselves hitting a wall and gassing out maybe halfway through or maybe 3/4 of the way. And so that strategy that I read about for marathoners is what I already know for this guy, for a brass instrument. Can't just practice 3 hours a day and expect to go in and play on your teeth at the range that your top range that you can play. You play a double G and you go play Buddy Rich for a rehearsal and Rob McConnell, Frank Mantooth, Big Fat Band, Maynard Ferguson, Louis Bellson. I mean, come on. You go play F's and double G's and you're not going to last, and you might end up hurting yourself, or you're going to feel the hurt up here because you're going to be playing on the skin of your teeth. So endurance is the ability to do an activity over a period of time and do it successfully. And the way we build endurance on any brass instrument is to increase our range 4 to 5 notes above what you have to play in your rehearsal and your performances. And then, of course, you also have the longevity of your practice to be pretty close to, what you're expected to do in a rehearsal or performance. So let's talk about that real quick. If you're going to a Monday night big band rehearsal, for example, I'm saying that because now it's Monday night, and there actually happens to be a rehearsal big band next door to me. I'm over here at the college. So if their rehearsal goes from 7 to 9, which I think they said it does, 7 to 9, maybe 7 to 9:30, well, you need to be practicing, I would say, at least close to that on a daily basis. An hour and a half to 2 hours a day would be perfect. Probably can get away with an hour and a half if you have a higher range, but somewhere around an hour and a half to 2 hours would be good. Now, if you don't do that, what you're going to do is you're going to come in, you're going to be like the weekend warrior. You're going to come in and you're going to go to the rehearsal and you're going to struggle and your chops are going to fall apart at the end, and you're always going to hate playing the last couple of songs because you can't make it. And so if you don't mind that, well, that's a personal choice for you. But if you want to come in, sail through the rehearsal, and at the end of the rehearsal, feel like you want to keep playing because you feel good and you're really in the groove, then you actually have to, one, increase your range 5 steps above your playing range in that particular ensemble. Two, make sure that the longevity and the duration of your practice is pretty close to what you're expected to do when you go into the rehearsal or performance. And how do we increase, what are some ways to increase your range and endurance? Well, I already made another video about that on YouTube. It's called the 3 most popular ways to increase your range. And those three popular ways would be a good way for you to start if you don't have any other resources. That would be flexibility studies, lip trills, lip slurs, glissandos, any type of long tone endeavor or routine, long tones, anything from Maggio stuff, stamp stuff, Gordon, and then also taking stuff up an octave. The reason you got to do that is because you have to get your embouchure used to actually playing high. I mean, you cannot not practice higher at home and expect to be able to go out there and do that and function in a rehearsal or performance. I mean, you actually have to, play higher. And what I recommend for a lot of my students is to get something that they can actually play that's written high. And the reason for that is there's a psychological component. So if you're just always used to taking stuff up an octave and stuff that you might read, whether it could be the Arvin's book or maybe a jazz lick or whatever, there's a psychological component that can intimidate you. And if you're not used to reading and seeing all the ledger lines about the staff, even though you can play those notes and you've been practicing, there's a psychological component that destroys a lot of people when they go into a reading band or just a band in general and they got to play these notes. And you get intimidated by looking at all those ledger lines. Those notes look higher than they really are. That just scares you. You see 3 dashes and then the note sitting on that 3rd dash with a staff that's an E, high E for trumpet. That might scare a lot of people, seeing that. And when you can already do that at home, but you've been taken up an octave. So my suggestion for increasing your endurance would be to make sure that let's just recap this lesson right now, just to make sure that your daily practice is pretty close. Doesn't have to always be exact, but it is coming in pretty close to what you're expected to do in your rehearsal. If you have a 2-hour rehearsal, for example, at least get in, an hour and a half a day of practice. That's the number one thing that you got to make sure that you're doing. And the number 2, the other part of the equation, these are both equal, is you have to do things to increase your range 4 or 5 notes above what you're seeing in your rehearsal. And I just told you what to do. What were they? Lip flexibility, lip trill, glissandos, lip slurs, long tones, including pedal tones, and then playing stuff high or up an octave. And then the part B of that is to actually get some stuff written above the staff, so you're not intimidated psychologically and when you see those notes way above the staff. So I hope this really helped. I mean, this is some very, very good advice for you. It really is. If you just start doing this, you are going to be tickled that you notice you can play higher and better and you last longer in your rehearsals. And it doesn't have to be just about jazz. This could be orchestral, symphonic, like I already mentioned, brass quintet, chamber. It really is all about the duration of your particular ensemble and not so much about the idiom or the style. Same thing, if you got the metal on your mouth for 2 hours in a symphony rehearsal, it might be a little bit easier because we know brass players a lot of times, we have to count like 100 measures of rest, so there is a little bit of an easier component there when you're playing orchestral stuff compared to other stuff. But you get the gist of this in lesson on endurance. Remember, there's 2 parts of it, and you can't just have one without the other. If you do, it's going to be like this. Crash and burn, baby. You don't want that. Kurt Thompson, hope you really enjoyed this. Found it informative, and don't just watch it and go on to something else. Make notes and actually start doing it. Alright, this will be a tutorial in flexibility. In fact, I do get some emails from time to time from people who don't have exceptional range and wanted me to demonstrate some of these techniques and methods in a range that most people can do, and I got just the perfect one for everybody, really. In fact, it doesn't even go above a second line G in the staff. This is a true measure of strength and flexibility, but mainly flexibility. And it's something that a lot of people already know about. Lip bending. Lip bending. One proof of flexibility. So what am I talking about? Well, if you take a note, for example, G, and you bring it down a half step to F sharp, you didn't really bend it, right? Because you used the natural series on the horn to make it go a half step sharp, which would be adding the second valve. What if you were to do that without adding the second valve and just bend it down? Let's try that again. That takes flexibility. That was done with just my lips, a certain way of bending the pitch flat. I use my tongue inside my mouth, maybe even my jaw and my lips, the whole manipulation to bend that pitch down. All that's rolled into flexibility. Okay? That's not too difficult. Let's try that one more time. In fact, you can try that right now. This is going to be a great trumpet lesson tutorial for everybody, because just about everybody on the planet can play this note. Right? Everybody can play the second line G. So that means everybody should be able to try this. Here, you try it now. I'll do it, then you do it. Watch again. Now no vowels. This is lip bending. Okay. I think a lot of you probably could do that. I don't know. If there's 10 people trying it right now, I'd say at least 9 of you could probably do that. But now, out of the 10 of you that tried and 9 got it, well, it doesn't stop there, does it? It gets harder. And how do we make it harder? By widening the interval of the lip bend. So G to F natural. Same thing, but don't use the vowels. Now, out of the 10 people that might have just tried it, and 1 may have not got the F sharp, I'm certain 6 or 7 of you, probably 7 of you, were able to get the F natural. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Yep, I see 7 hands going up. Yeah, so 7 of the 10 of you got it. Let's keep going now. There's 10 of you. 3 of you out, 7 still on board. We're going to go down to E. Second line G to E. Now bend it with no valves. And in this particular situation, I don't really care what it takes for you to bend the note. If you have to pivot the horn up, pivot the horn down, pivot the horn to the other side, I don't care. If you have to put your head down, put your head up, lower your jaw, raise your jaw, roll out, roll in, whatever you got to do is, in my opinion, is all fair game. We're trying to bend the pitch down. The main concern is we're not using these at all, okay? And there's no tongue involved as far as I don't even know if that would really help you, but you're not using any re-attack of the tongue or the breath. So it's got to be one continuous bend down and back up. Okay, so out of the the 10 of you that were with me from the beginning, I did see about 2 more people sit down. So of the 10 people that are playing along with me on this one, 5 of you now are left standing. 5 of you were able to get the bend from G down to E. Okay, well, what about pushing things a little bit further? How far can we go? Well, think about it. We can bend it to E flat or D flat, but if we bend it down to C, that's not really a lip bend, is it? That's just a slur, and that you're going from one acoustical note on the instrument to the next. So I don't consider that a lip bend, even though you are using the embouchure you're dropping your jaw to open up the aperture to get that to come out. That's not a lip bend. So the next notes for that would be fair game would be E flat, D, and D flat. Now the further, as I already mentioned before, the further you widen that interval, it's just adding like 45-pound plates on each end of the barbell. I mean, it just gets heavier and heavier and heavier, more difficult to do. So we got 5 of you. Yep, there you go. I saw your hands raised. There you go. 5 of you left standing. 5 of you are out. And let's keep playing this game, because this is a game that everybody can play, right? Everybody's got a second line G in their back pocket. Let's keep going. It's all about flexibility. Let's see what you guys can do. So we're on G. What's the next one? I almost lost track. We're going down to E flat. Bend it. Oh, that got pretty tough. That got pretty tough. Not tough from a brutally strength chop, powerful kind of way, but tough from a technical, artistic finesse kind of way. I mean, flexibility is about finesse, in my opinion. You're really finessing the notes to come out. You're trying to get all around this horn on all the different ranges, and that's not about brute force or power. That's more about the flexibility that we were talking about in this particular tutorial. We're getting down there pretty far now. I did see 3 people sit down. Okay, so out of the 10 that started, 8 of you are gone. I see 2 people left. That means 2 people have been with me so far, which is that's about normal. And we're getting down into no man's land for the most part. So now we're going to be dropping a 4th, G down to D. Let's see what happens. Bend it. Did I actually get that? Yeah, I did. Barely, by the skin of my teeth. And now I saw one of the 2 sit down. So now 9 of you are out, sitting down, whatever, just watching on the sidelines. There's 1 of you left. 1, you and me. And I might have to make more than 1 attempt at this. Bending a second line G down to a 1, 2, and 3 D flat is very, very difficult. Again, not from chops, brute strength, and toughness and everything, but from finesse and flexibility. Here we go. So G, second line G, down to D flat. Here we go. Well, I think I got to do that again. I think I may have overshot it by almost hitting the low C. Try it again. Got it, barely by the skin of my teeth. So now I'm looking out there. I'm not seeing anybody standing. In fact, was I standing? No, I kind of fell down a little bit too. So the moral of the story is flexibility. The other moral of the story is, do you need to do this up on triple and double G's? No. You can develop your flexibility, and one of the most easiest range of playing on the horn in the staff. I mean, it doesn't get much easier than that, does it? Okay, so we covered lip bending, something that everybody should be working on if you want to increase your flexibility. You know, all the stuff kind of weaves together. So, you know, you work on some of your high notes and you find that maybe your endurance gets a little bit better. You work on your endurance and maybe your high notes expand out a little bit. Or maybe you get a bigger sound in the middle register. You work on your flexibility and you find that maybe your tone gets a little bit better. Maybe you get some of the air out of your tone. So a lot of this just stuff kind of weaves in and out together. They're all part of the bigger picture. And for those of you who have been intimidated to get into my big course, the 16-week upper register course, mainly because just the thought and the energy demand of, you know, playing high notes has scared you off. Well, the tutorial today should be one example that's not too intimidating. There's a lot of the stuff that I just demonstrated today in my course that help your upper register playing, your power, your tone, your command, the facility of your instrument, the flexibility. But we're not trying to, you know, always play above high C. And this is an example. There are many, 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 many techniques in my course that are like the one that you just saw today. So if you watched this tutorial and the light bulb went on, you went, I think there's something to that technique he just showed. I'm going to try it. Well, if that actually happened in your head and you enjoyed playing along with me and you're going to actually try that, well, I have 75 techniques like that in my course. The 16-week upper register course has 75 techniques, and a lot of them are like that. A lot of them are unorthodox, I would say, out of the box, not the norm kind of techniques that we use to ensure and almost guarantee a significant improvement in your overall range, power, endurance, and sound and flexibility. Hope that helped. I'm Kurt Thompson. You can always go to www.trumpetsizzle.com and you can catch me there. You can email me from there as well. And if the big course is not your thing, I have over 50 different video tutorials there for you to choose from. Little bitty ones that are a couple minutes long, all the way up to over half an hour before you get to some of my bigger, longer courses. So I hope this video finds you doing well on this Halloween. It's actually Halloween today, October 31st, 2015. It's a Saturday night, and I got to head out. Bye-bye. Or glissandos. And if you're not doing those, you're leaving a big chunk out of the apple when it comes to improving your overall trumpet playing, flexibility, range, all range, low range, mid range, high range, facility on the instrument. Here, check out some fun stuff when it comes to glissandos on the trumpet. Hope you enjoy it. Start at 33. and Fire Shaker. The solo starts right before 29 in Fire Shaker. Okay, so folks, we're going to try to examine the coolness of these and how they might affect your high note chops, your endurance, your breathing. So you just heard me do one take each of South 21st Shuffle and Fire Shaker, two Maynard Ferguson songs. One take each on the phone. And what happens if you put one of these bad boys in your mouth, suck it down, get that cancer going? What happens to your playing? Let's find out. Well, maybe that's a sign. There we go. We got it. Let's get this cancer stick going. I know some of you out there smoke, right? You know you do. If the principal trumpet player from the Empire Brass Quintet from the mid to late 80s is still playing with them, that dude was smoking like a freaking chimney after every master class he did at our school in Tennessee at Austin Peay State University. After his first performance, I went out to try to find him. I didn't know where he went. I caught him around the corner smoking one of these. My guess is he don't play too good anymore. Yes, sir. Don't play too good anymore. People that try to be cool and, smoke one of these cancer sticks comes back to bite you in the butt. I haven't even smoked half of it, but let's just see what it's done to my playing already. See, I'm already missing some notes from this. Yeah, I think it's getting worse, folks. Let me see if I can do a C major scale. Ooh. You hear some out of tune notes right there? Let me try it again. This is fucking me up. Let this be a lesson to all you kids that think you're cool when you're smoking this. You're going to suck ass when you start playing your horn. Let me try some low range stuff. my low range. My low range is always about the same. It's never that spectacular. But then again, there's a lot of guys that can play very well below the staff, and not too many that can play very well above the staff, so I concentrate above the staff. Let's see if it's affecting my range at all. Well, a little bit maybe. Of course, you know, that's kind of an easy range for me. Let's just try something a little bit more challenging. Yes, I'm beginning to feel the effects of this cancer stick. Things that would normally be easy for me are becoming harder now. I mean, that little lick only goes to the double C, right? Which is an octave under my range. That should have been easy, but it wasn't. I mean, I was working hard playing it with one hand, right? Yeah. So this, kids, teenagers, and you old fogies out there that started smoking back in the 50s and 60s when they said it was good for you, you better fucking quit smoking, man. You know I'm not inhaling this shit, don't you? Oh my God. I'm not a true smoker. Okay. That's about all I can handle of this cancer stick. Woo! This is not fake, folks. Look. I wasn't faking this shit. I really had a cancer stick lit up. We better make a plug for these boys. Marlboro. It's a fledgling company, almost out of business, billions of lawsuits, and frankly, I don't even know if Joe Blow that works at Marlboro will have a job, be able to feed his family and his 5 little munchkin kids. So I got to give him a little plug. The match that wouldn't light it the first time, well, you can thank Diamond. Okay, where were we now? Let's go back to this guy. How well am I going to do? I can feel its effect already. We're starting at 33, baby. I'm probably covering it with my finger, aren't I? No. South 21st Shuffle, Maynard Ferguson. Let's see what the cigarette smoking has done to my abilities. Starting at 33. And by the way, you can listen to the tune, and once you get to the solo, you'll know I'm playing exactly what Maynard did. Tough. Oh my Lord. Don't smoke. Just after one cigarette, I'm sucking it. Let's see if the same holds true on Fire Shaker. The one cigarette that I smoked made me suck ass on South 21st Shuffle. Thank you, Philip Morris. Let's see what it'll do on Fire Shaker, Maynard Ferguson's Fire Shaker, which is from the Live from San Francisco album. Here we go. Started right before, oh, I didn't show you the music. This one starts a lot earlier, right? I think right before 29. I know you trumpet players always want to check out the notes. Heck, you could even probably pause this, right? Probably pause it if you wanted to try to dibble and dabble and play along with it or whatever. You got the music right there. Let's see what smoking did to Kurt Thompson. In fact, it's already making refer to myself in the third person, which, you know, that's not a good sign at all. 29, baby. Let's see what happened now. Oh, God, sucking ass bad. Whew. If you want to be cool and you're smoking this shit, you're gonna suck it. Don't smoke and play high notes. This is a public service announcement from the High Notes Association of America. Remember, and reminding you, a high note is a terrible thing to waste.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Kurt Thompson here, debunking more myths. And the air myth. The air myth. A couple of gurus in the past are really known for talking about the air, airflow, moving the air. And I buy into some of that, really do. For especially playing in the low register and the middle register. Quantity of this air that they're talking about, you know, really breathing from the diaphragm and all the way up and letting the air come out and help you sing up in the upper register, that is a myth, folks. And let's talk about the physics so you can understand when your university professor tells you it's all about the air. I actually had a French horn, Dr. Olson from Austin Peay State University. I remember when I was trying to get past upper register in college, first couple of years, and get into the extreme upper register so I can do some of the Maynard. My
trumpet professor there who was a great trumpet guy. He didn't really have that much of an upper register, and at least in my opinion. And so I took a couple lessons with Dr. Olson, who was all about air. He told me the reason that I couldn't play in the extreme upper register of the instrument is because of my lack of air, and I really needed to work on airflow. And anyway, I did a lot of his exercise. He was a French horn and faculty member, tenured at Austin Peay State University. Dr. Olson, Ken Olson, I think is his name. And I remember working on some of his techniques for a couple of weeks, and I got worse because I was trying to do the technique of using a lot of air and just no pressure here and no strain. He said, don't even tense up at all. No muscle power here, no nothing, no lip. It's just all air. Well, as a kid, of course, I was trusting him since he was supposedly the expert. Now that I am in the position where I'm at now, I know he totally was talking out his ass. He didn't know what he was talking about. Physics. This is your lips, obviously, and your embouchure set. And you're going to have a little bit of a hole that will form. See, it's like a crack. It's not really a hole, but we call it the aperture. Now, folks, use your noggin on this one. If I blow a tremendous amount of air, breathing from my diaphragm, let's take that correct breath, stomach out. You see it, my lips open up? Watch it again. My lips are opening up significantly. Why are they doing that? The tremendous amount of quantity of air and the speed of air is causing my lips to blow out just from the sheer force and the sheer quantity of air coming out. My lips can't contain it all. Now, if you're really thinking about this, and you know that you need the most narrow aperture possible to jettison out fast air vibrations for the upper register on any brass instrument, what does that tell you? That tells you that the more quantity of air you try to blow out, especially if this is not strong, you're going to have a limited upper register. Now, even if this is strong, and mine's pretty decently strong, it's the physics. I can't blow as much air out as a lot of these college professors and your own private instructor might be telling you to. And I got a pretty strong embouchure, and I can't hold all that air. Can't do it. What happens if you don't have a very good strong embouchure like I do? Well, then you're even. You got like two strikes against you right there. So we have to use our noggin on this one and realize that it's the compressed air, not the quantity. And that's what, you don't really hear that from university music faculty, compressed air. You hear air, airflow. It's all about the air. Diaphragmatic breathing, that's what you hear, but you don't hear compressed air. So they're confusing a lot of people. The reason is because they can't do it themselves. They don't know what's going on. Okay, so you're going to have to back off on some of the high notes and just let the compressed air do the work. So if I take a big breath, let's see what we got here. That was a concert E flat F. I blew some decent air through the horn, but it was mainly compressed air. I wasn't trying to overblow and blow my lips out. Now if I try to go more, I'm really shoving a tremendous amount of air through the horn, and I start to notice my tone quality goes out the window. The note chips a little bit and dances around. The reason is I'm fighting to contain this narrow aperture with the strength of my chops. And all that air is just blowing my lips out. Remember, as soon as your aperture widens even slightly, we're talking about a millimeter, your range drops. Listen to that again. As soon as you cannot contain the narrow aperture here, and if we're talking about micromillimeters, a millimeter, just a fraction, your range drops. Boom. That's how tight the clearance is right there. So if you're trying to fill up and blow this huge amount of air in the upper register, you're actually fighting the wrong fight. You're making things really hard on yourself. Now, if you're trying to play in the middle register, middle, right? Now, look at my aperture. Fruge, earn right there for a middle C. That's like a million times wider than I would use for above high C. So because my aperture is already wider, and of course I got my low C tongue position, there's no compression going on there really, except for the natural compression from the diaphragm and maybe the bottleneck in your throat, but there's no tongue arch. Other than that, there's not really compression. So I am able to blow. That is where the university professors are correct when it comes to your air. So when you're in the middle and low register, they are correct about that. Then it is a lot about air more than anything else. So if you can think of in terms of trumpet speak, let's say the middle of the staff, middle C, which is third space C in the treble clef staff, maybe D, maybe E, but now you're getting to the top of the staff, but right around there, C, D, E, and down. Now all that air advice you've been getting from your instructors and your college instructors and your university professors, that is good advice. That is good advice, because you do need to have worked on a lot of air and breathing techniques for that. But it's counterintuitive. I know it seems counterintuitive that you need a lot more air and have to huff and puff, but you're actually working against yourself as you go higher. You actually have to use less quantity of air. So on a high C, what if I take in less air? Here's a full breath. What if I take in half a breath for the high C? I actually get a lot more vibrancy and brassiness to my tone, and I'm not overblowing it. And it's not going to gas out my chops. That's a high C, so that's the beginning of upper register. Ooh, that's a very, very narrow aperture for a high concert D, which would be high E on trumpet. Barely any space in the aperture for that to come out. That was a double high G. And of course we all know what a double high G is, right? University professors? You got your high G that sits right on top of the staff, and if you double that an octave higher, you got your double high G. See, fortunately a lot of them don't get that part right either. So that's actually a double high G. A high G is the little G that sits right on top of the staff, the treble clef staff. So know your notes on trumpet, folks. The next one. Let's see where we're at. Okay, here we go. There was probably a pinhole of a space in my aperture for that, what should have been a double C. Let's double check it. Yeah. Try it again. Hardly any aperture there at all. Barely. Like maybe not even a pinhole for that double C to come out. And I wasn't using that much air. So as you go higher, you can get away without using much air. Now I'm not really warmed up for the high notes here, but if I don't want to take that, you saw me take a big breath before. That's a big breath for me. You can't tell, but I am breathing. My stomach's going out first, and then my chest is rising, and I lift up my shoulders a little bit more to get more, to allow my lungs to expanding more, and then I come back down. That's where I get part of my compression. So, oh yeah. So the people who tell you don't raise your shoulders when you're taking a breath, they obviously don't play in the upper register, or if they do, they suck at it. Watch any of the heavyweight upper register experts like Maynard Ferguson. I've even seen a couple of video clips of Bud Brisbois. Bud Brisbois developed the original Bud Brisbois wedge breath. It wasn't Bobby Shue. Check it out. Bud is a lot older than Bobby Shue. Of course, he's passed away now, but Bud developed the wedge breath, and of course that involves taking as much air, swallowing the air, and then bringing your shoulders up, and then coming down. That's where you get the pressure. So these, I hate to keep, beating up on the people that really can't play that high, but they're good test takers. They got the DMA, right? So they're good test takers, and they know how to play the game. But most of their technique doesn't make any sense. So when they tell you to keep your shoulders down, when you're playing and you're supposed to take a big breath, how can you actually take a big breath with your arms and your shoulders down, locking your lungs in, where you can't even expand your rib cage? Anyway, I feel sorry for some of these people. So anyway, what if now my big breath, the point where I'm going with this is I don't want to take a big breath. What if I took even less air? So how about 25% air? Okay, so I'm letting all the air out. Now, I only had 25% of a take of air in my lungs. You heard at the very, very end of that, I put a little meat on the bone on that double C. You probably can't tell because I'm recording this on my phone camera, but it got up to about a forte. It wasn't a Barry the Band double C, but it was about a forte. That was on 25% tank of air for me. Now, I would probably want to take another 25% more to at least have a half a tank. But there's no way in heck I'm going to try to shove the largest quantity of air that I have in my lungs through this horn for a double C. I probably would overblow, but probably nothing would come out. So anyway, that's your lesson, and this is a real logical lesson based on physics. And unfortunately, for a lot of brass players, you don't get a logical lesson based on physics. You get a illogical lesson based on passed down theories that don't have any merit. Usually they're passed down theories in academia. Because the DMA that's teaching you, well, that's what they learned from their DMA, and that's what they learned from their DMA, and on and on and on. Good test takers? Yes. Yes. Got a good memory for regurgitating all those facts? Yes, they do. Are they the best players in the world? Almost certainly not. No. And they're not always the best teachers either. Go back and rewind this video. It should make a lot of sense to you. And if it does, you know what to do, baby. Send me an email. Kurt@trumpetsizzle.com, or just go to my site. You're going to get the real deal at my site. I don't have to kiss any department chairman's butt to be able to say what I'm doing. And I don't have to kiss any contractor's ass either and worry about whether or not I'm going to get a gig. I make my own gigs. I am the contractor. So I say what I want, and I say the real truth here for everybody. I don't have to kowtow to anybody. And if you like that frank, honest, brutal, in-your-face truth, you'll like working with me, and you'll actually like getting results. Until next time.
upper register. One reason that you might not be playing so easily in the upper register, and there's just one reason, there's actually a lot, is this guy. Oops. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. What am I doing this? Oh. Ooh. Hello. Tuba mouthpiece versus trumpet mouthpiece. Your mouthpiece could be putting up such an awesome fight that you are losing both the battle and the war. You're losing it all. Perfect, aligned, in tune efficiency allows you just to soar and soar and soar. It's like a bird hovering on a thermal, or even a plane for that matter. Have you ever watched planes take off when it's cold or when it's warm? Notice when it's really warm, they'll hit that thermal and they'll actually leave the runway a lot quicker and sooner before the end of that runway compared to cold weather. So efficiency comes from many, many different parts of our plane, including the equipment, how we breathe, how we've trained ourselves in the musculature up here, and then the 3 stages of compression. And there's a lot to talk about when it comes to efficiency on a brass instrument. And just because I'm holding this guy up, don't let that ostracize you if you play on, ooh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, so don't be fooled. If you play a brass instrument and you play into one of these, this is for all of you. Okay? Now wait a minute. So I have a choice to play this mouthpiece. And what if I want to play this mouthpiece? Same difference? Think about it. What if I could actually put this into my horn? No, it's not the same difference. In fact, that's one reason you might be having trouble being efficient on the horn. What's the word I'm looking for? Ego, cockiness, being a stud. How many times have I killed trumpet players who couldn't play high, couldn't play loud, and sounded forced? But guess what? They were like, oh yeah, well, Kurt, you're playing on one of those cheater mouthpieces, and I play on a Bach 1.5C. Yes. Or I play on a Bach 3C, you know, and you're playing on one of those cheater mouthpieces. So, cockiness. Let that cockiness and ego go down the drain, because it's going to get you nowhere fast. You might feel really good going to bed at night knowing that you played on a Bach 1.25C. Have you played on one of those? They actually have a Bach 1.25C. I used to play one because I wanted to feel better about myself. I felt better about myself, but my playing sounded like crap. Okay? So I needed a lot bigger lips than these. Look at my lips. I need lips about twice this size at least to do what I can accomplish on this guy. Okay, so let me explain mouthpieces. So, first of all, if you're playing on the wrong mouthpiece that's inefficient, what's going to happen is, typically it's going to be too large for you. You're going to have too much air, slow air going into the mouthpiece, because the bowl is going to be too big. And I'm making an extreme example with this. I could be holding a Bach 1.5C, not a tuba mouthpiece. I'm making an extreme example, but so I'd have too much air going in, slow. That would be one thing. My lips won't be able to really hold the last stage of compression, the aperture, because what's going to happen is as they go into a big mouthpiece, they're just naturally going to flap around slower. Sorry. There's nothing to snug them up to. The bowl is so far down. No, it's almost like I'm lip buzzing. So, this is an extreme example, of course, folks. So inefficiency. This would be a very inefficient mouthpiece for me to play on this instrument. Now, possibly, what am I holding here? It's a Yamaha 67. This might be a fantastic mouthpiece for some tuba players to be very, very efficient, maybe. Maybe not. So one thing that could be holding you back, no, I want to let you know, after having taught more than 1,500 individual students That's no joke. And 300 or 400 of you in the last 7 years have been advanced and professional players. I've learned a little something about what everybody's going through, and at least one thing that we all know is inefficiency in equipment. So if feel like you're fighting on the horn, in fact, you heard me play what I play at the beginning, right? Themed ice castles. So if you can't get up there, now that's an easy thing for me to do, and it should be easy for any pro player to do. Hello? I only went to high F. Nothing fancy, no fancy skips and tongues, and no, this is pretty easy. Now, if you can't get up there and soar like that and just feel good, I felt like the horn was playing itself. You see me playing? I wasn't even hardly breathing. The horn was playing itself, and was it right? It wasn't marching band or drum corps loud. Was it loud? Yeah, I probably were going to get some calls from the neighbors here in another couple of minutes. I mean, but it was forte. If I was playing that as a solo in a big band, jazz band, or some concert in the Park series, you would definitely hear it. And but efficiency, folks, efficiency. You got to get the efficiency, and half. I don't even want to say half the battle, part of the battle, because it just depends. Part of the battle is the equipment. I would say it's kind of a smaller part. This is a smaller part. This is a bigger part. What does that mean? That means I'd rather take my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece and put it into a Bundy trumpet and go to town than to take a stock box 7C and put it in a $20,000 Monet trumpet. Why? Because this matters less than this. So if you don't get anything out of this tutorial, invest your money in a good mouthpiece. And I had to invest over $300 in this guy. Why? This is a Bob Reeves 43, sorry, 42S, dang it, 42SV, my bad, 42, probably can't even see that, so there's no point even showing you, 42SV, that's like Sam Victor. Okay, this is Bob Reeves. This rim, check it out, see if I can get the, is there anything left on? Oh, there's a little bit. You're not going to be able to see it. This rim actually came out of this mouthpiece. I had a duplicate. This is a Neil Sanders 17S. Yeah, it's kind of dark in here. Sorry. The way I got it set up, you're just not going to see it. But this is a Neil Sanders 17S. They don't make them anymore. Okay, so what I did is I liked this. I liked the rim. The rim felt good. But the backbore of this is pretty large to do what I do, and so I really felt that I was being inefficient blowing. Now, when you heard me play at the beginning, I was playing on this one because I built up enough chops to be able to play on just about any mouthpiece that I want, at least for a limited amount of time. Now, I wouldn't want to play this for a 4-hour, wedding reception gig, big band, no way. But anyway, so you heard me playing on this mouthpiece. It's a Neil Sanders 17S, decently shallow. Is it the most shallow mouthpiece in the world? Heck no. And it's wide. This guy's wide. Very wide. That's a wide mouthpiece. It's probably as wide as a Bach 1C, maybe even slightly wider, but it's shallow. So I like a wide rim, but this wasn't doing the trick for me for everything, and I would get tired on it. In other words, this mouthpiece was somewhat inefficient for me. I spent 3 to 3.5 hours at Bob Reeves' studio, his new studio in Valencia, am I saying that right? Valencia, California, and that's right across from the Six Flags. And when I used to live in California, I went up to his office, told him what I wanted. What he did was he took this mouthpiece, because remember I had 2, and he cut off the rim, put threads on it, and we went to town. And what he did is he brought in tons and tons of these backbores. And he didn't bring in the large ones because I told him I wasn't interested in I'm not going to be in an orchestra somewhere. I'm not going to be doing brass quintet. I'm not going to be playing third trumpet in a concert band. I'm going to be doing what I do, and I already told him what I did. And So he threaded this. We started trying all different kinds of backbores, mixing in different sleeves over and over and over again. And it took probably the better part of 3.5 hours in an afternoon, and I ended up with this. The top is a top rim cut from a Neil Sanders 17S. The rest of it is Bob Reed is that 42 SV. And then this is actually a number 2. You know, you can see that. You're probably not going to be able to see that. It's number 2. It's a number 2 sleeve. Now, once I got done with that, my lips are not equal. The bottom lip is quite a bit bigger than the top. I actually went to, where did I go? Was it Home Depot? I think it went to Home Depot, and I bought epoxy. Now, epoxy comes in 2 tubes. Epoxy is what you use. You can use it for all kinds of stuff. It's like a well. It's like a not temporary, but it's like a well that you can do yourself. And what I did was I fashioned a little thing and put it in the mouthpiece. You can't even see that. And now I'm gonna have to go out and do it again. You can see the indentation in the mouthpiece where it used to be. See that? And so it actually went into the mouthpiece like this. Well, it's not gonna be perfect, but there we go. Perfect. Perfectly like that. Wish you could see that. There, can you see that? It's in there. I'm gonna have to redo this sucker because when I was like screwing around and screwing the mouthpiece, it came out. So this makes the mouthpiece more efficient for me because my lips are inefficient. They're not equal. This is bigger than this. And when I put my mouthpiece in, I'm not getting the best compression I possibly can. And so I think outside the box, baby. And when I think outside the box, I do crazy stuff like this. You can see it. There it is. See it? It's in there. That's epoxy, ladies and gentlemen, and it comes in 2 little tubes, about the size of, well, probably about the size of my index finger, but a little bit thicker than that, a little bit longer, 2 of them. And what you do is you break them open. It's like Play-Doh. Put them together and you roll them, get them hot, and then you can just start playing around. If your lips are unequal now, like mine, if both of your lips are equal, you don't need to mess around with it. That's why these asymmetrical mouthpieces came into play, because of the inequality, like the wedge mouthpiece and some other ones, because of people's jaw structure and lips. So now I actually put the finishing touches with this on my mouthpiece, and the end result is, for me, extreme efficiency. And I'm telling you, when I'm running on all cylinders like a Lamborghini, I don't care who's playing with me. I'm going to be, especially if I'm playing lead, I'm going to be pouring out some sound, baby, and I can bury any band that I want to if I choose to. And sometimes at the end of a song, you want to bury the band because you want everybody to let that double C or that double A or that double G be dominant. Otherwise, you got to use your calibration and sound good and be a good tasting lead player. If I'm talking lead. So anyway, the purpose of this video was to kind of reveal a little bit more about myself, my way of thinking as far as efficiency in the horn, and also, I mean, heck, this is free for you. So if you're playing on a mouthpiece, this is extreme. Doesn't sound good, but I'm not a tuba player, so I'm not worried about it. But this would be very inefficient for me. And then there'd be everything related between this all the way to the most efficient. Most efficient, least efficient for me on the trumpet. Everybody has this spectrum. That my phone ran out of memory regarding the trumpet mouthpiece tutorial. So, kind of waiting here for right now. But anyway, you got the point. I exaggerated the discrepancies in trumpet mouthpiece all the way to tuba, and that was an exaggeration, really. So, fighting the good fight is one thing, but fighting inefficiency is tough. You might not win that one, and it might be a daily war that you wage and you never win. So my advice to you, and let's just put it this way, if you're doing it on your own, think about this. A surgeon knows how to cut into people and operate, right? But are they going to be any good operating on themselves?
Not really likely. An attorney with years of experience gets into trouble with the law. Are they going to really help themselves? They know everything about the law, and they've done it for a million years. But are they really going to do that well for themselves? Nope. Sorry. There was that saying about the attorney thing. Was that a person who represents themselves as an attorney at law as a fool for an attorney? You might just say the same thing about music. Really. So many people sound like shit, sound average, have problems, the same problems over and over and over and over again. And they're trying to do the surgery on themselves. They're trying to write that summons and complaint by themselves. I don't care how many years of experience you have. But the more years of experience you do have and the more that you keep failing, doesn't that say something here? You need someone who knows what they're talking about and can practice what they preach, hold your hand, and take you to the next level and turn that light bulb. Why aren't you doing it? It's usually cha-ching. Cha-ching. A little something about myself before I let you go. My freshman year in college, everybody was taking a half an hour to an hour lesson, right? And that was kind of included in the curriculum. What did I do? I got a job at Kroger in Tennessee. Started bagging groceries. They called it a courtesy clerk. I did that so I could pay for 2 hours of lessons every week for the entire freshman year in college. So I was doing double duty, and I paid out the you-know-what for that. Guess what? What I got in return, nobody has ever been able to take away from me. Gold in my pocket. Did I have to pay for it? Yes. Did I pay someone else who was actually like me? Yes. I paid a trumpet teacher to college. Did they make money off of me? Yes, they made money off of me. A lot. But I got good, I got educated, and I got what I needed. In fact, I've triple advanced myself by doing that. So if you're sitting there, it's the cha-ching. You'd rather have $200 in your bank account instead of get better at your instrument, and you're like 50 or you're 60. I feel sorry for you. Real sorry. Real sorry. Yes. Check your bank account and be happy that you got that $200 or $300 in your account, and it makes you feel warm and fuzzy. And then get out your horn and you play like crap. Or you go to rehearsal and you can't last. Or you can never play lead, or when you do play lead, you sound like shit. So yes, you do all that, and at the end of the day, you open up your bank account and feel all warm and fuzzy that you got those extra dollars that you never spent on your education. Extra education. I don't care if you have a PhD or DMA. If you aren't playing that well, at this point in life, my friend, you didn't spend enough on your education. Bar none. The way it is. And think about me, years ago, as a little bitty, skinny freshman, 18-year-old freshman in college, working my freaking ass off, bagging groceries, taking that crap out in the rain in Tennessee, so I could take 2 1-hour lessons each week for a year. Amazing, right? Now, you're probably thinking, what a tool. Well, this tool that you might be thinking of kicked everybody's butt, and now here I am right now, teaching people that got DMAs, PhDs, masters. So that extra hour of lesson each week when I was 18 has become gold. Big golden nuggets in my pocket. Would I have rather bought a new car? Yes. Would I have rather watched the numbers grow in my bank account to 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000? Yes. But would I have rather sucked it and been average. Mm-mm. No. You got a choice to make. And you can get on your laptop now and check your bank account and be warm and fuzzy that you have an extra couple $100 in your bank account, but you're going to go to your rehearsal this week and suck ass. Or you're going to flip-flop and actually do what you know you need to do. Come on now. Am I talking to a 40-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 60-year-old who still can't play? You should be playing better than me. You're a lot older than I am. But why aren't you? Priorities, my friend. You make the wrong choices in life and you kind of sow what you reap, right? Or reap what you sow. Good old Bible verse. You have a good night and you really think about what I said. Get out your horn. See if you can do what I did right off the cuff at the beginning of this video. Too hard? It really shouldn't be hard at all. It should be easy at this point in life. That's my lecture to you, especially to my older trumpet playing friend. You should not have arrived at 40, 50, 60, or 70 and be sucking it. I don't care if you have $1 million in your account. What's that worth if you suck it? Bye-bye. Hey, you won't believe this. One weird trick to solve your dizziness problems. I don't know too many tuba players that get dizzy from blowing high notes. It might, I don't know, could be there. Trombone, maybe more. But basically, it's your lead trumpet players that are playing above high C. They get dizzy. I'm not going to go into the entire medical delineation of why you're getting dizzy or maybe not. But basically, it works like this. You have a certain amount of blood in your body, right? Gravity makes a lot of your blood go down to your lower torso. Now, when you blow hard, you see the veins popping out. What's going on? You're blowing, you're spreading the blood away from your brain and your heart. It's going away. Okay? Now, if you happen to have a lot of blood hanging out in your lower extremity, your feet and your ankles and your thighs and your calves, and all the stars line up right, you will get dizzy. And in fact, if you keep blowing high notes, you're going to pass out. Passing out is not a bad thing because basically the body wants you to go prone. It's your body's way of having you actually pass out, to go prone to save yourself, so all the blood can immediately be pumped back to your heart and to your brain. So in case you didn't know why you're getting dizzy, that's what's going on. Now, a lot of factors come into play too. Your age, your weight, your height. Chemicals like, do you smoke? Drink a ton of caffeine or coffee, Red Bulls and things like that, 4-hour energy. Your water intake, how hydrated are you? Your stress and your sleep. So these factors all conspire against you and give you that feeling that you want to pass out. In fact, if you don't acknowledge that feeling, you will pass out. So I used to be afflicted by that when I was, well, I guess let me go back one more step. Also, if you're playing loudly and for a long period of time near your max range, that will also tend to want to make you pass out. And when I was a younger guy in college, I did notice on some of the lead trumpet charts that I was playing on that were top tier back then when I was 19 and 20, I would kind of like do this thing. Whoa. After I got done, I was like, oh my God, I'm just about ready to pass out. Well, the reason for that was because back then at 19 or 20, I think I had a good double A, double B flat, double B, double C max range which is not bad, right? But when you play and butt up against that max range, you're going to probably feel dizzy and pass out, because that was my max range, and I was playing at it using the maximum mouthpiece pressure, blowing, and what was going on is the blood from my brain, my heart was being pressed away, and my heart, no matter how good it was, could not pump blood from my feet and my ankles fast enough back up to my heart and my brain, and that's why you get dizzy. Your body really wants you to be forced to go prone. Standing up, prone. So it's not like you're in bad conditions. Your body wants you to do that, saving yourself. So one weird trick that solves this problem. Also, I forgot to mention other factors like heat. I remember I drove from Santa Monica to Fullerton to play at Steamer's Jazz Cafe. It was 93 freaking degrees out. And I was stressed out. Took me an hour and a half in crappy LA traffic. Why was I stressed out? I hadn't played in a couple of years. At that caliber. And I got called in to sub the lead chair. And I actually ended up doing pretty good, but it was stressful. I had some anxiety. It was hot. I don't know if I was hydrated enough, but I did take one precaution because he said there would be several Maynard charts on there. So here's the one weird trick, folks. Compression socks, baby. They look like women's nylon hose, right? But these guys are medical grade 30, I believe it's 30 milligrams of compression. When they go on really, really tight. There's two of them. On that particular day, just because I knew that I hadn't played, I played in a couple bands before, but it was easy for me. Old-timey white tie, wood choppers, ball kind of stuff. I don't really count that as, for me, playing. It was okay playing. But this particular band had a lot of pros in it, and they were going to be playing some really tough charts. And I wanted to go there mainly to be recorded and be able to put those up on my YouTube channel and other sites, and I've done that. And you can see me playing some different stuff on YouTube with that particular group. I think the guy's name was Don Kubik. He's also a friend of mine on Facebook from like 4 or 5 years ago. But he runs a big band in the LA area and made up of mainly working professional LA players. Now, I got called in and played the lead book, baby. Sight read it and nail it down. That's when, the pedal hits the metal, right? And because of the temperature, because of my stress, anxiety, because of what I knew was coming for me, I wanted to make sure that I could go through the whole book and hopefully my chops would hold up. But if not, I didn't want to pass out. And that's why I was actually wearing these. So that particular day, what I ended up doing is right before I got in the car and got in that hour and a half of traffic from Santa Monica to Steamer's Jazz Cafe in Fullerton, which is Orange County, I got on my bed and I put my legs up on the wall like this. So if you can imagine me, I'm laying down and my heels are hitting the wall like that. And I'm letting all the blood drain back down to my torso. And after about 15 minutes, because due to gravity, that's when I put these guys on. And that's when I, dress with my black pants and my attire for playing. So what this does, it grips and is so tight that it does not allow a lot of blood flow back to your lower extremities. And it enables your heart to keep pumping blood at a closer rate and a closer distance from where your heart is and where your brain is. And as a result of that, that is the one weird trick, my brass playing friends. Get yourself some compression socks. Now they make all kinds. They make it looks like socks, like ankle socks, socks that go to your calves. These are actually thigh high.
They go up to your mid-thigh, and they actually make compression pants that go up to your waist. And I first got turned on to this by ultra marathon and triathlete competitors. Believe it or not, if you see them wearing all black tights when they're running, now that costs a lot more than this, but those are compression tights, and so what that does is it gives them a lot better endurance. Their heart is not working so hard to pump blood from their feet back up here, because those compression tights from their ankles all the way up to their waist is forcing the blood to stay more in their mid-torso. And so I got turned on to this idea that if that works that way, what would it do for people who have a tendency to pass out? So there's no site out there telling you that this is working for trumpet players and trombone players that are playing extreme high lead stuff and getting dizzy. You heard it here. Let me toot my horn on that one. You heard it here right now. I'm the one that discovered that. It's a quirky idea. It's a quirky, weird tip and trick and technique, but it works. And you know what I'm talking about. If you get dizzy, it's a horrible, impotent feeling, isn't it? Impotent. You got the chops to blaze away on that note, but dang it, you can't, because you're going to do this. And that's a very impotent feeling. To know that you got this and you got this, but you can't do it that much because you're going to go, you're going to fall out. Now, with this one weird trick, and it is weird, baby. Compression hose, compression socks. Get them online, because when I first checked this out, I bought them at CVS. Man, it was like 80 bucks for these. I returned them when I found out I can get them online for about a third. These were about 28 bucks. So, yeah, you can go to CVS or Walgreens or Walmart or whatnot, and you're going to pay about, it is expensive. You're going to pay about 70 or 80 bucks for thigh-high, 30 milligram compression, medical grade socks. Don't do that. Save your bucks, go online, order them, the same damn thing, and just wait a little bit, and you're going to save yourself 50 bucks. You might as well put that $50 and buy a nice trumpet lesson for me. There you go. Yeah, that'd be better use of your money than give it to Walgreens. You got to give it to starving and low-income teachers, right? You got to give something back. There you go. So try it. If you're a lead trumpet player, or you're just a guy playing around but you can't have that much fun playing because you're getting dizzy, try this one weird trick and prove me wrong. You won't be able to. This is the real deal. Compression medical grade socks. These are 30 milligrams. They come in all ratings from, I think, as low as 15 milligrams up to 50. I would recommend somewhere in the 25 or 30 milligram range. 50 is for people that have had vein surgery and people that really have a horrible, horrible problem with, let's see if I can remember what the term is. No, I'm not going to remember what it is. It's a, dang it, I wish I could remember that name of that term. It's a syncope disease that affects some Americans and some people in the world, where they're always getting dizzy. They're not playing trumpet. They're getting dizzy when they stand up, when they go up from bed and they stand up. They're really getting dizzy, and they really do have this medical condition. Oh, I just thought of it. It's vasovagal syncope. Vasovagal syncope. That's when your heart is not able to pump up blood from your lower extremities quick enough and you're getting dizzy all the time. Not because of trumpet or trombone. But for us, we're not concerned about that, and I'm not a medical doctor. It's a weird trick. Go spend $30, $40 on some medical grade compression socks, and you're going to be amazed that when you go out to your gig or your rehearsal, you can blow your brains out and you will not pass out.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, can you do this? Can you do that? Does it matter if you can? Is it a trick? How about, that's going to get harder going higher, but no, that was a lot harder. Okay. This is mainly just for giggles, but there is something to it. Try it. What about when you get an octave higher? This is going to be almost impossible. Woo! That's like going up a mountain with a 800-pound girl on your back, folks. So, and I'm not going to try the octave after that, you know, no way. But anyway, kind of suggests something, doesn't it, about the ease of vibration of your lips in the set and placement of your chops. I wouldn't recommend doing much of that, but you know, once a week or twice a week, you could certainly do what I just did here, and you actually feel it in your lips. I mean, I'm kind of feel that the muscle just kind of got pumped up from doing that. So without the buzzing. There's a real vibrancy to the tone. I actually think my low C is sounding better today than my middle C, and that's usually not the case. So anyway, try it. Think outside the box, ladies and gentlemen. So you're navigating from a pure free lip buzz to immediate transition and tone on your horn, back to the lip buzz. Low C. Go up to middle C. Can you do it? Back and forth. The most squirrely one, of course, is high C. I mean, even I wasn't didn't have the continuity as much as I would have liked, but it's just kind of wacky after you get above the staff. I think some other dynamics are at play, you know, with the compression of the air and also the pressure of the mouthpiece and things like that. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of fun. Catch you in the next one. Another very, very good reason why you should be practicing roll in and roll out, and accompanied by your lip buzzing. Lip buzzing not only builds up strength and flexibility and responsivity, depending on what you're doing, but it is also a practice in real time roll in and roll out. And I'm going to demonstrate that right now. So if you're having problems going up and going back down on the horn, although lip buzzing is not exactly what we're doing into the mouthpiece, so don't think that lip buzzing does not equal exactly what we're doing when we're playing the horn, but it's an approximation. And so if you can get the roll in and roll out with your lip buzzing, you're just going to find it much easier on the horn. So why don't you watch the real-time roll in and roll out on my lips without the horn. I've already demonstrated in another video on the horn. So I'm going to play a tester note of low C. I'll do a couple of these so you can kind of get it. Concert B flat low C. I'll buzz it. Now I'm going to roll out. You can see the slight roll out and roll in as I'm going back and forth from low C to pedal C. What if we take that up an octave? Middle C. Let me get a better breath. Run out there. So there I was rolling out and rolling back in 2 octaves on my lips. And I'm not going to try to set any record here on how many octaves I can do, but you're seeing the real-time roll out and roll in. And if you're having trouble doing that on the horn, you might consider doing a little bit of lip buzzing. Now, if you haven't done a lot of lip buzzing before, or you have and you haven't had good success, you really need to go to my YouTube channel and search lip buzzing,
or just put in lip buzzing Kurt Thompson, because I have a plethora of lip buzzing tutorials, most of them cautioning you to not do too much lip buzzing, keep it as soft as you can to get the tone out, and taking lots and lots of breaks, because you do just a little bit more lip buzzing than you really need, and it can actually backfire on you and screw you up. And so you don't need to get gun-ho on lip buzzing and do a half an hour of this a day and find that a couple of days later you can't even play the horn, because that's what will happen to you. So what if we went a little higher? That last one was middle C. That should be a high C with a little chip in there. Take a breath, see if I can get that back up. All right. Hopefully you were able to see my lips rolling in and rolling out. That's what we mean by roll in and roll out. For those of you who still find it ambiguous or murky or foggy or unclear or theoretical, it's not theory. We're talking about something that's really going on in the horn when you're playing this guy. So if you've been having trouble with the roll in and roll out, which is really essential for you to be able to maneuver all around the horn, whether you're going higher or whether you're going down lower, it's really essential that you have that down. If you don't have that down, what ends up happening is, well, it's the result of why most people sound the way they do. They sound choppy and brittle and stiff, and they don't have that really fluid, flowing cantabile singable sound, and instead they're choppy. And the reason that is because they have to reset their embouchure as they go high, and they have to reset their embouchure as they go lower. So the roll in and roll out in real time allows you to maneuver through the various ranges of the horn without having to stop and start with the tongue, stop and start with the air, or constantly reset your embouchure and embouchure positioning to be able to accommodate the different ranges you're playing in. That's the whole reason for it. And so it's not just a talent or a skill set. It's a combination of just about everything: strength, flexibility, skill set, and some talent. Where I made mention in the 4-octave glissando tutorials I did that's pretty much a result of brute strength and power, not a lot of talent. The roll in and roll out does require a skill set. It's not about brute strength. It does require some talent, some skill set. You need to have practice on that. And of course, it does take a little bit of strength and flexibility. So one more time, see what we can get here. Yeah. So the high C, and I'm just going to keep it high C and under, for that way, that's just for everybody, okay? That should be a middle C. That was, I'm actually kind of firing on all cylinders this morning, because that actually came out pretty decent. That was real-time rolling from high C down to low C and all the way back, that last couple that I did. So it might look easy to you on the video here, but when you start trying that lip buzzing, you're going to go, oh my God, it's tough. So lip buzzing in general is tough. It's actually the hardest thing that we can do in regards to our horn, as far as embouchure and as far as playing. So the lip buzzing the hardest, mouthpiece buzzing is about moderate, and then of course playing the horn is the easiest. So that's how it goes. So anyway, I'm Kurt Thompson, and if you want some embouchure coaching for all brass instruments, what I just did is applicable to all brass instruments, not just trumpet. If you got a pair of these, and you're playing to something that's metal like this, a lot of what I do applies to you, regardless of what brass instrument that you play. So hopefully you found this video about roll in and roll out and lip buzzing, and another reason why lip buzzing can be quite valuable in your practicing regimen. Until next time, keep the faith, buddy. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, and I'm here to give a little bit more in-depth tutorial on the most difficult technique on the trumpet, which is the 4-octave glissando. Bar none, it's the most difficult. I don't care who you are, where you live, and how good a player you are. The 4-octave glissando is the most difficult technique to execute. That said, this does not take quite a lot of talent, folks. This takes brute strength, power, and chops. And that actually means something good for just about everybody. We all have varying levels of talent that we were born with, and that we've cultivated. But this particular technique, even though it is the most difficult to perform on trumpet and certainly any other brass instrument, can be developed. You can make yourself stronger. Yeah, so it's not a matter of how talented you are. It's a matter of going through the process. And for most people, they don't know what that process is. You have to go through the process in order to gain this type of enormous strength and power, and being so resilient to be able to go 4 octaves and power off the way I'm going to be demonstrating in these videos. Now, I have a pretty fun video that I've had out for about 8 years, rocketing up to the double C with the 4-octave glissando, but that doesn't really resonate with a lot of people because they can't play double C anyway, much less to do the 4-octave glissando to it. So, I decided to go ahead and record some 4-octave glissandos that were lower. So the lowest one that I got is D, going to high D. I also threw in an E flat or an E and an F. I believe also double high F sharp, and then finally the last note in upper register for trumpet, which is a double high G. And just for giggles, I threw in a 4-octave glissando going to double high A, and also double high B flat. So somewhere in there, you can start working. Now, the thing about it is, you're not going to be arriving to the land of milk and honey as far as range and endurance just by working this one technique only. In fact, if you've even looked at my website, trumpetsizzle.com, you'll see right there in big red letters, 75 techniques, upper register program. This is one of them. This is one of them. 4-octave glissando is one of them. It's the most difficult. But think about it. If this was the only technique that anybody ever needed to reach the stratosphere on trumpet, well, then I would have a program with just one technique, the 4-octave glissando. And that should tell you that increasing your range, flexibility, endurance is not a matter of a quick tip or trick or something that I can say, here, just try this for a little bit and you're going to be playing like Maurice Andre or Maynard Ferguson. No, it's a process that you have to go through. It's going to take time. You got to have the right roadmap. You got to have someone that can actually show you and demonstrate what you want to accomplish. Not some teacher that's just telling you what they think they know, but they can't demonstrate it. You need to go through the process with somebody that actually can walk the walk. Not just talk the talk, walk the walk. If you've made that decision for yourself, and you actually want to do something and change the way you play for the better. And let's face it, any kind of brass instrument is a physical instrument. It's a physical instrument no matter what anybody else tells you. Why don't you practice music? You know, why do you spend your time working on range? Why do you spend your time working on your sound? Why do you spend your time double tonguing? Well, the thing is, this instrument doesn't come with all the notes that you have on a piano. A 3-year-old can take their little tiny finger and play the highest note on a piano. We cannot do that on this instrument. We have to spend time on the physical part in order for us to actually make music. You spend all your time just making music without working on the physical part, you won't be sounding too good on that music at all. So I hope this made sense to you. enjoy the tutorials, and what the heck, go ahead and get your horn out and try one or two. Why not? It's not meant to just watch and put your feet up on your recliner. Get out this guy and start working it. I'll see you in the next one. Try the 4-octave glissando on a starting on a double pedal E flat up to high E flat. Double pedal E up to E above high C. The 4-octave glissando from double pedal F up to F above high C. Okay, we're going to try the 4-octave glissando from pedal F sharp, which is the lowest tier 2 pedal tone that we can get, which is pedal F sharp, before we go into the third tier, which is where I was before when I was on the lower high notes. So pedal F sharp to double high F sharp. Four-octave glissando on the last note in upper register before you cross over into extreme upper register. So that will be going to a double high G, a pedal G to a double high G. All right, we're going to try the 4-octave glissando on pedal A, rocketing up to double high A. So now we're out of upper register, we're a little bit into the extreme upper register. Hey, I'm going to do the 4-octave glissando from a pedal B flat up to a double high B flat. I'm not done. I can't leave you guys with that tension and that chord of what I was playing. I forgot 2 notes. Hold on a second. See if I can get him out. Oh yeah, here we go. This should do it. There we go. Doesn't it make it all better now? Yeah. Okay. So I often get asked, look, we know that trumpet is the superior instrument for the entire brass family. We know that, that's obvious. But Kurt, why do you really feel that the trumpet is the best of all the brass instruments? And we're talking about tuba, French horn, euphonium, baritone, trombone. And I'm going to lump cornet and trumpet kind of in the same category, so they're about the same. Pay attention, okay? Pay very, very, very close attention. I don't know if I really want this to get out, because if I did, we might have a lot of converts from the bass clef up to the treble clef. And maybe even a French horn player might convert. But here's the main reason that trumpet is the superior instrument of the brass family. Ready? And you're not going to believe this. Yes. You know, how many times have we had an itch on our back? And look at, I can get way on down there. Isn't that nice? Oh yeah. Get way on down there. You're looking at it, folks. This is the reason that trumpet is superior and the best instrument of the entire brass family. Just try doing that with the tuba player. Well, not a tuba player. Have the tuba player try doing it with his tuba or her tuba. Try doing that with a trombone. French horn? Yeah, French horn's iffy. It might be. What if you dropped it? There goes a $5,000 con down the drain. So, you heard it from me, folks. Trumpet is the best and the most superior instrument of the brass family. One more time, you said? One more time? Sure? One more time? Okay, here we go. You just cannot do this successfully with any other brass instrument except for trumpet. That is why when you see a tuba player practicing and you see a trombone player practicing and others, you know that little wooden back scratcher that you can get at 7-Eleven or Circle K, looks about like that long. That's why you see a lot of them with those little makeshift back scratchers, and that's another reason I think trumpet players are actually quite independent. We don't have to depend on another device to scratch our backs when we're practicing. You heard it here first, I believe, folks, because I haven't heard anybody else talk about this. It's a secret that's been kind of on the down low, kind of hush-hush until now. But still, just keep it among your friends, okay?
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, the traffic is moving. What am I doing? It's called kicking ass and not making excuses. Keep your horn with you all the time. I'm in the Houston traffic right now. It's flooding like mad, crazy. But I bring my axe with me wherever I go, so when I get in traffic, or for when things are slow and crazy, I can whip out my horn and keep it going. No excuses. Okay, class is in session. And you should just know that there's just a lovely, 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 huge oil painting that I got from my place a couple months ago. Just absolutely love it. Yeah, it is on oil on canvas, but we're not here to study art. At least not this kind of art. We're here to study this kind of art. Ooh, did you catch something there? What did that say? Can you correctly name these notes for trumpet? Can you? By the way, I've noticed some of you on Facebook aren't subscribers at my YouTube channel, and I'd love for you to go over there and show your support. It's very easy to do. Just go to YouTube, and you can click on a link, or you can put my name in it. And anyway, I come up pretty decently at YouTube, and once you get to my channel, just click on subscribe, and you'll get notifications instantly when I put stuff up online, or seen on my website. Okay, there's a problem all across the planet, and most of the problem lies with professional classical trumpet players, symphonic and orchestral trumpet players, and university professors. They can't name the right notes. And we're going to find out why that is. Why even somebody that's 80 years old, or looks it, and he's a university professor, or maybe even she, and they can't get the name of the damn note right. So this is going to be some brutal logic for these people. First of all, you know what a trumpet looks like. And let me go get my trumpet just for fun, because I just want to make sure. Okay. I want you to look at the bell of the trumpet here. Do you see a piano growing out of the end of the bell of my trumpet? Do you see a piano in there at all? No, this is a trumpet. Now here's going to be a pop quiz for anybody. But really, if this is being shown in a classroom where there is a university professor, you got 5 seconds to give me the ultimate definition for the question I'm going to pose. Here you go. You ready? I'm going to count to 5 and then I'm going to answer it. But just like getting these notes wrongly labeled, the university professor and even the classical symphonic trumpet player is going to get this wrong. We're not going to be able to come up with a good answer. Give me the simplest and most accurate definition of music. 3, 4, 5. Music is the organization of sounds through time. That's it, folks. You can't get more accurate and more simple than that. It's not music as an organization of sound and piano and how all the other instruments and voices on the planet relate to that instrument. No, ma'am. No, ladies. It's not. Let me repeat. The definition of the word music is the organization of sound through time. That means I could cough or burp and make it music if I wanted to. It would have nothing at all to do with piano. Zero. Got that straight? Now, we don't play piano. I'm talking to trumpet players. We happen to play an instrument called trumpet. And we have our own notes. and I'm a trumpet player and speak to trumpets. Now, if I was a band director, I might have to give you a code word to let you know what you're going to be playing. Or so I'm speaking your language, and you know that code word is, everybody, right? Concert. So the band director would say, I want everybody to play concert, whatever, concert B flat or concert F. Well, the trumpet players know that they're not going to play B flat. They're going to play their C. Okay. Big deal if the piano happens to have the C note come out when you strike a C, and we happen to have a B flat. We're playing a different instrument, folks. Not trying to be like piano. Now let's go to this little tutorial. Let's find out what we're dealing with here. Let's find out why so many of the advanced players in the hierarchy of academia get this wrong. Okay. So, what's the name of this note, anybody? Right there. It is, I'm holding the camera, low G. Okay. You agree with that? You agree with that? Or is that pedal G? Look carefully. It's actually low G, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now think about this brutal logic that's going to kill a lot of people. Now we're playing our instrument. That's a low G for trumpet. I don't care what it is for bassoon, didgeridoo, piano, harpsichord, color to a soprano. I don't care what it is for anybody else but for me and for people who play trumpet. Now what do you suppose the next note above it is? Right here. Is that also low G? No. Folks, that note right there is a middle G. It's not another low G. So some people get confused because they think of it as low. You know, because it's a relatively easy note for us to play, isn't it? But a G set on the second line, the trumpet clef staff, is definitely not a low G. We already have a low G. There it is. There's low G. There's, middle G. You following the logic here, folks? I know it's tricky. Now, what do we got coming up right there? The little goose egg sitting on top of the staff. What is that note? Come on, you can get it. If you said it's another middle G, you'd be wrong, because this is actually high G. Boom. That looked like a G, kind of. All right. So, no, that is not another middle G. You got low, middle, high G. Now, the reason people get this confused too is because when they play that G on top of the staff, they don't think of it as that high. Ask any alto or soprano, or let's be more specific, alto or mezzo soprano in a choir, if that note would be considered a middle note or a low note. They're going to say, no way, that's a high G. Right? Of course they will. They're not going to say that's low or that's middle. Now what about this note here? Way right there, way up there in the clouds. Way up there in the clouds. What is the name of that note? Is it high G? Kind of, but no. When you already got a high designated note like high G, you are confused to say that's also high G, so there has to be another wording there. So high is in the name. But folks, that's what we call a double high G. There's high G. If you take that an octave over, we double the highness of it. We can't call that note right there a high G, way up in the clouds, because that's a high G there. So to make it simple, we call this note double high G, and some of us jazzers call it double G, double G, double G. Does any of this make sense? I bet there's someone out there with a PhD or DMA right now who this does not make any sense. But for the rest of us, it should make sense. There might even be some principal trumpet player that's been playing in an orchestra or a symphony for the last 30 years, about ready to retire, who would look at this and say, no, that doesn't make any sense. How does he coming up with all this? It just can't be. The G on top of the staff is not high. It's got to be middle. And therefore the G way up in the clouds, that's got to be a high G. Wrong. We got low G, because that's not a pedal tone. Low G, middle G, high G, an octave higher, double high G, or double G. You getting that, folks? Now, why do you suppose so many classical players, especially, and university professors, and let's just face it, folks, probably 90% or more of all university professors, trumpet professors, are mainly classical trumpet players. Let's just face it. There's not too many crossover lead trumpet, jazz trumpet, and classical trumpet players at the higher education level. Not really that many. So more than 90% will be mainly classical. So why is there such a problem? Well, one reason is most classical trumpet players do not play in that range all the time. They don't play too much above high C and high D. And when they do play those notes, what are they using? They're not using a big B flat trumpet. They're using their piccolo almost 100% of the time. If they're playing Fs and Gs, it's on a piccolo. Okay? So you have to consider they are definitely not the expert in upper register pedagogy, upper register speak, or notes in the upper register. And that's one reason that they get it wrong, because they're just not playing up there that much. But let's give you the other reason why. Let's go over to this. Now, what do we got here? We got kind of almost the same deal, except it's lower. Okay? So, let's take a look at that. These are all G's. What are these notes? What is that note? We know what that note is, right? Let's just start with that note. What's that note? A couple more seconds. That's an F. In fact, folks, here's where people get screwed up. It's so close to our middle G, but because of our instrument, is that a middle F or a low F? If you guessed a low F, you would be correct. And that's why it's confusing. Low F, oh, wait a minute, that's middle G. How could that be? They're so close. It's because the acoustic of our instruments. Now or the trumpet, the acoustic of the trumpet. Let's go down to this note. What's the name of that note? Well, we know it's F. Okay, sorry for my fingers. We know it's F, but is that low F? No, folks. And this is why some jazzers also get this note wrong. When they call this top note double F, double high F, it's not. So this is where I think people are getting confused. That note is not a low F. It's what we call a pedal. If I can get this to stay still. There we go. Pedal F. The acoustics of the trumpet are like this. I'm not going to, actually that's a whole nother tutorial, I'm not going to go into it. Bottom line, the lowest natural note on the trumpet is low F sharp, fingered 1, 2, and 3, low F sharp. Now, that's a half step higher than this F natural. What happens if you go below the low F sharp, fingered 1, 2, and 3, you actually go into the range of the pedal tones. And pedal tones, although they are legitimate in some respects, for the natural harmonic acoustics of our instrument, the trumpet, we start counting at the low F sharp, not at the pedal notes. Therefore, the first F that we come to is what? That one. So the F in the staff, see if I can get this going here. That's actually a low F. Ooh, are we clearing some of the confusion? Now that's a low F. It really is confusing because there's a middle G, there's a low F. We don't have any low F down there in this range where the low G is because that's a pedal F and not a natural note of the trumpet. If we go up an octave higher, now what do we got there? Middle F. So that's middle F. Let's see if I can get this paper to stay still. Middle F. Now, would a lot of altos and mezzo-sopranos call that high? Yeah. A lot of them would not say that's a middle note in their middle range. They're singing up to F. Of course, you know, most of them can get that note. They can go higher, but they would not call that a low note or a middle note. They would definitely say that's on the higher side. But for trumpets, we call it middle F. Now, what's that note above those ledger lines, still way up in the clouds? And here's where a lot of lead trumpet players and commercial trumpet players get this wrong. The classical guys do not get this wrong. They're going to call that the classical guys and the professors are going to call this the right note. It's actually called, if this paper would just stay still. Okay. So that note is high F, and most university professors and principal trumpet players in orchestras and symphonies and classical trumpet players all around the globe would call that high F. And this is one reason they make the mistake. They go right over there and they go, well, ooh, that note right there is a high G. Because look, high F, high G, high F, high G. Wrong. Look, I've outlined the whole structure of everything for the benefit of people who've been doing this for a long time in telling their students. Can you believe that we're getting spurious facts about what the name of notes are, the real accurate names are? And I've just outlined why. Isn't that crazy? I had someone email me. Someone left a comment on one of my YouTube videos that said, why are you so up in arms about university professors? It seems like you're bashing them, and you must not like academia. The truth of the matter is, maybe one day, who knows? I might like to have a DMA suffix after my name. That'd be pretty cool. So no, I'm not knocking the degree. I'm not knocking the intelligence. Most of the time, it's the people behind that degree and their attitude
and their ability a lot of times doesn't really fit that degree, in my opinion. It's like they almost got that degree just to make themselves feel better about their own playing and their own talent. I believe that the intelligence and the playing and the talent come first, and then the degree. So no, I mean, who knows? I'm going to have to get a lot older and more balder and a lot more grayer, but once that happens, I could definitely fit into the higher education and have, doctorate of music arts right after my name. That'd be pretty cool. And I'm still kind of considering that. But I don't need that to play at my level and teach other professional players. I don't need to have the suffix to have the intelligence and the knowledge of my instrument. So, you heard it here, folks. Let that stick in your brain just for a little bit. Look at that. There you go. This was called Can You Correctly Name These Notes for Trumpet? Not piano, not soprano, not didgeridoo, or zither, or harmonica, but for trumpet. We play trumpet. Let's not confuse things. And if you're a student, you really ought to share this video to your university trumpet professor. I'm Kurt Thompson. Hope you enjoy this on-the-house trumpet lesson for you. It didn't cost you anything, did it? I'll see you in the next one. So long for now.
Hey, just a short little talk about why I do what I do and the importance of building your range and your endurance. Kind of the endurance will follow the range. Believe it or not, I do get quite a lot of haters. Some of them will comment right on my post and some of them will email saying that all I care about is playing high notes and being cocky and egotistical and all that kind of stuff. And there's more to this instrument, there's more to music than playing high notes. People got me wrong. That is not correct. What a lot of people fail to recognize is you will not be playing too much music if this is weak, if you don't have all the notes on this guy at your disposal, as many as that you can get. Not only that, life is difficult. And this thing can start to hurt after a while if you use too much pressure. And you're also limited on what you can do as far as the different styles. So I just happen to have this natural knack when it comes to upper register, but instead of being born with the talent like some of the celebrity trumpet players that have a fantastic range and seem to never get tired, I actually had to work at it. I had to figure out how to build my range up. There was no high note trumpet teacher when I was growing up teaching high notes. So as far as just building, you see my stuff and it says, increase your range for 4 notes, or learn how to play a little higher this, or strengthen your lips or your chops. And some people are like, man, that's crazy. I want to spend time on making music. Well, this instrument is a physical instrument, folks, and I'm here to tell you, man, it is unforgiving. You can have a lot of fights with this instrument. It could also be a trombone or tuba, it doesn't matter. But a lot of times the instrument will win. And the reason is because you haven't developed this. And just because you increase your range and got all these high notes at your disposal, does that mean you got to be a screaming fool? No. So when I'm talking about adding high notes to your range, I'm not going around trying to beat everybody over the head saying you get these high notes because you're going to be able to scream and hang over at the end of songs all the time. No. Just because you have, if you're playing trumpet, if you have a double high C, doesn't mean you ever got to play it if you don't want to. It's just nice to know that you got it. And if you have a double high C range, even if you play in the symphony, everything else is going to be easier. Your tone's going to be better. Your endurance is going to be a million times better because you're not crunching out your lips with the mouthpiece. Your pitch center is going to be better. I already mentioned maybe sound and resonance. Tuning will be better. Your slotting and accuracy, everything gets better and it gets easier. Just imagine right now for most people watching this video how easy it is to play like low C up to second line G. But maybe when you were 4th or 5th grade it wasn't that easy. But right now, whether you're an advanced or a pro player, I mean, isn't that a ridiculous comment? Imagine how easy it is to play low C's and G's. The reason it's easy, or one of the reasons, is because your range is so far above that. Playing low C, E, G, and even middle C is a piece of cake. It's a cakewalk. That's kind of the premise behind my philosophy of wanting to keep building range and power, is that you don't have to hot dog all the time. If you do want a hot dog, you got it. It's there. You can use it. But you don't have to do that if you're not that type of personality. What's going to happen is if you have the extra range, all the stuff that you play now gets easier. Your endurance doubles and triples. Your tone gets better. I mean, just the stuff I just mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, that's why you increase your range. It's not about being a meathead and going to your gig and blowing a bunch of high notes for your warm-up and being that guy or that girl. It's not about that. It's about the ability to really enjoy your life and be fulfilled on your instrument and make it as easy and as fun-loving as possible. What would be the other reason for the range? I'm kind of drawing a blank now. But what I said previously, that's pretty much really what I want to share with everybody in this video. You see my stuff, I'm saying, hey, you got to build up your range. Come on, let's do it. I'm giving some incentives here. Let's do this. Because people have told me, and I kind of feel the same thing, I kind of am good at taking information, especially when it comes to range and upper register, and passing it on to students. So anyway, so you see me trying to get you involved in some of the stuff I do. And in case you didn't know it, I've made a post recently. I'm not all about the dollar, the almighty buck. I got over 400 videos on my YouTube channel. Just search my name or search your brass instructor. I got a ton of free stuff that you can even get your horn out and start practicing with. Yes, go check it out. You're just not going to run out of videos. I got demos that you can play along with. I got tutorials that you can learn from. You're going to have a lot of stuff to work on there, all for free. And just recently I was offering some free weeks from my course. If people would, let me know how many, for example, C's they could lip buzz or they could do in their mouthpiece. I guess that was too hard for most everybody, so we'll scratch that one. So bottom line is, I basically don't care who's watching this and how good you are. I feel like if you're the best professional lead player in the world, guess what? I think that you're probably still working on your range. I really do. You may not want to admit it. I believe that the best, strongest brass players in the world that have arrived, they got maybe a great gig or whatever, or maybe they're one of the top call A-list session players. I believe they are still working on their range and endurance and their sound. They didn't stop it. So what should that tell everybody else? It's a lifelong pursuit on this instrument. You're going to keep working on your range. You're going to keep working on your sound and your tone and your power and getting better and better. It really doesn't stop. So I'm Kurt Thompson. I wanted to give you a little bit more insight about me, why I do what I do, and why it looks like so far people have gotten some pretty good value for the information that I've been passing along. So if you got extra time, go to youtube.com/yourbrassinstructor and dig in. You won't get done with it anytime soon. There's a ton of information there. It's all free. And anyway, then you know about my other courses that I'm always throwing up here on Facebook and LinkedIn and other places. And so those are always there for you too if you really want to get serious and pull the trigger and be totally wowed as to what will happen with your range. Remember, you got this much range, and if you play down here, life is easy. If you got this much range and you play here, life isn't so easy, folks. See you. So you want to play like Maynard, huh? Yeah, you and about a million other people do too.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the desire to play like Maynard, and then the reality, and some people's very close attempts to play and sound like Maynard, and some people's attempts to sound like Maynard thinking that they do, but they really don't. And we're talking about some of Maynard's most famous lead trumpet players. And some of these guys are some of the A-list players in LA and New York and Chicago. We're going to find out what the difference is. First of all, if you're listening to this and you don't have your range up to a pretty good level, I would stop this video and immediately go to my website, trumpetsizzle.com, and get enrolled in the 16-week upper register program. You're wasting your time. Maynard is about having the acumen and the facility and the power in the upper register. And if you don't have that, then this video is just a waste of your time. It might motivate you to get busy and start working on your range. But frankly, I'm talking to people that either have already developed their range, or thinking about playing lead, or they already play lead, or they've already even tried to play some Maynard before in rehearsal or at a concert. We're going to be talking about some of the things that cause people to not sound like Maynard. In fact, I guess it was about a year ago, I had some hater idiot that said that you sound like Maynard, but why don't you play your own way? Why don't you be yourself? Why don't you do your own thing? Why are you trying to copy Maynard? And my response to this individual, without all the explicatives, like F you and mother effer and, all that kind of stuff, was pretty much this. Maynard is a style. He's not only an individual and a player, but he created a style. So that would be like asking some organist on Easter morning or in the holiday season, what in the world are you thinking? You're trying to copy, Handel. Why? Why don't you just do your own thing? Hey, what are you thinking? You're sounding like Bach. Hey, what are you thinking? That symphony's, No, it sounds like Beethoven. What are you thinking? Why don't you just play your own way? It is because some of us musicians like the style of a particular composer, era, or individual. And we want to play in that style. We want to sound like that. That is a style. So who in their right mind would play Brahms and try to sound like Scott Joplin? Right? Ridiculous. So when we're talking about trying to sound like Maynard, trying to play like Maynard, what we're really saying is we want to play with his style, in the style of Maynard Ferguson. Can anybody ever play like Maynard? No. Even the people that come closest still do not play exactly like Maynard. It's impossible. He was a one of a kind. So no matter how hard you try to copy Maynard, the best that can happen to you is you become better because you have some of the essence of his playing in yours, but you will never be a Maynard clone. Nobody is. Let's get that out of the way. So when we're trying to play in a particular style, we can call player Maynard Ferguson a style. He had a style, and his style was very smooth, rounded, singable, powerful style, and which is not a lead trumpet style, and that's where the problem is for you folks that already play lead, that already have range. And I'm going to do some demonstrations on what I've heard. People, and I'm talking about some high-powered, high-caliber people that came from Maynard's band, and one of them gets all the gigs in LA, seems like, gets just about every gig, and he's been featured on several Maynard. He's never done a Maynard tribute. A Maynard tribute means you got to get out there and face the audience, in my opinion, at least 8 Maynard songs by yourself. That's a Maynard tribute by one individual. So this particular person I'm talking about has never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute like I have, like Eric Miyashiro has, like a guy up in New York, Ron Reski, has. But this guy is a top dog in LA. I think we all know who we're talking about, but I'm not going to mention names. He's never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute. 8 songs on a concert at least. And no stand. If you're going to play in the style of Maynard, you do not use a stand and bury your freaking head in the stand. Hello? Are you kindergartners out there? Maynard was not only about his style, but he was about his connection with the audience. I think on some new charts you might have seen him go over there and glance at his stand, possibly, but on the songs that he knew well, he got right out there in front and wanted to connect with the audience. And being buried in a stand, like you're the studio sight reading fool that you are, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. LA guy, that's not Maynard. If you have to have your eyes locked on every note on a solo that you've been playing for 20 years by Maynard, that's not Maynard. Okay, you just totally missed it. So, playing Maynard is in playing a particular style. It doesn't mean that you're going to turn into a Maynard clone. You let me know when you find someone that's turned into a Maynard Ferguson clone that plays exactly like Maynard. I want to find out who that would be, because so far that's never happened, ever. So, now that you know what we're talking about playing in a particular style, the Maynard Ferguson style. We want to play in that style because he set the bar for having this ridiculously melodic, lullaby, cantabile type of sound in the upper register that almost sounded like he was singing on a lot of the charts, right? Yeah. So I'm going to pick out a couple of songs that are well known, not some of his more obscure ones, but they're well known and people try to play. And I'm going to try to differentiate on how the style would be correct for Maynard, the Maynard style, and how it would be incorrect if you're playing it as a lead trumpet player. There's a difference. So let's try to find something. You know, I have no music in front of me. Look around. I'm in a practice room. The only thing I have in front of my stand, I got some Clark, baby. So I don't have any Maynard music in front of me. It's going to have to come from my head. I got Herbert L. Clark there, but that's not going to help us out with a Maynard. So we can take what I consider one of his easier charts, and this is one that a lot of people can start working on if you haven't worked on Maynard Ferguson and the style, which would be My Funny Valentine. Now, we're not going to go through the easy ballad stuff in the beginning. We're trying to capture the part where people really screw up. Not necessarily screw up the notes, as far as missing notes or accuracy, but screw up the style, and they end up sounding like a lead player. So nearing the end, it's kind of like the push. Let me see if I can get my bearings. Okay, that's a very sweet singable part in My Funny Valentine near the end that Maynard just sounds wonderful on. And I've actually gotten pretty close of capturing the Maynard style myself on that particular section. And that's when people actually work with me and learn the Maynard, we work on that one of the first ones. It doesn't go too terribly high. Now, I've heard countless lead players and some from Maynard's band play it like this. Sorry. All in all, they're hitting the right notes, right? Yes, they are. What's the difference? And as we get into May 4th, we're getting very close to Maynard's birthday of 2016, which is on May 4th. You're going to hear people pop up playing some of the Maynard stuff. I'm confident of it. In fact, I heard there's a big shindig in LA with some of Maynard's alumni. Now, I want you to use this tutorial and listen to what they do. You're going to notice almost all of them, except for probably Eric Miyashiro and maybe one other person, is going to sound like the lead trumpet player trying to play in the Maynard style, not playing the Maynard style. Don't take my word for it. Watch this video right before you see some of these guys play, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And no, they aren't trying to play in their own style or play with their own personality. That, like, again, that would be like playing toccata and fugue in D minor and you know, playing it like you're some kind of jazz piano player, right? Or playing it like Barry Manilow, right? No, when you play in the style of something, you play in that style. You can bring in whatever you want from your own personality, but you play in that style. You don't screw up the style, okay? And you're going to hear these lead trumpet players screw up the Maynard style. They're going to get the high notes, they're going to get the notes, but they're screwing up the style. Just like I did on My Funny Valentines. So, playing it like a lead player, you smack the notes harder than you normally would, just like you would in lead. That's a lead player mentality. Lead playing the Maynard Ferguson solo. No, you've just totally screwed up the entire style, my lead playing friend. So that's one example about why even people that are the top professional level lead players cannot seem to play like Maynard and play in that style. They're playing like a lead player, right? Lead player. Lots of harsh articulations and pops and percussive attacks that go right along with the rhythm section. No, we're not playing that way when we're playing Maynard. Lead trumpet player. Turn on a light bulb. Think. Let's go on to a harder example now. What would be harder? Okay, a lot of people try to attempt this particular song, and most crash and burn on it, but the ones that actually get through it are not sounding like Maynard. So, again, you know I don't have the music in front of me, and I'm having to do this off the cuff. I'm just trying to get the song in my head. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. If you don't recognize that, that's from the Big Push, kind of in the middle of the piece of Danny Boy, from way, way, way on back, way, way, way back. I believe that probably was in the 60s. Or maybe, you know what? It might have even been in, could have been the 50s too, when he first started getting that one going. Well, you hear a lot of people trying that one. You can go on YouTube right now and see a lot of people doing that one. Will it sound like I just did? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, the lead player approach on this one, who hasn't thought about the Maynard Ferguson style, which is a style, is going to play it something like this. I got pretty much all the right notes, didn't I? Yeah, for the most part. But it sucks if you're trying to play it in the Maynard style. That's a lead trumpet style that I just did there. In fact, I could have even overdid it more than what I just did. So the singability in the Maynard style makes the solo. Not your high notes or how loud you can play or how rough you can attack stuff, lead trumpet players out there. That's another example, Danny Boy. Listen to everybody playing Danny Boy, except for Eric Miyashiro, and it's going to sound kind of like I did on the lead trumpet part of my demonstration here. Okay, let's move on to some other ones now. MacArthur Park. MacArthur Park is the one that everybody tries. This is one that features that top LA trumpet player who's got his, he looks like this when he's playing. He's in the stand, he's playing like this. played this a million times, but he's still got his nose and his horn buried in the stand. Yeah, totally not playing the style of Maynard. And then his playing is not in the style of Maynard. People go ooh and ah because he's hitting high notes. I don't go ooh and ah on his playing at all. Ever. Zero. Nada. So, what is he doing that's not in the appropriate style of playing Maynard? Well, let's see, what part of MacArthur Park are we going to pick? Let's see here. I guess maybe near the front of it. Okay, quite smooth, quite flowing, quite connected, right? Go back and listen to Maynard do that and listen to what I just did. It's about the same thing, right? Except when you watch some of his live stuff and he's getting a little bit funky. And sometimes he does when he's doing some of the live stuff, like the Maynard Ferguson stuff. Okay, so now how would you screw up the Maynard style on that one and make it sound more like a lead trumpet player playing that particular song and not playing correctly in the Maynard Ferguson style? You would do it like this. That's a lead trumpet player mentality coming at what could have been a gorgeous, beautiful, singable, melodic solo, and you're pounding it, and you're pounding it, and you're pounding it like a lead trumpet player. Almost like the whole agenda is just to get the high notes popping out loud. You totally screwed it up, Mr. LA studio guy from Maynard Ferguson. Old-timey band. You screwed it up. How come you can't play it like Maynard? Like I just did, because you're missing the important part of the style. Okay, it's not about playing lead trumpet with the Maynard solo. It's about playing the Maynard Ferguson solo style, which this person obviously, until now, still hasn't got. Let's go on to another one. Yet another one. So this one's one that is also very famous. You might even hear it on May 4th when they do the tribute. Let me see if I can remember how it goes. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now, in all fairness, the Gonna Fly Now theme and the Rocky theme does have a little bit more punch, percussive, articulated tacks than, say, some of the other ballad solos that we were talking about earlier. So the lead players that are playing this, that were in Maynard's band, can somewhat get away with having that lead player mentality because that's just kind of the style, part of the style of this one. But still, there should be a flowing, effortlessness and connectedness with the solo. So how can I make this solo less like Maynard and more like a lead, more like an LA top tier, world class A group lead player? You could tell the difference in that it was a choppy, lots of taking air breaks and stuff like that to make sure you're getting the high notes, as opposed to the nice, smooth, singable style that should be in that particular piece. But like I said before, it is a rock disco piece, so there is going to be more punch to it than the typical Maynard Ferguson style. So that's why the lead players, if you hear this on May 4th, they're going to get away with being a little bit more punchy with it and still making it sound close to the style. But by throwing in all these air breaks and some of the things that they're doing, it totally takes away from the style, in my opinion. Okay, so let's see if there's any more Maynard Ferguson things to talk about. But maybe the Gospel John thing, right? Okay, that was pretty close to the Maynard Ferguson style. If you're a lead trumpet player playing that, just thinking it's all about the high notes, you're going to end up sounding like this. Okay? That would be a typical lead player coming at the Gospel John Maynard Ferguson solo and playing it as though a lead trumpet player would. Is he getting the notes? Pretty much. Is it loud? Yes, that was loud. Is it really in the style of Maynard? No. Maynard would never play. He would never play Gospel John like that. That's how a lead trumpet player would approach that solo, and not Maynard Ferguson. So anyway, I hope I've turned on the light bulb for you lead trumpet players that have thought about playing Maynard, or you already have, and then you go back and look, and you're thinking there's something missing in my performance. Why? I just don't sound like Maynard. I just don't got that style. What's going on? So just forgive yourself, because you'll never be Maynard, but you can sound and get the style like Maynard, because that's what we're after. Again, if we're going to play Fur-Elise, right, by Beethoven, we're not going to play it at those would be the right notes, but the wrong freaking style, because we're trying to play in the style of Beethoven, and here we're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson. You're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, by God, play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, and not some lead trumpet player that's chopping it up with a big old hacksaw. Okay, that's my tutorial on playing in the style of Maynard Ferguson and trying to play like him, versus just going for the high notes as a professional lead trumpet player and being satisfied and all smug with yourself that you got the high notes. No, you missed it. And then this stand, if you got the stand in front of you and you're playing a Maynard Ferguson tribute or solo and you got your eyes buried in that stand, you have so freaking missed the point of Maynard and the connectedness that Maynard had with his audience. You just totally missed it. Watch on May 4th, if there's a tribute concert, watch how many people that played with Maynard, bink, missed it. Missed it. Maynard never came out hunched, with his eyes and his horn buried in the stand, playing a solo. Never did that. I mean, come on, folks. So if you're trying to play Maynard, rewind this video and watch over and over and over again, and you just might be able to get some of this into your playing and sound better. For those of you who have the range and have some lead but would like to start venturing out playing Maynard Ferguson stuff, I'm telling you, it is the hardest part that you can do on the horn. Playing Maynard Ferguson or another written high note solo, whether it be Doc Severinsen or Bill Chase, really doesn't matter. When you are playing the written high note solo, folks, there's nothing else. There's no other harder music for you to play. And I know this for a fact. I got a video I'm going to put up where I made my living playing the Carnival of Venice all summer long, 5 shows a day. Okay? I've done that. I played all the toughest Empire brass and Canadian brass quintet music. I've done it all. I played all the hardest piccolo pieces, Michael Haydn, Brandenburg, the toughest Vivaldi piece on piccolo. I've warmed up on the Hindemith. I played the Hummel and the Haydn. I've done the Tomasi. I played Alan Vizuti's Cascades. I've done it all. And then I played the hardest lead trumpet parts known to man. What's the hardest thing? None of that. The hardest thing is to stand up, pick up your horn, walk out in front of the band. It's you in the mic or you in the audience, and to play that known written high note solo that everybody knows. So second book jazz player, there's no finger wiggling your way out of this one, my friends. There's no taking the horn off and listening to the rhythm section do a little something while you're resting your chops. When you play the written high note solo, it's game on. It's you play to the end. You make it or you don't. It is the hardest. I've done it all. It is the hardest. Don't believe me? Let's put you to the test. I'll pick 2 Maynard Ferguson solos for you, and we'll go to a rehearsal big band, and we'll make you step out front and play it. Got to play it from memory, too. What's the point of burying your nose in the stand? That's not Maynard. Then we'll see what you think. It's tough love, baby, and you need it. Page 48, number 184. Herbert L. Clark says, the following is my daily endurance test. It should be practiced 4 times in 1 breath. All right. 184. Wow, Herbert.
Lip buzzing is a poison, so you really have to be careful. This is a lip buzzing tutorial, Lip Buzzing 101. And I'm going to get some close-up shots here of my chops while we lip buzz. Lip buzzing can really cause you a lot of consternation. It could set you back. It could destroy your chops. It can make you have the inability to even get a tone out on your brass instrument. This tutorial is for all brass instruments. A lot of people think it's only for trumpet, because that's my main instrument, but it's trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, tuba, euphonium. If you buzz a metal mouthpiece into an instrument, this tutorial is for you. First of all, lip buzzing is a poison, and that's why some people have tried it and then issue it, because it really screwed them up. You know, some people take nitroglycerin for heart problems. Think about it, folks. Nitroglycerin explodes. That's that little liquid that if you have a certain amount of it, you throw it, it will really explode like dynamite. So nitroglycerin is a poison, but yet people take it for their heart problems. Zoloft and Lexapro and a bunch of other drugs are good for people that have depression and bipolar disorders. You take too much of it, you're really going to be screwed badly. Anything you can think of that can help you in small doses could also kill you. Let me think of one other thing. Well, let's just pick Vicodin. You know, Vicodin, the painkiller. You know, you take a little bit of it, it makes you high, gets rid of the pain. If you take too much of that, man, it will definitely kill you. So poisons can really be beneficial, and they can also kill you. And lip buzzing is a poison. It's not like doing lip slurs, and it's not like doing other stuff. I mean, you can do lip slurs all day long if you wanted to. It's not going to kill you. If you lip buzzed all day long, you won't be playing for the next week or two. I can guarantee that. So lip buzzing is a poison, but it's a necessary evil to incorporate, because it does focus on one thing. Here. Lip strength. A lot of people confuse all this as embouchure. Not true. You really need to investigate this for yourself, but if you happen to see a cadaver and you peel back the skin, and I know it's kind of gross, the tissue fiber here in your lips is different than the embouchure, the feather-like muscles that surround your lips, the corners that we all work on real hard, right? The corners, all these muscles here that are real tight. Well, the lip flesh and tissue is different, and so you can actually work on strengthening the lips. And the reason that you want to do that is because the lip muscle in the aperture is the final stage of compression. You have your diaphragm. That's number one. You have the tongue arch and the bottleneck that happens with the tongue arch and the squeeze, number two. And then you have the aperture, which is the third and final stage of compression. The aperture is just a fancy word for the little hole. That's the aperture right there. The little area where the air comes out and goes into your mouthpiece. That's the aperture. Excuse me. Those are the three stages of compression. And you must work on all of those if you want to get a good tone, good power, and of course good range and endurance. If you fail on one of those, you're going to be lacking. And a lot of people tend to fail on the aperture part. Basically what happens is, if you don't have a strong lip strength here, when you blow enough air through the mouthpiece, your lips will blow apart. What happens when your lips blow apart? When your lips blow apart, you have more air going through the aperture, but at a slower velocity. So think about that. Your lips blow apart slightly. It's not exaggerated, but they blow apart enough to slow the air down. You get more air through the aperture, and your range goes down. Okay? What happens? You end up cramming the mouthpiece against the horn. Cramming the mouthpiece against your lips, and your lips start swelling. Your endurance goes out the window, and you end up having a bad night of playing. So, lip buzzing 101. You really need to get involved with lip buzzing. But the thing about it is a poison. So if you lip buzz 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour, like some college professors told me a long time ago when I was in high school, I couldn't play for a couple of weeks. It screwed me up. I lost range, endurance. It's horrible. It took me years and years and years of experimenting with lip buzzing to find the right mix. So I would recommend that you check out my website, because lip buzzing and several techniques related to lip buzzing actually is incorporated into my 16-week brass upper register course. So the bottom line is, you have to be able to lip buzz. Almost a double C there. I wasn't warmed up. You have to have the strength in your lips to buzz without the horn to really magnify your range and endurance, and really increase the compression that happens in your aperture. So this is Lip Buzzing 101 tutorial, just basically telling you why and the hows, and hopefully that you'll pursue it further. But last word, and I've said it several times, and I know it's repetitive, it is a poison. So you go beyond a certain time limit with your lip buzzing, or buzz too loud, and you will make things really, really bad for yourself. Maybe the inability to play for a few days or a couple of weeks, so be careful. If you want to know more about lip buzzing and how to incorporate it in your practice and the different various techniques that you can employ in your practice to help that last stage of compression, then go ahead and click on the link you see below. You have to click on the description and open it up, and you'll see my link there. Go there and you can email me, or simply email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. KURT@trumpetsizzle.com. So I hope this video tutorial made a little sense to you. If you don't employ lip buzzing at all, I'm convinced you will never gain and master the range on any brass instrument. That I can guarantee. You must master the lip buzzing. I will see you later, my friend. Bye-bye. Conundrum and dilemma of finding an appropriate brass teacher to help you with your high notes and your endurance. So, conundrum, dilemma, big words, right? Not really. It just means that there is an irony when it comes to playing this instrument and teaching it. So if you spend your whole career playing this guy, you're actually probably going to get very, very good at it. But what did you not spend time doing? You didn't spend time teaching. And teaching is not just a craft, it's also an art. And you actually have to do a lot of it, and unfortunately cut your teeth and make your mistakes hopefully early on, and not screw too many people up before you start getting things right. So what is the conundrum and the dilemma of a student, typically an advanced student or maybe even a semi-pro, wanting to increase the range on their brass instrument? Doesn't matter if it's trumpet. Tuba players, have you heard of Roger Bobo? Hello? I would bet the whole bank that you can't play as high or as powerful or as great or as long as Roger Bobo. I'll just bet the bank. I'll bet your bank along with it. So it doesn't matter if you play this instrument or if you play the largest brass instrument, tuba. You're going to have to, at some point, want to strengthen up the chops and increase your endurance. So you start looking for a teacher that can help you do that. So you're going to make two mistakes. The first mistake is to look for a high-profile celeb type brass player, and since I focus more on the high brass, I can just throw off some names. Some of these people already passed away: Maurice Andre, Maynard Ferguson, Bill Chase. Alive ones would be John Faddis, Wayne Bergeron, Arturo Sandoval. Let's go as far as, how about Gary Grant? How about Chuck Finley? How about Bobby Shue? So I just mentioned a bunch of names of people that are living and passed away that are known worldwide for their multifaceted abilities on the trumpet. And all the people that I mentioned have one thing, at least one thing in common, regardless of whether they do classical, commercial, or jazz. They have fantastic chops. Fantastic chops. Amazing chops. Especially when you consider the best trumpet player in the world, Maynard Ferguson. You can't beat him at all. And I have another video coming out where he actually plays along with Clark Terry and Clifford Brown and kind of clings their clock. I mean, he is right, in my opinion, right now, the best brass player ever, and no one has beat him yet. So, but here's the thing. Here's the one side of the equation. If Maynard was alive right now, he's not going to be a good choice for your teacher to show you how to increase your range and your endurance. Give you an example. Maynard's would, you can watch clinics on YouTube, and I've even talked to Maynard a couple times after his concerts at Jazz Alley in Seattle, which is where I saw him most of the time. That's also where I saw Arturo and some other people. Well, he's just going to tell you about breathing and his yoga breath, and he's going to talk about an energy demand. He's going to talk about making sure that your feet are shoulder width apart and you bend your knee. That works for him because he's Maynard Ferguson. It won't work for you. I will guarantee it. And so all the people that I mentioned, they've spent their whole career playing a tremendous amount. And what have they done very little of? Very little teaching, very little teaching, very little teaching. I say out of the ones that I mentioned, probably Roger Ingram seems like he really knows what he's doing when it comes to teaching. So not taken away from his playing, but he's obviously spent some time working with people, and he's able to convey some of the techniques that helped him get to where he is to students. But still, Roger has a tremendous amount of natural talent, and when you have that kind of talent, you can't convey all that to somebody who doesn't have the talent. So as far as just studying jazz, I think I haven't met Bobby Shew, haven't talked to him personally, but I've had some people come through my course that have actually taken jazz lessons from him, and it seems like as far as learning jazz, or even lead trumpet style, and you can't really go wrong with Bobby Shew. Has he really developed a crazy, amazing upper register and endurance program? I haven't heard about it. So, but if you wanted to really put the spit shine on your jazz and your lead trumpet playing, I think he's the man. All the other people I mentioned are some of the best trumpet players in the world, either living or now deceased. There's no track record there. There's no experience of teaching and really being able to convey the techniques for the student, mainly because these people have a tremendous amount of natural talent. When you can just play long tones and start playing a couple high notes, and all of a sudden you get, to be fantastically better than the average trumpet player, that's talent. The rest of us actually have to work on strategy and do a bunch of different things to really increase our range and endurance. And I'm one of those guys. I feel like I have a little bit of talent and a huge work ethic, and then a brain that thinks outside the box, and that's how I got to where I am right now. And when you hear me play, you need to keep in mind, I'm spending most of my time teaching. I mean, if I played full time, watch out, baby. I'm going to be on fire. When I played full time, I was on fire. I didn't feel like anybody could really touch me. So I'm not joking about that. But when you hear me play, even the last thing I did with recently with Maynard Ferguson's Ole, you're watching a guy who's not playing full time. I spend most of my time teaching you, and that's quite rewarding. Now that may switch. The pendulum swings back and forth, and just depending on how things go, I may get back into playing. And personally, I'd like to get back into doing my own thing, which I did before, and I want to branch out into doing smaller ensemble jazz stuff. So, but right now, I'm still focusing on teaching. And so, now the other equation. So, you're smart enough not to go to the best player in the world because they just play. They mainly don't teach. So you decide to go to a guy who teaches but doesn't play. Or if he does play, he doesn't exhibit the extraordinary amount of flair and pizzazz and sizzle up in that upper register. So now you got a person who, now what's wrong with that? Well, you got a person who's operating on theory. Use your noggins here, brass folks. If the person you're studying with can't demonstrate what they're teaching you, then how good is that teaching going to be for you? Not that good. They're going to be rehashing stuff that their professor, their trumpet professor, for example, trumpet, was given them when they were pursuing their DMA, okay, or they were pursuing their MM. So these people tend to rehash and regurgitate stuff that their teacher before them, who also really can't play, except for the typical classical orchestral excerpts and stuff like that, well, they're regurgitating that for you. But they can't really demonstrate an exceptional ability in the upper register. Case in point, I had a college instructor like that when I was getting my bachelor's. Probably one of the best all-around trumpet players in the Nashville area. But when it came to doing the stuff that I wanted to do, and playing Maynard, Bill Chase, and executing extremely well in the upper and extreme
upper and extreme upper register, my particular instructor could not do that. And so, I had to figure out this stuff on my own. So where does that leave you? You can take lessons from somebody local. It's usually going to be somebody that was recommended. Maybe he or she is a teacher at the community college, or maybe he or she is the principal trumpet in some major metropolitan orchestra or symphony. Yeah, those kind of teachers are going to be good for working on your musical phrasing, your style, your tone, your sound, maybe even your power to some extent, your technique, your fingers. If I didn't mention accuracy and sight reading and etudes and all this kind of stuff, they're not really going to help you too much in pursuit of upper register endurance. And so the reason I mention that is if you already feel like you got some decent technique under your belt, you've already gone through some of the classical orchestral excerpts, maybe you've even played in an orchestra, you've played in a big band, you've done this, so you already kind of feel like you have a decent foundation there, then you don't need to be studying with your local instructor who's just going to be going over the techniques I just mentioned. You're going to have to find somebody who can do both. And unfortunately, that's the conundrum, the dilemma. That's your plight, is to find somebody who can do both. And that's very difficult to find. You're either going to have to be lucky enough to live in a city where someone has demonstrated the fact that they can play extraordinarily well in the upper register and really sound good. Not sound like, someone squealing or a stuck pig or a chainsaw. They have to really, really sound good and execute accurately and flawlessly. You have to verify that. Either you go hear them in a concert, you go hear them at a rehearsal, or you check out their videos that they did. And you want to see a video of them performing live, not a video of them recording an MP3 and putting it to pictures in a YouTube video. You'd like to see them performing live, on a recorded video. So that would be one way. And then you want to find out who have they been teaching and what do those students have to say about them. That's the other way. So I've given you two strategies to find out the teacher that you need to be studying with. So written statements and written testimonials and reviews are decent, but let's face it, folks, those can be forged and made up. If I wanted to, right now I could stop this video and I could sit down and make up about 20 or 30 written testimonials about myself and put in a bunch of names and just throw it on my website, or throw it out there on some blog. So you don't really know if that's authentic or not. What is authentic? An individual making a video and either talking or playing or both about that particular instructor. That is the real deal. So when you're looking for an instructor to help you with the physical part of this and improving your chops and your endurance, you need to look for the instructor that can demonstrate they actually have the facility and expertise in the upper register. And that's not just in some studio. They got to have been out there on stage and doing it. The second thing is you want to make sure that they can teach. And the way you ascertain that is by video reviews and video testimonials of that particular teacher. The less video reviews that teacher has, the more I would be skeptical and the more that I would doubt that particular individual. How do you know if he can teach? Maybe he can play well, but he's in that other camp. He can't teach. The reason this is all very important is for two reasons: your time and your money. So either you're going to waste both of them, or if you're rich, well, you're going to at least waste your time. So if you get with a local instructor or somebody in the symphony or the DMA and trumpet professor at your local college, university, or a guy that has his MM at your community college, well, the reason, if you didn't do your homework on this right, you might study with this person for 6 months and pay them $50 a lesson once a week, so that's $200, right? 6 months, now you spend over $1,000 on this particular instructor, and you realize after 6 months you've gone nowhere. You've gotten nowhere. But then you've also wasted 6 months. 6 months that you could have spent with the right teacher and really got somewhere. So use your noggin on this one, brass players. You have to do a little bit of homework. A little bit of homework will save you a lot of grief, a lot of time, and a lot of money. And for you rich people out there, and I get some of those in my courses, you know, that are businessmen and they have a lot of money. You don't, I mean, even if $1,000 doesn't matter to you, you still don't want to waste 6 months, do you? I mean, we all have, you know, a value on our time, and you don't want to waste 6 months studying with somebody who's really not going to help you out, regardless if you don't care about the money. So these are things that you need to really think about, investigate, and do your homework. So to recap, there is a conundrum, a dilemma for most brass players, most advanced brass players seeking to improve their range and endurance on the instrument. And we already notated that the celeb trumpet players, the most fantastic brass players in the world, have spent their whole career playing and not showing others how to do it. There's a whole world of difference in playing and teaching, folks. Just because you can play this like Maynard Ferguson doesn't mean that you can teach little Johnny who just got into college, you know, how to improve their endurance and range. It doesn't work that way. You might think it's logical, but no, it doesn't work that way. The other thing is finding the teacher that can actually teach you and who can also walk the walk. And we already mentioned that most teachers that you're going to go to, your local teacher, the guy or gal at the community college level with their masters, the university professor who has their DMA, the guy that's playing your major city orchestra, they're not really going to be able to teach you unless you follow the homework steps I gave you. Watch them in concert exhibiting amazing abilities in the upper register and sound and tone and accuracy, or watch videos of them doing it live when they were recorded live on a video. Hope this helps out. This video is an important one because it could save you a tremendous amount of money and a tremendous amount of time. People don't really think too much when they're taking an hour lesson once a week and they're just given 50. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, you know. Or let's just say you got a deal of 40. It doesn't matter, 40 or 50, and you're doing that once a week. You do that for 6 months. You've given somebody over $1,000. I mean, over $1,000, and all your time. And so a lot of people are just not thinking about that, and then it catches up with them, and they realize that they've spent over $1,000 and they got zip to show for it. Think about it. You're smart. You can do this.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
But it's a tongue arch. With a tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play. And if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. There's upper, lower. Take the tip, Go down. Yeah, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, you know, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up, like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming. Mm. Yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. Now, I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath, and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know the tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. On that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, I tried again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important um, to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad. And something bad's going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Well, normally, now without, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that error at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got to perfect it, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and then I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now. I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I do I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch
should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range, but you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, you might, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap, folks. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yes, folks, I found this little contraption online, and I'm going to be doing an experiment, so I'm going to make a couple of subsequent videos on this to let you know what happens. I'm actually doing this just to increase my power and volume. I don't know if you figured this out. I don't really need to increase my range, and I definitely don't need to increase my endurance. But power, I'm all for being the most dominant, powerful brass player anytime, any place, anywhere, baby. And let's just see what this does. I just did like, what, 10 reps of that, and feel a little something going on. Now, this is an isometric activity, kind of, because you actually have a device. So, I mean, you're actually doing, you know, an exercise, where isometric means you're kind of like tensing muscles against themselves. You know, kind of like if you just kind of grip your fist, go like that, that's kind of isometrical. Where if you had something that you were squeezing, that would be just more of a regular type of calisthenic exercise. So for those of you who follow my stuff, I think you might get a kick out of what happens. I like to give things a decent amount of time, so I'm going to give this little contraption here about a month to see what happens and see if I notice when I get ready to blow. In fact, I might get out my old trusty decibel meter. Remember that one from a couple years ago? And the threshold of pain, if you remember watching that one and the new one I just put out, the threshold of pain for your ears is 130 decibels. Now, if you watched that one from a couple years ago, which I just recently kind of edited, I got my double A up to 126.5. Folks, now that's trained whistleblowing loud. And then I included a couple examples where, you know, I buried the band with that note. What I would like to see is if this guy can get me up to that 130 mark on my double A. Yes, that would be cool.
That means anybody that I don't like would experience the threshold of pain at 130 decibels on my double A. Yes, it will become a legitimate weapon of vengeance. And you too can be able to exact revenge on people that rub you the wrong freaking way. So, for those of you who play trumpet, watch my progress on this little contraption. And by the way, I'm thinking that even if you don't play trumpet, guys, this could be a wonderful Christmas gift for your girlfriend or wife. You know what I'm talking about, baby? Yes, so even if she doesn't play trumpet or is not a musician, you still may want to order this for her. Get my drift? Let's exit with a little bit more exercise here. Ready?
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
This exercise is meant to increase your endurance, in a huge amount, and your range, and you have to actually work. And that's one thing a lot of you are not willing to do. So what you're going to see is me doing the Cat Anderson whisper quiet middle C for 5 minutes. Trust me. You do that for 30 days in a row and you're going to notice something big time happens to your endurance, and you'll probably get a half step pop in your range. That's not a bad trade-off for doing your 5 minutes of practice a day. So let's see if we can put this, hold on, I got to fix the phone here first. Yeah, so I have this set at 5 minutes. I was just trying to adjust the screen so it won't go off. And this was set at like 30 seconds just to go to sleep. So let's do it for 5 minutes. In fact, once you know what I'm doing, why don't you get out your horn and go right along with me, and let's kick some butt together. Okay? So let's start the countdown. By the way, if this note sounds pretty on your horn, you are doing it the wrong way, my friend. Listen to how I do it. This note does not lock in. And the closing your teeth stuff is optional in my opinion. I'm going to just do it normally without my teeth shut. But it's going to be at the threshold of where the tone quits. The tone should be kind of bad on this one. The pitch should waver around because you're never locking it in. You're playing at about 4 Ps. Here we go. 5 minutes. cat. All right, cat. Folks, you want to get some serious range and endurance, then you need to man up. Or if you're a gal, you need to woman up. I mean, you need to work your butt. You try that exercise I just did and watch how it exhausts you. Basically, you're not breathing for 5 minutes. That is the Cat Anderson Whisper Quiet 5-minute C. It's an advanced technique in my course. And I'm here to tell you, you do that once a day, like I did, 5 minutes for a month. You might double your endurance and you might throw a half step on top of your range just for 5 minutes a day. But you're going to work. Did it look easy? You do it. And you do it for 30 times in a row for a month. But when you have that extra range and that double of endurance, then you got to come back and thank this guy right there on this video, okay? You make a comment. If you haven't subscribed, you should subscribe right now. And you come back in the middle of January with more power, a little bit better range, and a lot more endurance, and you make a comment right there for everybody to see that it does work. Kurt Thompson, trumpet.Sizzle.com, and I was just doing the Cat Anderson 5-minute Whisper Quiet C. Well, I'm just going to give you a few tips here. I've already given you one. Number one, don't be that person that is mouthpiece buzzing a half an hour to an hour a day before you practice. That's a no-brainer. You're going to end up being a more anemic, weaker player. Maybe your ear training might be better, but everything else is going to be worse. So don't be that guy or gal that buzzes on this thing for an hour before you do anything. You're going to be worse range and power-wise. Like that, I'll guarantee you. The second thing is a couple things you might want to consider in the mouthpiece buzzing would be scales, arpeggios, and then being able to pick out some certain notes. And I think you already heard me did that. But just a simple one I think that's doable for a lot of people is just to do the C major scale. Concert B flat. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people that come through my course, not everyone, but a lot of them do have trouble just doing something like that. The scale up, the arpeggio up, hitting the target notes. So my advice to you, if you don't do any mouthpiece buzzing, start doing a little bit every day, maybe a couple of minutes. Try doing a couple of scales. Try doing some arpeggios and maybe just picking out some notes, in the upper register. If you're already doing mouthpiece buzzing and you're one of those persons that wakes up and does this for a half an hour to an hour, I'm telling you, if you want to play something else besides brass quintet or a third cornet part in your concert band, you're just going to have to stop that. You really are. You got to tone the mouthpiece buzzing all the way down. Use this as a tool to build and not as your meat and potatoes. I'm Kurt Thompson at trumpetsizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Barely. Got the triple C on this. So the mouthpiece. Should you be doing some mouthpiece buzzing every day? Of course you should. In many ways, the mouthpiece is definitely harder than playing the horn. And go further, lip buzzing by itself is harder than mouthpiece buzzing and the horn. So the mouthpiece is kind of halfway in between. Problem for most people is they don't know exactly what to do on this. And if they were a classical player, more than likely they're doing way too much mouthpiece buzzing, and that has a tendency to thin out the lips, reduce your endurance, reduce the cushion in your lips, and actually reduce your range. So I know a lot of classical players that will say that they buzz their mouthpiece a half an hour before they even touch their horn, or they buzz their mouthpiece an hour before they even touch their horn. Ooh. Yeah, that's going to keep you right in the classical arena permanently. I mean, you're not going to ever be able to do jazz or rock or lead or do recording sessions or be that A-list player, because it's going to keep your range down. A lot of times it thins out your sound, so you don't have this big brassy sound. But yet, so where's the fine line in mouthpiece buzzing? There is a fine line. So you can use this as a useful tool. It also is a little bit of an ear trainer. Enhances your flexibility, and if done properly, you can start to use it to bump up your range just a little bit. Like lip buzzing, I wouldn't really call this a poison. Lip buzzing can definitely be a poison if you do way too much of it. I mean, it can just totally kill you off. Mouthpiece buzzing, to some extent, yes, it's not near as potent as the lip buzzing, but the sweet spot is where and how much. What do you need to be doing on the mouthpiece? Well, I'm just going to give you a few tips here. I've already given you one. Number one, don't be that person that is mouthpiece buzzing a half an hour to an hour a day before you practice. That's a no-brainer. You're going to end up being a more anemic, weaker player. Maybe your ear training might be better, but everything else is going to be worse. So don't be that guy or gal that buzzes on this thing for an hour before you do anything. You're going to be worse range and power wise. Like that, I'll guarantee you. The second thing is a couple things you might want to consider in the mouthpiece buzzing would be scales, arpeggios, and then being able to pick out some certain notes. And I think you already heard me did that. But just a simple one I think that's doable for a lot of people is just to do the C major scale. Concert B flat. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people that come through my course, not everyone, but a lot of them do have trouble just doing something like that. The scale up, the arpeggio up, hitting the target notes. So my advice to you, if you don't do any mouthpiece buzzing, start doing a little bit every day, maybe a couple of minutes. Try doing a couple of scales. Try doing some arpeggios, and maybe just picking out some notes, in the upper register. If you're already doing mouthpiece buzzing and you're one of those persons that wakes up and does this for a half an hour to an hour, I'm telling you, if you want to play something else besides brass quintet or third cornet part in your concert band, you're just going to have to stop that. You really are. You got to tone the mouthpiece buzzing all the way down. Use this as a tool to build and not as your meat and potatoes. This is the guy that you need to be playing. If you're going to be playing for half an hour, you play this guy. This one here, maybe up to 5 minutes, maybe 10, maybe 10 minutes. You're kind of pushing it. But somewhere right around there is a sweet spot. Yeah, my bet is if you haven't done the mouthpiece and you start doing a little bit, you will notice something positive happen in your playing. Could be that your notes lock a little bit better, they slot better. Could be your flexibility is a little bit better. On the flip side of the coin, if you've been doing too much of this, you back off down to 5 or 10 minutes a day and start doing some of the stuff I just talked about. You too might start to notice, wait a minute, my range is going up, my power is coming back, my tone's coming back. So there are some benefits. It just depends on what side of the fence you are on when it comes to mouthpiece buzzing. This is for all brass instruments, by the way. So Anyway, I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope you found this helpful. I guess one thing it just occurred to me is when it comes to mouthpiece buzzing, you can't really use a significant amount of pressure. I mean, you can, but not like the horn. I mean, even when I was doing the, see, we got a C there? Should be. Got pretty close. Well, that's a double C. Now, I really couldn't use too much pressure to get that double C to come out. You just the way you grab the mouthpiece and everything, you just can't. It was hard to explain, but you can demonstrate to yourself, put it in the horn, then try playing it and use the mouthpiece, and you'll find you just can't pull in and you can't really see the mouthpiece pressure as much as you might on the horn. So that's kind of another good thing about this guy. You're not going to really kill yourself on him. Anyway, try doing some mouthpiece buzzing. And if you've been doing it way too much, try cutting back. And I'm pretty confident you're going to start to notice some improvements in your playing. See you next time. Here's a close-up of my chops. You probably should be able to see the lip roll in the aperture. I'm buzzing right in the sun. Bum. I don't even know what note I'm buzzing. Sounds like a high C. So watch closely. Yeah, see if you can actually see it. Oh, the shadows getting in there. Yeah, right there. Anyway, that's a close-up, maybe closer than you wanted, but I'm right in the sun, so I'll have to go back later and edit this and actually see if things are a little bit more clear. They gotta be more clear because I'm right in the sun. You can actually see what part of my mouth I'm buzzing out of. It's pretty much center. And anyway, hope you enjoyed that close-up shot of my chops.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, you're thinking you're doing pretty good, but in the pit of your stomach, you're kind of wondering if you're using way too much mouthpiece pressure. If you're wondering that, you probably are. But let's just face it, in case you didn't know it, we all use the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure at the very last note that we can play in our top range. And that goes for everybody, anywhere, anytime, any place. And the way you could prove that, like if I wanted to go up to Mr. Arturo Sandoval and shake his hand and say, lovely playing, and it's just amazing what you're able to do in the upper register, wow, could I hear your triple G, or your triple G? And if he goes and plays it, like, that's great. Can I hear the A? He'll play the A. Can I hear the triple C? Play triple C. If I keep asking Arturo Sandoval to keep playing the next note, at some point a note will not come out. And the reason that note will not come out is because Arturo would have exceeded the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure, and at some point he'll press so hard that the lips will no longer vibrate. even the little small aperture right here will no longer vibrate because he will have exceeded the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure for himself. So that's just the way it is for everybody. We all have a max range. Of course, we can increase that, but wherever you are right now, when you can't go any higher, you're actually at your maximum mouthpiece pressure because you've actually stopped up the lips.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, so if you want to increase your power and your dynamic level in the fortissimo direction, you might want to kind of follow my path here, kind of follow my role, and that is a couple times a week. Now, you can't do it more than a couple times a week because it will start to screw up your intuition. It'll start to screw up your intonation and your ability to center notes. If you practice on a mute all the time, I already learned that lesson when I lived in San Francisco, it will screw you up a little bit. But now if you take a good hmmmm and you allow yourself a half an hour to 45 minutes twice a week and just blow your freaking brains. Do you realize how loud I was just playing there, folks? I mean, I'm in an apartment. I mean, if I didn't have that mute, I'm here to tell you, man, it wouldn't be long before I'd hear sirens. I mean, it was that loud. I mean, really. So my shirt looks kind of funny here. Or maybe it's because I got the little black thing going on. I actually have two arms. It looks it kind of looked like my arm was cut off or something in this picture. But no, I still have my other arm there, so don't worry about that. But seriously, folks, man, I can't tell you how loud I was playing. I mean, it had to be in the 4F range. It would be plenty loud. I would cut through any Blue Devils horn line. I will freaking tell you that. You know, give me the Blue Devils and give me the best sopranos from years past. I'll tell you what I was just playing right there. That double A would cut through them. And you'd hear me bury that fucking horn line to the Blue Devil. I'm not joking about this. But the thing about it is, having the mute in there, it kind of empowers you because you can blow and you're not going to hurt your ears, and you don't have to wear headphones and earplugs, and you don't have to worry about, you know, anybody in your house or apartment getting upset by it. So if you, I mean, you need to add all the stuff up that I'm telling you, folks. If you do it, man, you're just going to turn into a pretty awesome trumpet player, at least on the physical side. I mean, so you get the hmmmm, you got to get a good one too. Don't get one of the little crappy plastic stone-lined ones. It's got to be a great hmmmm. You know, mine is that's all copper, and I think years ago it cost me about $175. Maybe it came down in price. I don't know,
It's a pretty decent hmmmm. It's heavy too. So my advice for you, if you want to increase your power, you need to blow against resistance from time to time. Resistance, think of resistance as resistance weight training. If you want to increase your power for pushing and pulling, then you use resistance. A resistance as in like a pull down machine, or dumbbell curls, right? Or dips. And that will increase your power that way. Well, here's what we're using the hmmmm, because the hmmmm creates resistance. Why? Because we have to blow hard. It makes it not so easy to blow right through the bell of the horn. So the hmmmm is in, what's the best way to say it? Impediment. There we go, an impediment to the air. So you have to blow against that obstruction at the bell of your horn called a hmmmm. And when you have to blow against it, you're working muscles and you're working your chops in such a way that you're going to be able to build power. This is just one way to build power. There are several others that are in my 16-week upper register course. Thought I would give that a plug. And you can't just build power with one technique. So this technique won't be a miracle pill for you, but it all adds up. So you need to go back and rewind this and check out how loud I was playing. You won't be able to tell, I don't think, through your speakers, but I'm here to tell you, man, I was burning it up. I mean, it's just good that my the music that I was reading off was not flammable, because that music would have started on fire, baby. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, this tutorial deals with roll-in, something that is confusing a lot of people out there. So let's just be clear what this is. In fact, here's an exercise that you can practice. Doesn't really matter if you play tuba or French horn or trumpet or trombone. You want to be able to make your lips disappear. Okay. That's a double C roll-in position. I did a tutorial going over this, but I'm just doing it again. Practice. This is a technique. Just practice rolling your lips in. If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to play in the upper register that well or with a lot of ease. You got to be able to roll in. Teeth are shut. Don't be confused and think that you're doing this. That the lip is over the teeth. And here too. No, we're right here. See, teeth were shut. They're open for me to roll in. Open, roll in. Now they're over the teeth. I shut the teeth. So, a technique for you that would be of value is to make sure you're getting the roll in. And if you can't do it this way, you're not going to be able to do it on the horn in real time. So this is kind of a bike with training wheels right now. You're not using the horn, you're just practicing the roll in. Double C, that's a double C roll in right there. High C probably be, well, for me anyway, would be probably high C. Double C. Hope you enjoy this close-up of my lips. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure?
At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Ah, that new mouthpiece. That new mouthpiece. This one cost me a pretty penny. I wonder whose initials those are. Let me take it out of the box and I'll be right back. New mouthpiece fake out. What's that all about? This is my new one. Don't really intend to use it until if and when the other one breaks down. But I got a duplicate of my custom. And okay, so what's this video about? The new mouthpiece fake out. It happens just about every time you fall in love with a new mouthpiece. It could happen, not it could, it does happen to the most famous, most accomplished players on the planet. You don't have to be just a trumpet player. This could be a tuba player, trombone player, French horn, baritone, you name it. You guys all know what the bell curve is. You know, like when it comes to scoring and test. Looks like a bell, like a, you know, like a Liberty Bell. Well, when it comes to the new mouthpiece fake out, all of us brass players will fall on an inverted bell curve. In other words, it's not going up, but what happens is you get your good spot here, then it goes down, kind of like a trough, and then it comes back up to where you were. It's like the inverted, like the opposite of a bell curve. So what happens is you try several mouthpieces out, you like it, and you're going, oh my God, you know, I got an extra minor third on my range. This plays great. I can play louder, I can play softer, it responds great. I'm in tune, it slots well. Ooh, or it's darker or brighter, whatever you love, it's that. You get it, and lo and behold, within usually 3 to 5 days, that mouthpiece ain't feeling all that great. In fact, you're right here, and you don't realize it, but it's at its best right here, and you're starting to go downhill, that inverted bell curve. Happens every time to everybody, even if they don't admit it. That's how it works. It's called the new mouthpiece fake out. So what happens if you keep going down this trough, it has a way to go. It has a progression, so you just have to know that. Most people don't know that. Once you get down to the bottom of this inverted bell curve, you're down way in the dungeon. People, this is usually about a week and a half to 2 weeks into your new mouthpiece. People start going, dang, I don't know what happened, man. I screwed up here again. I thought I had the perfect mouthpiece for me. Lightning strikes again. I screwed it up. Dang it. And so at that point, you begin things like returning it, exchanging it, or selling it on eBay used or whatever. And you look for your trusty old mouthpiece that you've been using for all your life, or at least for many years, and put it back in. You play a little bit, and you're like, well, it's not as good, but it's old tried and true. And so another mouthpiece bites the dust, another new one, and that's why people have shoe boxes full of mouthpieces and drawers full of mouthpieces. What you didn't know is that as you're at the bottom, now here's this inverted bell curve. As you're at the bottom, if you just would have stuck with it another week to maybe 2 weeks, you would have come out of that, because your chops, everything's getting used to the new angle, the new width, the new backbore, the throat, the cup, the sharp, what kind of taper it has, all that kind of stuff. How far is the receiver is going into the lead pipe, all that kind of stuff. So this is all adapting, and when you're at the bottom, it's not feeling good, and you're thinking you made a mistake. You didn't. While this is adapting, it's finally growing accustomed to your new mouthpiece, you're actually coming out of that trough. You're coming back out of the inverted bell curve. So, my friends, if you had only waited just another week, maybe 2 weeks, in extreme cases, it could be 3 weeks, but usually it's 1 to 2 weeks when you're kind of at the bottom. When you come out of that, you'll be going, okay, this thing is on the money again. I mean, I'm loving it. So what you just experienced is the new mouthpiece fake out. And the new mouthpiece fake out is so good that it causes people to take their new mouthpiece after usually between 1 and 2 weeks and say, screw it. It's toss it in their shoebox or drawer or try to resell it. And that's the fake out. The reason it's a fake out is because that mouthpiece is still an awesome mouthpiece for them. They just don't know it. They just don't know if they hung on another week or two. And plus, practice the right things. That also helps. Things would have been back to where they loved it. Now, this affects everybody except for maybe the most minority of players. Bob Reeves told me about Bud Brisbois one time, that Bud Brisbois was wanting a new mouthpiece, and I guess Bob was making him one. And Bob called him and said it was ready. He said, "Great, man, because I'm on my way to a recording session." That's something I wouldn't do. So Bud Brisbois could do that. I mean, Mr. Chops of Steel. So I guess he took the new mouthpiece, tooted a few notes, got back in his car, and went on his way to a recording session. And that's something that he could do. And maybe for someone like Bud Brisbois or Bill Chase or these type of phenomenal, maybe even Maynard, I don't know. Maybe the mouthpiece fake out doesn't hit them as hard. It probably hits them a little bit. But for the rest of us who aren't Bud Brisbois and who aren't Bill Chase and Maynard Ferguson, and let's even throw Cat Anderson in there because he's got chops still too. It probably didn't bother him that much either. But for most of us, the new mouthpiece fake out is real. It does exist, but the key is knowledge. You've heard that before recently on YouTube, haven't you? Remember, it's not for me. It's that guy that goes, "I'm here in my garage. Yeah, these are my 2 Lamborghinis. You know, it's not really about money, but money is freedom. And you got to have knowledge."
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things?
And also, I want to let you know that you need to have a mentor. Everybody needs to have a mentor. And you got to have knowledge. It's knowledge. It's knowledge. Now let me go out into my, that guy's, what's that guy's name? Oh, it just hit me. Ty Lopez. Every time I turn on just to edit one of my YouTube videos, there he is right there. He's in his pool, or I'm out in my garage with my 2 Lamborghinis, and it's not all about money. It's about happiness, wealth, and love and relationships. That guy's hilarious. Maybe I need to take some lessons from him. Maybe think of that. But actually, it is about knowledge in this new mouthpiece fake out. If you know, it's going to feel great. It's going to feel bad, but then it's going to feel great again. You just hang in there, bide your time, and keep doing what you're doing. I wouldn't take any high-profile gigs that focus on you and in the situation where it would be very conspicuous. For example, playing very tough lead stuff, or doing recording sessions and jingles and stuff where you're likely to do a little spiaz and cracks and blips and some intonation things and sliding problems because it's new. I wouldn't do that. But just about everything else you probably could. So anyway, I gotta say thanks Bob Reeves for the new mouthpiece. And I guess this is the KT model, so I got my own little model there. And yeah, I'm happy with my new mouthpiece. The same thing happened to me on that one, even though it's a custom. I fell in love with it. I was roughing it for a couple of weeks until I came back out of that inverted bell curve. So now you know the rest of the story when it comes to the new mouthpiece fake out. I'm Kurt Thompson, and I think you're going to find this knowledge really, really valuable for your brass playing needs. Bye-bye. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. This is a test of endurance for the classical trumpet player. I'm positioning myself in front of a clock, so that will keep me honest. You can focus on the clock the whole time. That ensures that there's no break in this video, and it's honest. The test of a professional caliber principal trumpet of any symphony orchestra in the world is to be able to play through the third variation of the Fantasie Brillante 3 times in a row. Let's give it a shot. One down. Catch my breath. The clock is still keeping me honest. The tape is still rolling. Okay. That was one down. Now, let's just cut to the chase. I am not striving for perfection here or for style or anything like that. I'm just simply trying to go through this 3 times, almost back to back. So that was one time. Here we go. Still watching the clock. Tongue's on fire. Whew. Okay, remember this is a test of your classical trumpet playing endurance. This is only a test. This is not for style. This is not for a recording session. This is not for perfection. This is not for even pointed and clarity of attack with articulation. This is a test, a physical test. And I'm not allowing myself to rest too much in between these. Last time, 3 times, is the ultimate test for any professional principal trumpet player of any celebrity well-known symphony. That goes for Mr. LA, that goes for Mr. Chicago, that goes for Mr. New York, that goes for Mr. Boston, okay? It's the ultimate test for a classical trumpet player, likely an advanced, extremely advanced, or professional. All right? I just bought myself a little time. 3rd time, folks. Now, what will happen is if you can't pass this test, your tongue will bog down like a cold engine out of oil on a 20-degree night. It'll just bog down. You won't be able to go. That's just the nature of this particular test. 3rd time. You see the clock? Everything's still rolling, baby. There we go. Let's see if we can make it through the 3rd and final time. As a reminder, this is page 312 in the Arbin's book if you got the big, complete conservatory method. There we go. Crossing my fingers on this one. Wow. It was touch and go at the very end. As you could tell, I really felt like I was bogging down. And when you bog down, folks, on something like this, you can't make your tongue move. That's just it. You might still have some chops to play a little bit longer, but all this, gone. So this has been Kurt Thompson. I brought to you the ultimate classical trumpet player's test of endurance. And it came from the Fantasy Brillante in the Arbin's book. The back of the Arbin's book, and in my book, if you have the real thick book, kind of looks like this, about the size of a Bible or an encyclopedia. It actually is on page 312, at least in my book. And this is what it is. Tough. I'll probably take a little snapshot and put it up at the beginning and the end. And for everybody else who's not primarily a classical trumpet player, and you mainly do jazz, or you mainly do commercial or Broadway or lead trumpet, I'm here to tell you, don't even fool around with this. Don't even attempt this. You're going to hurt yourself. I'm not joking. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing if someone were to try this. If you're primarily a lead trumpet player, or you're a commercial player, or you're a session player, you mainly go in and read little ditties and little jingles, or you're in Seattle and you're playing lead trumpet for the Broadway shows there at the Paramount or the Fifth Avenue, the Pantasias down in LA, and that's primarily what you do. Don't even think about doing this. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself bad, real bad. At the very least, it'll screw up your tongue so bad that you can't do your tongue arch and your range will go kaput. And you will be a very ineffective lead trumpet player. This is for serious classical trumpet players who make their living playing and teaching primarily classical trumpet. Test yourself. The clock has kept me honest. I have not made any cuts. I have not edited this out. Even the couple little stutters that I've done, I've not edited that out. Nothing's been edited out because the clock has kept me honest. I went through it 3 times, and see if you can do that. Test yourself. And if you can't do it, hit me up with some comments or questions, probably questions, and I'll give you some pointers on how to best accomplish that. Otherwise, if you found this of value, if you liked it even a little bit, go ahead and go down there and click the like button, give me a thumbs up. And if you're a classical guy or gal and you're not a subscriber, why not subscribe? Just to let you know, behind this video, there's over 1,000 videos similar to this. And you might just get something out of it. At the very least, you're going to be entertained on some of the stuff that I do. You might even laugh at some of the stuff that I do. But mostly, you'll probably find quite a lot of value in the stuff that I do. I'm Kurt Thompson. Please like, please subscribe, and I'll definitely catch you in the next one. So long for now. Hey guys and gals, I've been using a cool little tip, shortcut. Again, this is not a substitute for the process or for enrolling in lessons, and specifically we're enrolling in some of my pedagogical specific courses like upper register, technique, lead trumpet playing, breathing. But I have found that this is a very potent and quick results producing technique. And I call it the frozen lip bend. I've scoured Google, YouTube, even that crappy little site called Vimeo. No, there's nobody else that has come up with this, so the date of this video will be the copyright for this particular technique. It's the frozen lip bend. We could almost call it deep frozen lip bends. And so you've seen people demonstrate lip bends almost in a half-step fashion, and it looks impressive. They're doing things like right. Well, that wasn't a lip bend. Okay. I was doing that in 9th grade, folks. I mean, come on. So when you see someone, a pro that's screwing around, lip bending like that, that's kindergarten stuff. You want to go up to the heavyweight league with the big boys, then you do deep lip bends on any brass instrument. Not this little half-step bullshit jargon that's not going to get you anything. So here we go. I like to play the F sharp in the G progression down. So play the F sharp. Now no valve. Soft and increase dynamics. Control, baby, back it off. Okay, now that is the half-step lip bend that you hear all the time, except that was a frozen lip bend, not quite deep, but now it's going to get deeper. Now let's go to something that you don't hear anybody doing unless you've watched another of my tutorials on lip bending. We're going to go down to F natural, which is going to be the whole step below G. Control that baby all the way back to triple pianissimo, baby. All right, this is the big boy league, and you might not even be able to do what I just did, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't do it with a little bit of practice with trying this. This takes incredible, resilient, flexible, strong, powerful chops to be able to accommodate what I'm showing you now with this technique, the deep frozen lip bend. Let's go even deeper. Now, you'd never hear anybody, I haven't heard anybody lip bend down to an E in this part of the range of the horn on the trumpet. So G to, now we're going down a minor third. Lift the belt up. Incredible amount of control there and finesse to be able to accommodate that. You have a favorite celebrity trumpet player, and if you're friends with them, ask them to do what I'm doing. The odds are very considerable and stacked against them that they won't be able to do that. So now we're going to get into the extreme minority of all professional. Actually, this is not even professional. This is way above professional level playing. And you have to have worked considerably on the physical aspects of brass playing to be able to accommodate this, to go down a major third and control it. So G down to E flat. Down to quadruple piano, ladies and gentlemen. Again, quite an exhibition in resiliency, malleability, flexibility, powerful. What other kind of adjectives can I come up with this? It's just, you really have to have excelled way above the typical professional, commercial, or orchestral player to be able to do this. But with this technique, you can. It's not going to happen overnight. But what is going to happen is, as you keep working on this, you're going to notice that your sound opens up. Your flexibility just becomes like a hot knife through butter as you go through all registers of the horn, and the facility of the horn is just going to be a piece of cake. Of course, your range is going to improve. I think that this would be especially good for orchestral players. Because I have a feeling that you're going to be able to open up and get that more brassy resonance on the mid and lower middle register of the horn, which is where a lot of this orchestral music is played, especially if you're not principal trumpet. So this could be very beneficial if you totally don't like the commercial and jazz idiom of playing and you're more into the classical. This could really benefit you in this particular register. Now, let's go to no man's land. We're going to go down to perfect fourth. Man, this is like super deep. This is like the 12-foot deep end of the pool where the high dive is. So here we go. Very difficult. In fact, you even heard me falter a little bit. I'm not perfect. I'm close to perfect, but not. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Well, when it comes to looks, yeah, that's been pretty close. But when it comes to playing, yeah, I have my problems. It's just like everybody else. So